Day 2 of Matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and we're once again in Derby Deluxe mode. 30 teams, 60 players, all competing in a FIFA 20 crossover event, being brought to you from every corner of Germany. We've got stars from the Bundesliga and Zweite Bundesliga. We've got eSports pros from the virtual Bundesliga world, and this weekend we've been pitting local rivals head to head. Hello and welcome one and all to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, an eSports invitational put on by the DFL to help us cope with the lack of football due to the coronavirus pandemic bringing the world to a standstill. We hope you and yours are safe and healthy, practicing social distancing and exercising both body and mind, despite any restrictions on normal everyday life. Our hearts go out to those affected, and we encourage any and all listening to do their part in following the guidelines that have been put in place to keep loved ones safe and allow our health services to provide the best possible care for those affected. For now, allow us to take your mind off the real world by delving into the virtual with a sprinkling of comedy and culture as the two worlds of football collide once again. My name is James Surrogate, and joining me in the hosting hot seat is my fellow FIFA and Bundesliga enthusiast, Alex Chaffer. Alex, we had a record-breaking win in the Revier Derby between Dortmund and Schalke. We saw Werder Bremen pick up their first victory, and the referees even scored twice apiece. What were your main takeaways from yesterday's action in Matchday 4?
Despite all the highlights that we saw, as you just named, my main takeaway is that I hope we don't have as many goalless draws today. It was a few too many yesterday. We had 4 in across all the matches that we saw, which is more than we've had in the entire 3 weekends previously combined. So hopefully the guys today who are in action can step it up and keep the goals running through all the way through the day. But that being said, we didn't miss out on goals at all. We had plenty to choose from across all the games. And so, yeah, picking out the highlight of my day in terms of the actual games themselves was definitely Boujellab's win over Hakimi. Just the way he took the Borussia Dortmund man apart was incredible, really. I didn't expect it. I expected him to do well and probably get the win, but to do it that emphatically was a surprise for everyone, I think.
It was indeed the matchup of the Moroccans going the way of Nassim Boujellab. So the Ruhrpott for one night in the virtual world, painted royal blue. But if you have joined us at any stage over the course of the past couple of match days, welcome back. If you're joining us for the first time, we are delighted to have you on board. FIFA tournaments are popping up all over the place, so if you're choosing to join us, thank you very much. Despite the fact that we had a few goalless draws yesterday, a few too many, as Alex pointed out, we do still claim that we are the biggest or the highest scoring FIFA tournament out there in the world right now. And we hope that we can provide a bit of light relief for everything going on. But we should give you a recap of how the Bundesliga Home Challenge plays out. We've got 30 teams from Germany's top 2 divisions, split between 15 ties that will be played out over the course of the weekend. We had 8 games yesterday. If you haven't seen the stream, it's still available on all the various YouTube and Facebook channels. But you can, of course, go back and watch it. But for today's action, we're going to have 7 ties, so 14 one-on-one matches. Aggregate scores will be made up of the 2 legs to see if we do have a winner at the end. But if there is a draw, there will be no golden goal or penalty shootout, because it is important to note with the Bundesliga Home Challenge, this is a friendly invitational. There is nothing on the line. There is no competitive edge really to it all, but there is an outlet for competitive juices, as we've seen throughout the tournament. And the other important note to make is that we also are playing all games in the 85 game mode. And that really has, Alex, allowed us to enjoy some players that we weren't expecting to in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. There are some legends on FIFA 20 in this 85 mode that have allowed us to see a bit of a different perspective on the way FIFA plays out this time.
100%. We've seen lots of new names crop up. And as we've said, lots of Bundesliga players themselves being able to score with their own player, regardless of their position as well. And obviously the 85 mode is designed to bring a level playing field for everyone. So every player is rated 85. So it comes down to the basics of the FIFA player themselves, their ability on the controller, if they can produce some special moves, some special skills. Even if the skill moves are capped at 3 for every player, only 3-star skill moves on show, we get to see drag backs and ball rolls and all those good things. And it means that we get an even playing field so that the entertainment is of the highest order, regardless of whether Munas Tabur is playing against a referee or eSports players are going up against each other. We're getting some competitive football from everyone involved.
Yeah, that's it. We've got a fair few newcomers today as well, and those are the types of things, Alex, you're talking about, the ball rolls, the exits from skill moves, That's what we're looking for, to maybe give us an early indication with some of these newcomers of exactly where their FIFA skill level is at. But it is one of the great things about the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and something that Alex and I have really, truly enjoyed about it, given the fact that we have had this incredible wide spectrum and range of FIFA experiences and skill levels. It's made for some really enjoyable matches. It's made for some really hard-fought ones as well, some gritty, grindy ones where you've gone, okay, you've got to appreciate this in a very different way, but the elite skill level that's been on show has been very entertaining, to say the least. And we've had some crazy results mixed in there as well. Yesterday's from Nassim Boujellab, certainly amongst them, an 8-0 win against Achraf Hakimi. And so, yes, the highest ever Schalke win, or the biggest ever Schalke win in a Revier derby. It's happened in the virtual world. We'll happily take the record-breaking feat from that. But should we talk about what's on the docket today, Alex? Because we're talking about the fact that the Bundesliga Home Challenge on Matchday 4 is all about the derbies. And we are still in Derby Deluxe mode on Sunday. And kicking things off, we've got a belter of a fixture. Baden-Wurttemberg Derby, Stuttgart against Freiburg. Two of the most impressive teams in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, though.
100%. It's a real blockbuster for everyone who's watched it so far. And for those joining us for the first time, this is going to be a great way to start the day's play. We start off with Nick Lugi, the eSports man of Stuttgart, going up against Nico Schlotterbeck, the Freiburg defender, who's been arguably the most impressive Bundesliga professional player in the competition so far. He's obviously one of the highest scoring competitors after that 11-1 famous win he got over Hertha Berlin's Maximilian Mittelstädt. Can he secure his spot as the highest scoring player in the Bundesliga Home Challenge today? We will wait and see. And then that's going to be followed by Atakan Karazor, Stuttgart's man, the professional player who has yet to concede a goal despite playing in all 3 weekends of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He's coming up against Mark Flecken from Freiburg, the goalkeeper today. And then obviously you can see the derby highlights are all across the board. Union Berlin against Hertha Berlin will be our second game, followed shortly after Augsburg against Jan Regensburg and Hamburg against St. Pauli. Of course, the Hamburg City derby will be a spectacle to behold as well. And all the way through, we've got highlights, as you said, James, and even ending the day with Paderborn Bielefeld. It might not string quite as true for Bundesliga footballing fans as terms of maybe a Borussia Dortmund against a Bayern Munich would, but in terms of esports and FIFA gaming competitiveness, this is going to be a good way to end our day as well, with youngster Lucas Fiedler coming up against Kiana Stauder and Amos Pieper going up against Marlon Ritter. There's lots of highlights to be on show. As James said, there's lots of new guys coming in for the first time this weekend. Leipzig, for example, have 2 new faces to their team for this weekend. So plenty to watch out for. So don't go anywhere. If you can, stick with us for as long as you can. Come in and pop in for the highlight games that you want to watch. But the first one will be starting off very shortly in the next few minutes, and that will be between Stuttgart and Freiburg.
Yeah, but I think that's a very good point you make, Alex. When looking at that fixture list, don't look at it like a Bundesliga or a title Bundesliga fixture list. There are plenty of twists and turns to be had in games that you maybe wouldn't think were quite the highlights in the real world. But as Alex points out, in the virtual world, can throw up maybe not the hardest fought or the tightest games, but it can certainly throw up maybe big goal-scoring events that certainly keep us on our toes. And that is what we have become accustomed to seeing with the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And Alex's big motto, think stolen from, is it Big Brother in the US? Expect the unexpected. I think it's the catchphrase for Big Brother in the USA, but don't quote me on that. But Alex's catchphrase has become expect the unexpected. Now. Yeah, you can claim it, right? Trademark stamp
on it.
No, that's it. But it's so true. It really has been something that we've come to witness and understand about the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and the fact that it is an e-invitational friendly, there is nothing on the line, I think has added value to that, because we have seen more goals than maybe we would have seen had this been a competitive game and players were a little more focused on the tactical side of things. And we have seen, again, a very big range of approaches to their FIFA matches, and these guys that do their pre-match tinkering certainly seem to have an edge, don't they?
Yeah, that's it. As much as it's been still a competitive game, that not having that competitive tournament edge has meant that everyone can be a bit more open and expansive in the way that they've played. We've seen a lot of the esports guys have more high-scoring games than we're used to seeing from them, of course. And as we expected, the Bundesliga professionals have provided a lot more entertainment in terms of just not having that defensive capability that we're used to seeing from the esports guys. And that means we get more goals and more goal mouth action. And that's what we'll be hoping for in our first game of the day. As you can see, Nick Lugi coming up against Nico Schlotterbeck. And although Nick Lugi only came into the Bundesliga Home Challenge for the first time last weekend, he did produced one of the most entertaining esports games that we've seen so far. He turned out on the losing side, but it was a 4-3, 7-goal thriller with Leverkusen's Detto, one of the most experienced esports players, and that really was fun from start to finish. And again today, it's going to be a really interesting test for him because it's starting off with a bang, an esports player against a Bundesliga professional player. But Nico Schlotterbeck is certainly not one slouch of a Bundesliga professional player. He's got the setup, he's got the expertise, and he's got the record to boot, considering how he's played so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, his performances have been some of the most impressive, and he caught the eye on Matchday 1 when he picked up a 2-2 draw against Sascha Mockenhaupt of Wien Wiesbaden. We were wondering how to judge that. I mean, it was against a guy that is a professional footballer too, but also has his toes dipped into the esports world, and we thought that was an impressive result, but didn't know what to make of it. The crushing win over Maximilian Mittelstädt, which I feel like him and Jonas Hoffmann have really come out worst for wears in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. Hoffmann, of course, the man that lost to Dennis Eitekin on Matchday 2 when the referees entered the ring of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It really has been a barnstorming event. And it's funny, you think back on everything that's happened, and it's the storyline after storyline after storyline. And I do think that this first game could throw up a few storylines with Nick Lugi and Schlotterbeck, because as you point out, Alex, they are both in rich goal-scoring form when it comes to the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And I have to say, Nick Lugi has a wonderful story as well, brought onto the books with the VfB Stuttgart eSports Academy there. And he's 24 years old, but he is wheelchair-bound. He actually suffers from osteogenesis imperfecta, which is a disease otherwise known as brittle bone disease. Means the frame of his body is quite fragile, but it has not stopped him making an impact in the esports world. He believes FIFA is for everyone. He said it's about reactions, hand-eye coordination, experience. He believes that he has no deficits compared to his competitors in those departments, and I think we can say that from his first game against Detto, one of the most experienced players in the German esports world, from Bayer Leverkusen, a 4-3 loss was certainly nothing to be ashamed of, and actually showed us exactly what he's talking about and the fact that he can match the best of the best.
100%, and that's why esports is such a cool thing, because it means that everyone can get involved, despite Nick Lugi being wheelchair-bound and unable to play football himself in the real world. He can contribute and can be competitive in the FIFA gaming world, and he certainly is competitive, as we saw last weekend, and I'm sure he's going to be doing the same again this weekend. He's had plenty of warm-up matches versus his teammate Atakan Karazor on foot on the Ultimate Team. Got himself a couple of wins, but in the 85 mode, as we said last week, he struggled a bit more against Karazor, and I think that has been one of the things with these esports guys. They're not used to playing the 85 mode. They might do it in the virtual Bundesliga, but in terms of their own personal play, it's always going to be on Ultimate Team, so it's been a different aspect for them, a different way of playing, and it's been a challenge for them as well, and that's why it's also been more fun as well to see the Bundesliga professionals dealing with that, and obviously it's brought up some nice competitive games between our Bundesliga professionals and the esports guys as well, and we're hoping for the same again today when Nico Schlotterbeck takes on Nick Lugi in just a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, that's it. It's very polarising. In England, we talk about Marmite. You either love it or you hate it, and it does seem like the 85 mode falls into that category, where the players either appreciate the fact that the skill gap is reduced or they're really against it. And Nick Lugi is one of those that's not a big fan of the 85 game mode, and his results do show that. And as you say, he's so much more used to the FIFA Ultimate Team mode. But yeah, in fairness, when it comes to the 85 mode, it does allow a game like this between him and Nico Schlotterbeck then to be played out in a very, very different manner. And that certainly should bode well for us. And that's it. Nico Schlotterbeck has continued to impress. I mean, he did the interview after his last game with Ram, where he was coaxed into talking about whether he would maybe be interested in joining or stepping into the esports world himself. It's a question Alex and I have asked ourselves about some of these players, including Nico Schlotterbeck. And he did say, we'll see, but Freiburg themselves haven't really jumped into that market yet. And I'm just wondering whether their success actually with these two players and the fact they may have gained a bit of exposure in the esports world may tempt them into jumping into that a little earlier than maybe they thought.
Yeah, I hope so, because there's a few teams like that as well as Freiburg. There's Hoffenheim as well, who could do the same thing. These talented Bundesliga professionals, hopefully time in the future is allowed for them to maybe step into the esports world and get involved in the virtual Bundesliga, as we've seen some players do in the past. Diego Demmer, formerly of Leipzig, even Mockenhaupt, who we saw in action yesterday for Wien Wiesbaden. He's played almost the entirety of the Zweite Bundesliga season for Wiesbaden in the real world and has played a couple of virtual Bundesliga games as well. So the opportunity is there. We've seen it happen before. And it would be really fun to just be able to say that, on a Saturday we can watch the likes of Schlotterbeck and Flecken in action, and then we can see them again on a Sunday, maybe in the virtual Bundesliga world. And we're going to see them in the virtual Bundesliga world right now. As you can see, we are ready to kick off our action between Nico Schlotterbeck and Nick Lugi. With these guys roaring and ready to go. The kits are on. They're ready, prepared, and concentrating. I like the professional setups of both these guys. I like the sponsors in the background for Nick Lugi as well. Very professional setup. And you can just tell straight away from seeing Schlotterbeck's gaming chair that this is no laughing matter for him.
Oh, absolutely not. But I do feel like we've gotten a different angle with him on face cam every weekend. It seems to have changed every single time. Whereas with Stuttgart, yes, we've become accustomed to the fact that they have their little eSports spot in their press room somewhere in Stuttgart. And they obviously make a little day of it, really, in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, which is nice to see. And Nick Lugi with that backdrop. Representing Stuttgart, they're in the white kits. Nico Schlotterbeck representing Freiburg, they're in the red and black shorts. And some early possession here for Nick Lugi to get us underway. This is a very mouth-watering tie to start Day 2's action on Matchday 4. The Baden-Wurttemberg Derby between Freiburg and Stuttgart, and Nick Lugi and Nico Schlotterbeck, who have started to forge a reputation of their goal scoring, when it comes to their goal scoring feats in FIFA 20. Nico Schlotterbeck certainly is a no-holds-barred type attacking player when he gets the opportunity. And so certainly a fantastic way to kick things off after we did have a few more goalless draws than we expected yesterday. The Bundesliga Home Challenge has been absolutely goal-ridden from start to finish. 4 goalless draws yesterday, though. We'd only had 1 before Matchday 4.
It's also really nice to see that these two especially, have had a bit more exposure on social media from this. Nick Lugi's just gone over 3K on his Twitch channel today, and Nico Schlotterbeck's spoken about how he's had a few more followers on Instagram from esports fans and has had plenty of well wishes as well. So everyone watching at home, thank you for giving these guys support. That's lovely to see, especially the esports guys. This is a great opportunity for them to showcase what they're capable of, and obviously our Bundesliga professionals as well. You know what they're capable of on the pitch, and now you might have found yourself a new favourite FIFA Bundesliga player on the virtual pitch as well.
That's exactly it. I think a lot will have gained a bit of traction when it comes to not only fans of from their own clubs, the clubs that they've been representing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but neutrals as well. And that's what Nico Schlotterbeck was saying, was a lot of those new followers were coming from the esports world. And that is exactly what we've talked about with the Bundesliga Home Challenge. 2 worlds colliding in a very positive manner.
Definitely made a name for himself as Schlotterbeck. But as you can see in the start of this game, it was always going to be Lugi who was going to try and start off on the front foot, have a bit more of control. He's the esports man. He knows exactly how to dictate a game. But Schlotterbeck has handled it well in the early stages, and as you can see, he's pushing forward as well and getting his openings to move the ball forward into the Stuttgart half.
Oh, that's a nice ball in behind the back line to Lucas Höhler, the hero. So often for Freiburg in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, denied with his first opportunity of the game. Corner for Schlotterbeck, worked to the edge of the box with Florian Kart. Patient build up here, just trying to find the right man. Harbour, he didn't fancy the shot with the midfielder.
I think Lugi took control of his goalkeeper there, just as Höhler had that chance in front of goal. In the end, it put Schlotterbeck off because it was a good angle, but another nice angle here. Good work again from Schlotterbeck to bring the goalkeeper out. Both these guys showing what they're capable of.
Big saves from the goalkeepers early, though.
Definitely. These guys just as good at the back as they are going forward.
So 2 early chances in this one after the feeling out process of the opening quarter of an hour.
Exactly what we were hoping for, James.
100%, and no less than we really expected in this one, which maybe, goes against your motto, Alex, of expect the unexpected, but
we've come to expect this sort of thing from these 2 guys. Especially Schlotterbeck.
That is it. So measured both in their approach, especially in the final third, and that is something that has been a characteristic of these games between esports pros, and I'm going to start putting Schlotterbeck in that category almost, given his results and his performances. And you can see here, Nick Lugi trying to pose a threat, but Schlotterbeck able to close him down at every turn. Now Schlotterbeck patiently moving the ball through midfield. Waiting to get a few more bodies forward in support. Looking for more options now, trying to move it quickly on the edge of the area. Hurler onto Borello. Hurler's found space in the box, and Schlotterbeck has broken the deadlock with a finely worked goal.
Absolutely fantastic. He won that ball on the edge of his own penalty area and brought it all the way up the pitch in a matter of minutes. And so patient. It's so good. You see, maybe you're used to, on FIFA, running the defence straight away, not having those skill moves to create space, but Nico Schlotterbeck there was passing and moving, using the ball rolls and drag backs to create little pockets of space. And in the end, that's exactly what came up for him in that little move in the penalty area. A small drag back and a through ball for his forward, and a tidy finish as well. And what a start that has been for him. Such a good sign from him, as I said. Just having a bit of patience in your build-up play. You don't have to go gung-ho. You don't have to run straight forward as soon as you get the ball. It pays to be patient on FIFA. If you can be composed and let your build-up play start slowly and work its way, you'll get yourself a really good chance at goal rather than rushing things. We've seen that pay dividends for a lot of players so far in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. He's done that so far in this first half.
Yeah, very impressive start from Nico Schlotterbeck. And that is it. We've seen a wide variety of goals scored on FIFA 20 throughout the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but those team goals where it's really worked through every station of the pitch, and again, right decisions are being made at the right times, really is the hallmark of some of the top players that we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and we have to count Nico Schlotterbeck amongst those now. Just moved back in his seat a little bit. That opening goal has allowed him to settle and relax into the game a little bit more.
Yeah, Lugi's going to have to try and change things up in the second half, get more attacking momentum going. He's not had any real chances on goal in this first half, and that is credit to Schlotterbeck in the way he's defended, bringing in some of his defensive instincts from the real world onto the virtual pitch.
Here comes Schlotterbeck again, looking to carve out one last chance before half-time. Kart. He's always trying to find Hurler. He really is his go-to man. Unfortunately, the pass, he couldn't put it off on that occasion, and so it will be a one-goal lead at the break. Looks like it's a bit hot and sweaty in the Stuttgart press room there. Nick Lugi maybe struggling to handle the pressure of that first half, Alex.
Yeah, wiping away a bit of the first half pressure there. And he might have had 61% possession, but it has to be said that Nico Schlotterbeck was far more impressive in that first half, just very composed in everything he was doing. Has a look at his phone there and a little smile. I'm sure he's had a few messages from teammates. Maybe it's Lucas Hurler who's messaged him saying, "Wow, you scored with me yet again. Thank you very much, my friend."
Well, that's it. It's a double hat-trick in the 11-1 win. I think he scored a hat-trick with him last weekend as well, was it? Or at least a couple. Right. And so Lucas Hurler really in these matches, and we should say for Mark Flecken, he's been exactly the same. He's obviously a hidden gem in the 85 mode. One of those players that you wouldn't necessarily expect to shine, but I would think it comes down to agility levels at that point. Florian Kainz has been another for Köln in terms of a surprise package in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Boujellab has been extra special, but in fairness, I think Boujellab himself has made sure that Boujellab has looked good in the game.
That's true. No one knows better how to work with Nassim Boujellab on FIFA than Nassim Boujellab himself, so that was to be expected.
Yeah, plenty of goals, a couple of assists as well.
It's been fantastic.
Ran his game through him yesterday in the Revier Derby. And right now we are in the midst of the Baden-Wurttemberg Derby. Freiburg-Stuttgart, the first leg of two between these sides to kick off today's action.
It's a derby we haven't been able to see in the Bundesliga for the last couple of years just because Stuttgart had gone down a league. But the last couple of meetings have produced goals. It was 3-3 and 2-2 draws in the last Bundesliga season that we saw these two teams come up against each other. So hopefully the same thing follows today. It's been an entertaining start. See if Lugi can get back into the game now.
Yeah, the onus is on him to make something happen. He's trying to put an attack together here using some of those 3-star skill moves. Gomez with the through ball. The back heel was on, but the pass didn't have enough power on it. It's given Schlotterbeck a chance to break now.
Again, good patience there. He could have played that through ball earlier, but just took a ball roll, and it creates this opportunity now.
Oh, the early cross came instead of the early through ball. Unfortunately, heavy touch there from Barello let him down. Lugi bringing the ball out from the back now. Gonzalez loses out against Itter. Schlotterbeck and Lienhardt, the two friends off the pitch, making up the centre-back pairing on the pitch for Nico. No runs being made for him there, so he holds up the play in midfield. You can see, despite being a goal down, Nick Lugi still very intent on defending, getting plenty of men behind the ball to solid banks of four. Peterson, Barello, Peterson. Does Lugi follow the runs or shadow the ball? He's done well to hold his line there, though. Yeah, he's looking to make a pause now.
There's a good point you made there, James. Just because, considering how patient Schlotterbeck is in his build-up play, it might be something that Lugi has to change. He might need to bring his midfield out a bit more and get pressing higher up the pitch in terms of trying to win the ball back a bit more. He's got possession now, but time's ticking away, and we know how quickly that can go before you even realise that it's gone.
Itter winning the ball well in midfield. That's it. I always feel like Nick Lugi's first priority is still not to concede as opposed to try and score himself. And it's not exactly the approach you're looking for when you're 1-0 down in a game of FIFA 20. We have seen how difficult it is for players to come from behind. But that is the position Nick Lugi finds himself in here as he looks to avoid back-to-back defeats in his only 2 Bundesliga home challenge matches.
It wouldn't be the ideal way for him to have his second Bundesliga home challenge game go, especially considering this is not against an eSports player as much as he looks like one. Nico Schlotterbeck plays like one. It has to be remembered that he is in fact a Bundesliga professional player himself. So,
and that's it. We were calling for some of these top players, the Munas de Boers, the Nassim Boujellabs, to maybe come up against an eSports pro. We haven't had it at every turn, but Nico Schlotterbeck has given us a few occasions where that's happened, which has certainly been a nice part of all of what's been going on in the Bundesliga home challenge.
And he's undefeated in those games.
Yes.
Draw with Mocky, he beat Lucas Fiedler of Paderborn, and now he's ahead against Lugi. So, fantastic show from him, the Freiburg man. He's built himself a real reputation now as one of the best Bundesliga professional FIFA players.
And that's it. He won't be able to join the illustrious group of players that have picked up 4 wins out of 4 over the course of the Bundesliga home challenge, but that 2-2 draw against Mocky coming back to haunt him from matchday 1.
One of those records could be made in our next game when Atakan Karazor takes on Flecken. Karazor, the Stuttgart man, 3 wins out of 3 so far, yet to even concede a goal in the Bundesliga home challenge. Can Flecken change that story? Schlotterbeck trying to change his story again and go 2 goals up, but closed out there by Lugi.
I was going to say, if anyone knows how unsecure a first leg lead is, it's Nico Schlotterbeck, considering he produced arguably the finest comeback we've seen in the Bundesliga home challenge. And let's be honest, we've had a fair few of them to pick from, and there have been some absolute stunners in there as well. But Nico Schlotterbeck was the one that really had our jaws on the floor, I think it's fair to say, Alex and I, by the end of it, where we just felt sorry for Maximilian Mittelstadt by the time that Schlotterbeck was scoring his 10th and 11th of the game.
I think Hertha's social media teams felt sorry for him as well. The tweets that were coming out.
It was not an easy experience for him at all, I'm sure. But that is it. I was looking at this fixture and thinking, it would have been nice to see Schlotterbeck against Karazor, so 2 of the top professionals going head-to-head as Nick Lugi. He has levelled the scores with a wonderful volley inside the area. A couple of fist pumps from him as well. He is absolutely hyped to be back in this game.
Superbly worked goal there. The first real sign we've seen from him of breaking through Schlotterbeck's defence, and he did that with a couple of one-touch passes and movement that Schlotterbeck could only react to. He wasn't in the right place to stop it in its tracks, and in the end, Lugi producing some magical pass and moving football, and that first-time finish as well was a stunner into the top corner. And now he has the chance to make a few changes as well. So it's all worked out perfectly for Lugi. He couldn't have asked for a better time to score the goal now with under 13 minutes to go and a couple of minutes of added time at the end. Likely, we're at 1-1. Thumbs up from Lugi. He knows that was an important time. Will these changes make a huge difference now? We've got 12 minutes to decide this game. fresh legs are on the pitch, it's all to play for again. This is going to be a fun ending, I think.
Absolutely. We couldn't have asked for more in our first game of the day. We knew this was going to be a competitive fixture. We knew it was going to throw up a few twists and turns. Now we have the final dramatic few minutes. Can either side, Nick Lugi or Nico Schlotterbeck, produce a winner? Mario Gomez levelling the scores for Stuttgart. And now the pressure really is on these two to try and produce a winner and give their respective partners some to play for in that second leg. Although we did see a draw in the first leg, actually can create some exciting in the second. For now, Hurler trying to bundle his way through. Chang Hun Kwon, Peterson. So many white shirts in and around the edge of that Stuttgart area, just harrying Nico Schlotterbeck. He's doing well to keep time and space on his side here. Hurler into feet for Peterson. Kempf pokes it away. And now Lugi trying to hit Schlotterbeck on the counter. He's just had to slow his roll a little bit there with one-man Gituka. Well worked now with Endo. Al Gadioy, another of these substitutes that he's brought off the bench to try and make an impact. Oh, there's space here for Silas. Oh, it's off the post. It could have been the winner. But again, the woodwork playing a role on match day 4. But it has also given Schlotterbeck the chance to break. Here is his hero, Hurler. Keeper's off his line. He's taken the ball roll, found the angle. Cool, calm, collected finish from Nico Schlotterbeck. And that should be the winner in the first leg between Freiburg and Stuttgart.
And of course, it could only be one man, Lucas Hurler. And what an outstanding finish, as you said, James. That composure again, even in the 90th minute, one-on-one, a chance to win the game. He doesn't lose his composure there, Schlotterbeck. Superbly timed ball roll to get past the goalkeeper. Absolutely outstanding. And a finish from a tight angle as well. You get that so often when you've got a chance like that late in the game. You fluff your lines just because of the pressure that you have, and it looks like Schlotterbeck's going to be able to earn himself a win, and maybe even more here as he breaks forward again.
Could there be a third? Well, not with defending like that. Well done to Nick Lugi. Unfortunately, not enough to secure him what would be a share of the spoils. Instead, it is Nico Schlotterbeck who once again adds to his incredibly impressive resume in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and arguably the toughest match he's had so far. Outside of the 2-2 draw, but even then I'd say he was certainly the better player against Mocky, whereas Lugi ran him real close there.
Yeah, that was a much closer game there. Lugi having a lot more possession. But again, Schlotterbeck really held him well and didn't give him much of an opportunity to really have that many attacking chances. And in the end, Schlotterbeck took his very clinical play and just a lovely way to win the game at the end there. So composed and so patient as well. Really calculated stuff from Schlotterbeck. And as you said, he stamped his place as possibly our most impressive Bundesliga professional in this tournament, undefeated, and in his toughest test, he has come out on top. And in terms of this tie, he has set up his teammate Mark Flecken superbly with a 2-1 lead. And we go from one mouth-watering fixture to another, James, as Atakan Karazor and Mark Flecken get ready to complete this first tie of our second day of matchday 4.
Yeah, that's it. Nico Schlotterbeck has certainly been the Freiburg player that's caught the eye the most given his results. But Mark Flecken has proven himself pretty adept on the joysticks as well. And he's had a few tougher results, admittedly. And it was certainly something that changed with Freiburg's tactics in the Bundesliga Home Challenge in terms of who was taking on the eSports Pro in that first game. Mark Flecken had that honour at the beginning of the tournament. And Nico Schlotterbeck took over, but it was a 3-3 draw for him against Nico Juice Derneck on match day 1. It was a 6-1 loss to Alias M97. That's really what inspired the swap afterwards. It's when Mittelstedt got smashed 11-1. But they then picked up that 4-2 win, his first of the tournament against Rifet Karpic of Paderborn last week. And he'd love to follow that up against Atakarazor. However, as Alex has pointed out, a man that is yet to concede in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, a man who has won all 3 of his games. He could not have picked a tougher opponent, Alex.
He couldn't, indeed. He couldn't have picked a tougher one, even if it was an eSports guy. There's no one in more form than Atakan Karazor going into this game. I don't think we've mentioned it either, but great to see Mark Flecken not only donning a Freiburg kit, but it is his Bundesliga goalkeeper kit as well, which is just that special bit of extra extra, nostalgia from Flecken there. Superb stuff. A little pause there as we prepare to get things properly underway between Karazor and Flecken. And you were right, you couldn't have asked for a tougher test. Karazor has been dominant against Chichos of Cologne 2-0, Tom Bach of Regensburg with the 1-0 win, and then last week, of course, taking Nadim Amiri apart in an 8-0 drubbing of Bayer Leverkusen in his most impressive performance so far, but it probably came up against one of his easier opponents. So for him as well, this is quite possibly his toughest test.
Yeah, Karazor is also one of the players, and you can see there where Castro and Mangala are positioned in midfield for him. He definitely takes a bit of time pre-match to tweak his system, and he even has some free-form midfielders in there, but it's something that's worked really well for him. Maybe it just gives him that bit more defensive stability, which is something that is so useful in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, given the way the goals have flooded in. Just 3 in the first leg, but well set up. Schlotterbeck teeing up Flecken to hopefully hold on for the aggregate win in the Baden-Wurttemberg Derby between Freiburg and Stuttgart. But Karazor looking to put himself on the front foot early. He's just got to stay on side with Mario Gomez, a man who is really forged a reputation and a relationship with the offside flag that was never the healthiest during his playing career, Mario Gomez. So given the fact that he wasn't the paciest, he was always trying to gain that edge.
That's it, trying to put his mind ahead of his body by a step, and he so often use it to his advantage. But Karazor trying to make sure he doesn't stay offside too often for him.
Well, Flecken's got to be careful here because Karazor is trying to pick up exactly where he left off, and he was ruthless in that 8-0 win over Nadim Amiri. And an early goal would certainly serve him well. We saw his ability to then push on from that last weekend. And immediately you can see the difference between the game between Schlotterbeck and Nick Lugi and the game between Karazor and Flecken. There's more pace, it's quicker, there's more space to exploit as well. And there's much less of this measured approach where it's very patient. The midfield immediately being taken out of the game by some of these passes, and now Pedersen being released in behind for Flecken. First chance of the game, but he can't get the shot off. Strong challenge at the back.
It's a lot more direct this game, through balls and direct passes going through each other's defences in the early stages. It's what we've wanted to see and what we've expected to see in a game between two Bundesliga professionals. And it is an interesting thing that Karazor has that unique tactical setup. We haven't seen it from any other Bundesliga Home Challenge player. So for it to come from a professional Bundesliga player is extra special, and that it has worked so well for him. I'm sure there's a few people watching at home who've tried it out themselves just to see what advantages it does bring.
And right now, those extra men in midfield dropping a bit deeper, allowing him to rebuff the advances of Mark Flecken. Flecken certainly trying to take the game to Karazor, making things a little uncomfortable for the Stuttgart player. And if Flecken were to get the opening goal, you do have to think Karazor really would have his back against the wall. Foul goes against the Dutchman there.
You can just see neither of these guys is that interested in keeping possession for long periods like we saw in the game between Schlotterbeck and Lugi. Schlotterbeck so measured in keeping the ball in the Stuttgart half and building up that pressure that can bring mistakes, whereas these guys, as we've said, far more direct, far more pacey and moving the ball forward quickly. It does provide more end-to-end action. Definitely more shots on goal than we're used to seeing in an eSports game.
Well, let me ask you as well, Alex, because we don't need to repeat the story. We've done it every weekend with Mark Flecken. But if you haven't seen why he has a personal relationship with FIFA that precedes the Bundesliga Home Challenge, I'll hold this thought because he's got a chance for the lead. And what a tidy finish that was as well, just tucking into the far corner. Niels Peterson would be proud of that one.
Perfect reflection of the opening 25 minutes here. He wins the ball well in midfield. One through ball is all he needs to break through the Stuttgart defence. And a tidy finish from Niels Peterson. Opened up the body, finessed it into that far bottom corner. Karazor hanging his head there as he made a mistake with his pass. He just needs to compose himself here. This is his first time of conceding a goal, let alone going behind in a game in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So this is new territory for him, a new environment to have to deal with. Can he come back and earn himself a comeback win or a comeback draw even in this game.
Pedersen now providing the pass, looking for a 1-2, but there was an interception in the mix. What I was going to ask you, Alex, and I'll say, if no one knows the Flecken FIFA relationship, just go on Google, type in Flecken FIFA glitch fail, you'll find it, you can see it for yourself. But I don't want to hammer home the point of that story. What I do want to ask you is, do you think his reputation when it comes to Flecken and FIFA will maybe have changed now, as Karazor advancing for the first time, and the chance is still going to be alive? I'll get you to answer that question in just a second. Flecken looking to bring it out from the back. Now maybe a good time. So do you think the reputation's changed? When people think of Flecken and FIFA, do you think they'll think of the Bundesliga Home Challenge first now instead of the fail?
I definitely hope so, because as much as that was a comical moment, it obviously wasn't great for him, and he did handle it well. And it's clear that obviously, despite being sort of nicknamed as a FIFA glitch goalkeeper, he's not had a problem playing the game himself. It's not put him off playing FIFA in any way. And hopefully for Bundesliga fans, they've been able to enjoy that moment that he had at Duisburg. But now with the Bundesliga Home Challenge, you can see that he's clearly pretty good on the controller in FIFA. So we can change him from a FIFA glitch goalkeeper to a FIFA expert goalkeeper.
And now the first man to score against Karazor in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well, with that lovely finesse opener from Niels Petersen. Karazor trying to respond. Doesn't look overly concerned about the fact that he's conceded for the first time in his 4 games.
The thing is, Karazor, he scored 8 goals against Demiri, but that was a complete mismatch. And in his other games, he scored twice against Chichos and once against Bach, almost getting his first there. In this game, Gomez coming close at the near post, his first real opportunity at goal. And the point I wanted to make was that Karazor hasn't exactly scored that many goals. In the 2 games that he's had that have been close, he scored 2 and 1 goal respectively. So he's not expecting to go and destroy Flecken here. He just needs to make sure that being 1-0 behind doesn't change the way he plays too much. It's good for him and his confidence that he got that opportunity with Gomez before half-time.
Yes, but a new situation for Karazor, because as we've said, he's always been in front. Whether that's been early in the game or late, as was the case on Matchday 1, that winning goal coming quite late. But now he might fall further behind as it's another finesse shot from Pedersen to double Flecken's lead. And right now, the Freiburg goalkeeper rewriting the Bundesliga Home Challenge script here.
Perfect play from Flecken. He just holds off there. You see Karazor brings out his centre-back out of the defensive line. It creates that space where Flecken has one moment where he can pick that pass, and he does it superbly, perfectly timed through to Petersen. And again, a simple finish for the German star striker for Freiburg. And for Flecken now, 2 goals in the first half, and he's up 2-0. This has been superb stuff from the Freiburg goalkeeper.
One last chance for Karazor before the break to at least reduce the arrears. Well, comfortable save in the end there for Flecken down at his near post. You can see what Karazor was trying to do. We talked about how overpowered those near post finishes are in FIFA 20. But he really does have his back up against the wall. And right now, Freiburg on course for an aggregate win in the Baden-Württemberg Derby against Stuttgart,
That last chance there for Karazor before the break was just a reflection on his first half. Very rushed, very frustrated, you could say. After going 1-0 down, he's been a bit, he struggled to keep possession of the ball. He's made a few mistakes in his passes. Even the second goal, bringing a defender out of defence like that. It's a much more of a rookie mistake. I'd expect to make that kind of a mistake. We wouldn't expect to see it from Karazor, especially the way he's played in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. So this new scenario of being behind, it's definitely not working well for him so far, but hopefully he can bring something else into this game. I think if he does score next, Karazor could definitely change the game completely and bring him some confidence. But if Flecken gets the third, it might be over before he can do anything about it.
That's it. He's taken Mario Gomez off at half-time, so that means no more cha-cha-chas today. We missed our opportunity in the first game to hit the Mario Gomez button, and the opportunity will now elude us with him off the pitch.
Very disappointing.
It's always disappointing when you can't hit the Mario Gomez button. But we will settle for what is proving to be a very entertaining fixture here between Karazor and Flecken. Flecken, a man who was admitted that as a Dutchman, he's only ever worn clogs once in his life. That was on his stag do. We haven't found the inside story behind that, and I'm sure we never will. But I'm sure there's a funny story attached to it for now. Karazor coming forward. He's got men in the box to aim for with the cutback. None of the angles seem to be working in his favour there. In the end, couldn't pick out a teammate. It's given Flecken the chance to break on the counter with Stuttgart. Having men committed forward. Early cross to Barello. Early strike as well. Stinging the palms of the goalkeeper. He's won the corner.
Interesting cross there from Flecken. I didn't expect the shot to come from Barello. He might have wanted to pull the ball back, but in the end it tested the goalkeeper well. And now he's got a chance for a set piece, which tests the goalkeeper as well. Peterson looking for his hat-trick. Flecken, he might be 2-0 up, but he's not loosening his grip on Karazor here. He's keeping the pressure going.
Hurler was the hero in the first leg. Peterson so far in the second. And that is it. Peterson hasn't really played a prominent role in the Bundesliga Home Challenge for these Freiburg players. Flecken, I don't know what he's doing there. Some very risky play at the back, and Jonathan Schmid has saved his bacon, and now he can break because Barello's in behind here. Gonzalez trying to track back, now on to Hurler. Harborough. Peterson, the pass. He couldn't quite squeeze it through there. Karazor now rushing his play a little bit, giving possession back and winning it back in a gritty midfield battle now. Here is Gonzalez. Koulibaly's making the run. He's got Wam and Gatuka in the middle. More coming up in support now, including Gonzalo Castro. Finesse finish of his own. Shot blocked. One more chance. That's a fine challenge by Flecken with Philipp Lienhardt. Right now we're seeing Karazor panic a little bit, Alex, which is something we haven't seen from him in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
That's it. We know he knows that time's running out, and with 2 goals to make up already, he needs to do something quickly, and that's why he's trying to rush things a bit more, and that's why Flecken is going to have these sorts of opportunities on the counter-attack now.
Barello, plenty of men to aim for in the middle. Admittedly, it does look like Flecken isn't committing as many men forward, though. Maybe a smart tactic, given the fact that he is looking to not just protect the 2-0 lead that he's fashioned in this game, but also the aggregate lead that Freiburg have right now. It's the Baden-Wurttemberg Derby, and it looks like Freiburg might take the bragging rights, but up next, it's one of those fixtures that was due to happen in recent weeks, but due to the coronavirus pandemic and the Bundesliga being put on hold, we were denied another Berlin derby, but we're getting it in the virtual world as Peterson for his hat-trick. It's 3 finesse finishes of the highest quality from Niels Peterson, and he joins that illustrious group of players that have found themselves with a hat-trick in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
A nightmare for Karazor. You can't quite believe it. You can see the frustration on his face. Just being cut open again by Flecken there. His defence unable to stop that through ball, and Peterson clean through one-on-one. Really well-composed finish there from Flecken to finesse it past the goalkeeper. Superbly done, and as you can see, the hat-trick is confirmed. A trio of goals for Peterson. He joins that club with Hurler. They've scored plenty of goals in this Bundesliga Home Challenge, but they've come from only 2 players, really, on the most part. Flecken will be absolutely delighted with this. We said that he'd been impressive in his performances, but still had a little something to prove. It's going to be a tough test against Karazor, but he has answered all the questions we gave him. Whereas Karazor has really struggled in this much more competitive game here against a guy who looks like he's definitely on a level playing field in terms of FIFA skill, James.
No, I don't think there's a massive discrepancy between the two, but we talked last week a little bit about the tier system, as I'm just going to hold the thought because Peterson could be on for his 4th, but he's trying to be unselfish there. The chance still on. Here is the hat-trick hero. Beaten off the ball, though, on that occasion. But that is it, the tier system we were talking about. We thought Atakan and Karazor was actually in the top tier bracket. And maybe this has given us a quick chance to rethink that. And Flecken maybe a little higher up in the tiers than we thought maybe as well. And those frustrating games against the eSports pros where I think you could say for Flecken there was a discrepancy in skill level there. He seems to have found a good home just above mid-table, if we want to call it that. Maybe is a good way of looking at it. Nico Schlotterbeck in the elite tier, Flecken in the mid-table. A chance for Karazor to pull one back. He does get a goal that will likely just be a consolation. But at least he's back in the goal-scoring column and he can take that home with him tonight.
He can indeed. He did well there to keep the ball. It was a tight situation with the Freiburg defence all around him, but a couple of heel clicks and opening up that space. And it was a really nice shot across the goalkeeper to find the back of the net. Maybe a little bit too late for him, as you said. Unless he can try and push on now and get a second goal, but it looks pretty unlikely. But yeah, I think I totally agree with you. Maybe Karazor is in that mid-tier as well, just because, you know, he has won those 3 previous games without conceding a goal, but they all came against Bundesliga professionals. So this is his first test against a fellow Bundesliga professional of that higher caliber. So I guess it's been a big test for him, and it's shown his skill level to a more fair degree, I guess you could say, coming up against someone of a similar stature.
It's also his body language, Alex. We've seen him be very passionate on camera. We've seen him kissing his badge and really, you know, pumping those fists when he scores goals. Oh! Own goal! It's Mark Flecken with a FIFA glitch goal of his own in the virtual world, and Philipp Lienhardt's the one who gets his name on the score sheet at the wrong end of the pitch. I like the fact that you can see the funny side of it, though, Alex.
I think that helps that it was late in the game and he'd already won it, really. But you asked the question earlier, James, has his tag of the FIFA glitch player gone? I think it's just been reinstated there with that own goal.
It's back.
It's back indeed. I'm not sure what happened there. Philipp Lienhardt I think it was an automatic move from the computer. I don't know if Flecken had control of Lienhardt, bouncing their header off one post and across the goal and into the other. But you're right. Nice that you can see the funny side, and Freiburg will definitely be smiling today. A 5-3 win over Stuttgart starts our second day of this weekend's action. A fine win for Freiburg to kick things off.
No, that is it. I mean, if you are just joining us for the first time, I believe that those 2 games have given you exactly a taste of what the Bundesliga Home Challenge is about. It brings out some very competitive matches where you really are on the edge of your seat wondering which way it'll go. It brings out some more comedic elements every now and again of things that Alex and I can both have a bit of a chuckle about. We hope that we can bring a smile to your face with some of what we are drawing about this whole stream. It is a long one, but we are very much excited about the prospect of the fact that the ball has been started rolling in a very impressive manner by Freiburg and Stuttgart. And now a quick recap of the format. You can see there on your screens, 30 teams, 60 players. We had 8 fixtures yesterday, which did throw up a few surprises here and there. And we're expecting more of the same today with the 7 games we've got on the docket. 1 down, 6 to go now. Each game consists of 2 one-on-one matches, and the second of those 2 one-on-ones will always be played out between 2 professional footballers who are making the crossover from the pitch to the joysticks, from the real world to the virtual world, and it's something that we really have enjoyed. And as we saw there between Mark Flecken and Atta Karazor of Stuttgart and Freiburg, it does throw up some fantastic storylines and some wonderful moments for us as well. All these games being played in the 85 mode, which makes for the most even playing field. Anyone rated less than 85 in FIFA will be raised up to 85. Anyone above 85 will be dropped down to 85. It does mean there are still discrepancies in a few of the tactical or statistical attributes that are in-game for these players, i.e. a striker will still be faster than a centre-back, but wing-back can be used at centre-back. We've seen all sorts of elaborate formations actually used by some of these players, some very inventive approaches, but they have paid off on occasion. Of course, you can get in touch on social media. Hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is the way to do it. Again, we are always fascinated to find out who in the world is joining us and where in the world they're joining us from. So do get in touch. Let us know where you are viewing. Who are you most looking forward to seeing in action today? Who has impressed you the most? And were you backing Mark Flecken there for the win against Atta Karazor? Can we count that as an upset? Maybe not now that we've seen the performances, but going in on paper, I think we could say that may be one that took us a little by surprise. We have had people get in touch from everywhere, from Dubai to Las Vegas. We've had Nigeria, Tanzania, Indonesia as well. James Surrogate and Alex Chaffer are your hosts. We've been with you every step of the way, every second of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And the streams have been long, but they've been so much fun, haven't they, Alex?
They've been so much fun. We were saying yesterday how the first weekend after that long stream that we had, we were feeling it a little bit, having a bit of a headache, or, you know, feeling the the pain from a long stream like that, but now it's come to the point already where it's just a delight to be involved, and the fact that we're only getting started on today's play is fantastic to see. And as James said, if you are new to the virtual Bundesliga and the Bundesliga Home Challenge and hadn't watched a game before that, perfect reflection of what we've been used to seeing from those two games, entertainment and expertise on show in all accounts from all four players. And we are here to have a good time. We're here to put smiles on people's faces. There is no champion to be crowned. There's no definitive winner of the Bundesliga Home Challenge to be named. It all comes down to the ties themselves. And that's why it's so much fun as well that we have this derby element to the weekend. And we're going to go straight into our next derby as well. Having had that Baden-Württemberg derby between Stuttgart and Freiburg, it's now a Berlin derby, James, and it's one of the newest ones in the Bundesliga. First time we've seen it in the German top flight was this season between Union and Hertha Berlin, and now we get to see it in the virtual world as well.
Yeah, that's it. I had the honour of commentating that actually for the Bundesliga World feed on that occasion, as you say, the first Berlin derby between a side from the former East and a side from the former West since the fall of the Berlin Wall. So it has been a very momentous season for the capital city to have two clubs in the top tier for the first time in a long time. Not the first time it's ever happened, but this is Union's debut season in the Bundesliga. And to say it's going swimmingly, I think is a very fair assessment, actually. They couldn't have wished for a better season the way it has progressed, and they will be amongst all the other Bundesliga clubs, of course, desperate to get back to the action when it does resume, because it looks like they're going to be able to not just survive this season and put themselves a second place or a second season in the Bundesliga, but they are a team that have really established a formidable reputation. One of the teams that I think a lot of opponents don't like going up against, I think is a fair assessment. But yes, having had the honour of commentating that 1-0 win earlier in the season, in the first half of the season, Union picking up the bragging rights on that occasion in the real world. We now have the Berlin derby in the virtual world as well. And we have a new face for Hertha. We've seen them produce a bit of rotation throughout the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Pascal Kupke was involved last week for the first time. And this time, for the first time, we see Aaron Piers Poyraz taking on Julius Kader. And we've talked about some of the players that have impressed us making the crossover from the pitch to the joysticks. Julius Kader has certainly been one of those players, hasn't he, Alex?
He has indeed. Even if he came up with a defeat last week, a surprising defeat against Felix Schimmel of Nuremberg, but he did something that Carazor has not done, and he went up against an eSports player and beat him in Bochum's Basinho, one of the big names in the German eSports world, and he got that impressive 3-2 win. Really thrilling game that was, fighting right until the end. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Kader comes up against Aaron Perez here. New man to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, of course, as James said, a member of Hertha's eSports Academy. He's not taken part in the virtual Bundesliga, but he's part of the club setup and could certainly do so in the future. And this is another opportunity for a young eSports player as well to show exactly what they're capable of, show their club that they can be called upon in the coming years in the virtual Bundesliga, as of course the eSports and the virtual Bundesliga is just going to continue to grow and grow. And the fact that we've been able to put on this show for everyone, the Bundesliga Home Challenge, during this difficult time for everyone across the world, is just a telltale sign of the advantages that eSports brings to the sporting world. And it's a big opportunity for Aaron to stake his claim for being involved in the next coming years. And another, obviously, Bundesliga professional player saying, hey, Union, if we want to get involved in the virtual Bundesliga world, I can be that man, and I can be one of the players to be called upon, hopefully, at some point in the next coming years.
Yeah, these youngsters, both in the esports world and the professional football world, certainly do seem to fare well in the virtual world of FIFA 20. And Julius Kader, that certainly rings true for him. And he'll be looking to put that frustrating 1-0 loss against Felix Schimmel last time out. One of those games that really actually went against all of our pre-match expectations in terms of how gritty it was and how few chances there were in that game. And in the end, it was a frustrating 1-0 loss for Julius Kader, bringing an end to his perfect record in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And yes, as you say, for Aaron, a chance to gain exposure the way some of the other esports professionals have. We've had Alias N97, the most prominent esports player for Hertha, a big YouTube following and a big social following as well. He took part on match day 1 and match day 2. Last week we had Tom Bismarck enter the ring for Hertha, and now this week Aaron Perez, or at least I'm going to go with Perez. Pires, Aaron Pires. It's one of those things we would have loved to get in touch with all the players that were in this competition to work out how to pronounce some of these gamer tags. We're doing our best. We hope we're not butchering them too much, but we'll go with Aaron Pires. He is 19 years old. He is a member of Hertha's eSports Academy. He wasn't actually involved in the virtual Bundesliga this season for them. However, he did qualify for the virtual Bundesliga grand finals because there is a second tournament. You have the league system that consists of 22 teams from the top 2 tiers of German football competing against each other. And some of those will then qualify for the grand finals by way of their league position. I believe it's the top 6 teams that go through. There are then playoffs. And because the grand finals is an individual game, there is a breakdown where there are individual players that can also qualify through a different qualifying system for the virtual Bundesliga grand finals, and Aaron Pires was one of them. So the fact is, young age in the eSports Academy for Hertha, looking to prove himself now, and he's got a nice test and a good chance, or a good platform to prove himself on here in the first leg of the Berlin Derby between Hertha and Union. And we can see here, it does look like the players have finished making their pre-match changes. So we will be moving swiftly on to the very next game.
And as you said, James, the meeting in the Bundesliga itself was one of the most special ones that we've seen so far. Union coming away with that 1-0 win against Hertha Berlin in their first meeting in the German top flight, and it was a late penalty from Sebastian Polter that did the job. And I think we can see there on the left-hand side that he is playing. He's starting for Julius Kader, so can he become another derby hero for Union, or will it be a Hertha man to get involved as well? A very attacking formation from Perez there with a 4-3-3, something we don't see very often.
I was going to say, Perez has gone very wide, and Kader's gone very narrow with his tactical formation there. I wonder whether that's something we'll see, whether that plays out in either's favour coming into this game. Of course, both of these sides now back in training as well. Hertha will now have had a week under the tutelage of Bruno Labbadia, their new head coach, who was taken over until the end of the season. He said when he joined the club that Hertha are a club with a clear and ambitious plan that him and his coaching team want to be a part of. Of course, they do, and we have talked about this on previous match days as well, but they have the ambition to become this big city club. They look at the Madrids, the Paris Saint-Germains, the London clubs of this world, and think that they can hold a similar stature. They started making the moves in that direction. Still a long way to go for them. And I think those are the types of teams that will be eager to get back to action as well. Bruno Labbadia, especially having taken over as head coach, I'm sure will be. It's a strange period to take over as a head coach, actually, a very unique situation. Training's a little bit different nowadays, as we hear from all the counts in terms of how many players that could train at one time. They're doing it in all small groups, so the exercises and the drills are a little bit different. Lots of teams have been doing beep tests. It was Urs Fischer, actually, of Union Berlin that was talking about the beep test that they did last week, and he said the lads have lost a bit of a yard. He said the results weren't satisfactory, so something tells me they'll have been being ground hard to the bone this week by Urs Fischer, Alex, in preparations for any potential restart.
I couldn't have just been sitting there playing FIFA all day, as much as Julius Kader would have liked it.
That's it. If only we could ask him whether his legs are hurting right now. Maybe he could have found out he had an intense training week. Luckily, that won't affect his FIFA playing ability at all. See there, hydration, very important. So maybe a good chance also for us to encourage you guys to be washing your hands on a regular basis. We hope you guys are practicing social distancing. Alex and I have been doing all of these home challenge match days from opposite ends of a table at a respectable and accepted 2 meter distance.
Avoiding each other at every possible venture, even if we are sitting together to provide some commentary for everyone back at home. We're still abiding by the rules.
We're trying to set the right example here. That's certainly what we are trying to do. And the fact is, a lot of these players are doing this from the comfort of their own homes as well. And it has given us a unique insight, really, into some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. And you're seeing your professional footballers in a very different light. Of course, with the esports pros, they're very used to being on camera. A lot of these guys have their own Twitch channels, which, as we mentioned earlier, Alex and I would encourage you to go and support if you can. The German FIFA community on Twitch and YouTube is gradually starting to grow and grow and grow. It still pales into comparison to some other countries' markets, but it is certainly establishing a bit more of a reputation, helped by the fact that Mo Ober did win the eFIFA World Cup last year. And now 19-year-old Aaron Perez looking to pick up the mantle here for the esports pros, taking on Julius Kader, looking to avoid the same fate that Basinho suffered a few weeks ago, with Julius Kader coming out with the victory against Bochum's esports pro.
This is it, James. A Berlin derby, red versus blue in the sunshine of the Olympiastadion. We missed out on it in the real Bundesliga world. We might be able to see it in the next couple of weeks and months, but we get to see it here in the virtual world, and I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, Hertha took no bragging rights in the real-life fixture. Can Aaron Perez here today maybe salvage some of that in the virtual world as well? He's making a fast start to proceedings, trying to put Kader on the back foot early, and that's an important save from Gikovic.
Nice to get the first shot away for Aaron towards the near post, but a good save from Gikovic. Interesting move into the box there. Lovely little flick up and cross. I thought that might have been followed by an overhead kick there, James.
Well, I'm thinking, based on what we've just seen, Aaron Perez may be a very good hope for that overhead kick goal that we've been waiting for since the start of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Either that or a direct free kick. Alex and I have been wondering which will happen first, or whether one will happen at all right now. We are potentially running out of time. You never know nowadays. But that was certainly inventive play from Aaron Perez, showing that even with the cap on 3-star skill moves in the 85 game mode, that he can still pull out a few tricks and flicks. And Kader's going to have to be on his toes early here, because the pressure is certainly going his way. That was a strong challenge. The Hertha man has stayed down in the middle of the park, and foul now given.
I'm sure Kader has been training away this week again, especially after his defeat last time out. It wouldn't have been the way he wanted to end his Bundesliga Home Challenge career if he maybe finished today with a defeat and then didn't want to turn up again in the future. But if he can get a win, especially in a derby, then he has done his job for his club. No ends.
Well, of course. I mean, the funny story with Julius Kader is the fact that he does, have a history with both clubs. He is one of the rare players that has made the move from Hertha to Union in the last couple of seasons. The 20-year-old. He hasn't quite made a breakthrough in the first team for Union yet, but he does say that it's cool that right now Berlin has two clubs that fans can get behind. Chance here for Aaron Perez. He needed that cross to go to the back post where there was a man over.
You could see he was signalling for it. That's where he wanted it to go, but just didn't get enough power behind it. And in the end, he got dragged towards the man at the near post. Not ideal for him.
And the chance still alive for Aaron Perez as he twists and turns in the box. Saw his pass blocked there in the end. And now a chance for Kader to break for the first time. Oh, Wolf just about wins the foot race there against Flecker. You could see Flecker making ground.
Yeah, that could have gone either way, but Aaron did well to get his man back, and he's looking the more prominent going forward at the moment, a bit more composed and keeping the ball in the Union half. Mounting some pressure here.
Matthias Cunha with the chance. Off target.
It's definitely started better in the opening 25 minutes. Kader's had those openings, but it's all been on the counter-attack thus far. Hertha definitely on top in these openings, and Aaron's just showing a bit more of that esports composure here, trying to dictate the play and make it run through his way of playing the game rather than Kader's. But he's going to have to keep switched on, because we know how dangerous Kader can be going forward. We've seen that plenty of times during this Bundesliga Home Challenge.
That's it. He's a player that does have a strong record when it comes to his play in the FIFA Ultimate Team game mode. A regular top 100 competitor at the very least, if not finisher, in the Weekend League. And we have talked at length about how tough the Weekend League can be. 30 games on offer. Patience being demanded of Aaron Perez so far in the opening half an hour here of this Berlin derby, the first leg of two between Hertha and Union. Cunha teeing it up. Oh, Kiprit has made the breakthrough. And just look at the light for Aaron Perez, happy about that. And it had been coming, he'd been knocking on the door. Carter has struggled to rebuff his advances and now does indeed fall behind.
Aaron loved that one. Really slick play here. You see that tidy 1-2. Delightful finish off the post. All first time, all difficult for Carter to stop unless you read that beforehand and go one pass ahead in your mind. You're unable to stop that at this level of FIFA. Just too quick for him to be able to react to in time. And an ideal way for Aaron to start. He would have wanted to get a goal from his pressure that you spoke about, James. Started the better of these two sides, and now he's got reward for it with that opening goal. And he continues to look the most likely to find another.
Yeah, the home fans got right behind that goal. The Olympiastadion in Berlin, a sea of blue and white. Not a red shirt in sight. That's how you'd like it in the virtual world as well. Alex nodding at my rhyming skills there. I'll take it every now and again, even if I didn't intend it. But now we see whether Carter can respond. Because he's under the caution, has been really from the start of this game, and he just hasn't been able to get anything going himself in the final third. He hasn't been the highest scoring player by any stretch of the imagination in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He started with an impressive 4-0 win against Federico Palacios of Jan Regensburg. But admittedly, Palacios hasn't proved to be one of the most proficient players in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And he did fall behind against Felix Schimmel last week in that 1-0 loss. Going 2 match days in a row without scoring is something we haven't seen from a lot of players in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. In fact, I'm wondering now if we've seen it from any, given the lack of goalless games and goalless draws we have had.
He'll definitely want to make sure this is not going to become 2-0 as we approach half-time. If he can get the next goal in this game, that'll be so important. But if he does go 2-0 down, I fear that time definitely won't be on his side. He's just struggling to cut out Aaron's passing play here, as you can see. It's been difficult for him in that first half.
Yeah, as we said, Aaron, a regular top 100 competitor in the weekend league. He finished 29-1 last weekend, playing with a team that actually included 9 5-star skillers. So, of course, a man that does like to pack out the tricks and flicks. But he is hampered here in the 85 game mode. The good news for him is it doesn't seem to have hampered his success out on the virtual pitch, Alex.
Definitely not. We saw a few of his little tricks on show as well. And some of the tricks in this 85 mode are just being able to read the game and pick out a couple of passes ahead of your opposition and plan those passes ahead, which he did with that tardy 1-2 around the edge of the Union box, which led to the opening goal of this game. And even if he's used to playing with those 5-star skill guys, it doesn't look like he's having too much of a problem switching over to the 85 mode. We have seen some esports guys struggle moving over to the 85 mode, having spent most of their time on Ultimate Team, but he's having no trouble so far. Can he stay on top, though? That is the question going into the second half. A couple of changes from Carter at the break, bringing himself off, is one of them.
Yes, I don't think that's the first time we've seen Carter do that, actually, either. I think we remarked about it last week, that he was cutting himself at half-time, not happy with his first half performance, and he clearly, obviously, hasn't listened to what the head coach had to say during the week, and he's unimpressed again with the first half performance, this time out in the Berlin derby. But it has certainly been all Hertha in the first half. Aaron Perez making his debut, but looking very tidy on the joysticks, it has to be said, as he gets into another dangerous area this time. Carter, who didn't have a shot on goal in the entire first half, does manage to quell the danger for the time being. The question now is, can he get something going himself in front of goal? Of course, all it takes is one shot. We've seen that time and time again in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, a player that has rarely made a foray into the final third, and then their first foray ends up producing a goal.
That's why he just needs to stay composed, so you can see some frustration building. Maybe it's going to be 2-0 here for him. Oh, it's just gone wide. I'm not sure how that's not gone in, James.
Well, the net rippled, but it was obviously not in the right manner.
Just went wide of that near post. Aaron can't quite believe it still.
It's because it wasn't an overhead kick. It was because it was a normal volley.
Exactly. and that's why I didn't go in. Sat right up and having a shake of his head there, and you can see unbelievable stuff and a let off for Carter. But as I was saying, he can't get frustrated. This is the thing, it's still plenty of time left in this game. You can see him smirking away, just disappointed, not maybe getting the chances he was hoping for, not getting as much time on the ball. But as James said, one chance is all he needs on the counter-attack, as long as he keeps this at 1-0. Defending this has got to be his priority right now.
Patient play right now on the edge of the box, trying to find Piontek with the return ball. Picks up the loose ball, does Piontek. And he's won his side a foul here in a promising position. Plenty of players to aim for in the box. It's gone to Wolf. Way back, and now a chance for Carter to counter. There's a sloppy concession of possession there from the free kick. That was in a promising position for Aaron Perez. Marley moving it now to Polter, back to Marley. Oh, I was just hoping that was going to be the first chance for Carter, but he was trying to get it back to the real-life derby hero that is Sebastian Polter, as Alex pointed out, the man who scored the only goal of the real-life encounter in the first half of the season in the Bundesliga from the spot late on.
It was good passing movement there from Carter, but Aaron made sure it was all very narrow, cancelled out any opportunity of space opening up for him, kept his defence in the right positions there, and in the end just did his job of being in the right place. He's going to have to try and do that now here, though.
Bolter in behind, a man for big goals in real life. Oh, and he went for the near post finish. And given how frustrating it's been, you can't really blame Carter there. His first shot on goal of the game stings the palms of the keeper at least, but not enough to level the scores.
Yeah, difficult angle, and in the end, Polter going with that left-footed shot towards the near post. It meant that he went for a bit more of a finesse rather than a power shot, which is what so often takes it past the goalkeeper. Not exactly what he would have wanted. You can see that Aaron is not halting his attacking play. It looked like he was going with three forwards there in one system. Depends on whether he'll be defensive or attacking in his setup. We'll have to wait and see. Plenty of changes, fresh legs going on, and a first corner, as you can see, for Union here.
Yeah, keeper well off his line there for Aaron Perez. Is he going to get another corner here, Carter? He does indeed. Ready to take it short on this occasion. With Gogia. He doesn't get the cross in there. Plattenhardt now on the ball for Aaron as he looks to bring it out, but he's not rushing into anything. He's drawn a bit of pressure from Carter. Two players have pushed high up the pitch. Now trying to move it through the stations, but he's given it away in a dangerous area. Polter, first time pass to Invartsen. Will he get it back to Polter? That was the idea, but Aaron Perez read it the whole way.
And that might have been the chance for Carter. You said it. Aaron read it the whole way, and you can see there the Union boy very frustrated with himself. He knows that that could well be his big chance of this game. He had time and space with Polter, but was always looking for that pass, and in the end, space just lost itself for him, and it got closed out by Aaron.
That's it. We're seeing some very frustrated reactions out of Ulis Carter now of Union. One of the rare times that he has been behind in matches. He's defended well there. There's certainly not a big skill gap between these two players. Carter just not getting the rub of the green, whereas Aaron Perez is as he makes it 2-0. On the volley. Tidy finish from Pascal Kupka, the man that'll be up next for Hertha. But right now it looks like the bragging rights will be blue and white in Berlin for the first leg at least, Alex.
And that looks like it'll be game over at least for this tie. As you said, lovely finish, and that's the only difference between these two guys so far. It's been very evenly matched in the second half at least as well. Carter's been getting forward well, but Aaron has been clinical in his finishing. He hasn't had many chances himself, but he's scored 2 goals. Could be a third here as he pushes forward again, but snuffed out this time. And that's the only thing that Carter was lacking. If that chance had gone in at 1-1, this would be a totally different game going into the last 10 minutes. Can he get a goal though? It would be really interesting for the last 2 minutes if he did get one back. Aaron is just looking really composed though in everything he does.
He's let so little through in his back line when it comes to the chances that Carter has tried to create. Instead, he's creating chances at will now in the closing seconds. Dorina avoids the slide challenge and finds the top corner. It's 3-easy now for Aaron Perez.
Fantastic finish at the near post. Again, you can see just that little bit of space that opened up from Dorina. Powerful run through. And when you go for the near post with that power behind it, it's so difficult for the keeper to stop it. And just as I was saying, last hope maybe for Carter, Aaron takes it away from him. And that's been the only difference, just the clinical nature of the eSports man in front of goal. Carter's going to continue pushing forward and maybe get himself a goal. That is the telltale sign of this game. That is it. In one moment, Carter unable to finish his gilt-edged chances, and Aaron has been clinical at the other end.
Yeah, perfect example of exactly what Alex is talking about, and that could be that in terms of Carter's chances of getting a goal in this game. However, that may not be that when it comes to Aaron Perez's chance of getting a fourth, this time stopped in his tracks. Now end-to-end, Carter throwing caution to the wind. He'd love a goal just to give Kevin Schlotterbeck something to work with in that second leg, but I think Aaron Perez now will see this one out. He's happy to take time off the clock. Not quite as exciting or narrow a win as he had in the weekend league to capture his 29-1 record. He won that game 7-6 after extra time, scoring twice in the second half of extra time. This was a little more straightforward, a 3-0 win to give his partner Pascal Kupka the platform to take all the bragging rights in Berlin in the virtual world today.
Advantage Hertha Berlin indeed. Different story in the Bundesliga real world, but Hertha showing their stuff today, and that's it. The eSports football player matchup can always provide some clarity in the tie. Sometimes it's a closer contest, which we did see there. It was a tight affair, but 3 goals is a big task now for Kevin Schlotterbeck in the second game to make up. But we have seen maybe we're going to be making a stop at comeback station once again. We missed out on it last week, really, and yesterday, it has to be said. But Kevin Schlotterbeck now, the chance is there for you to maybe record something really special if he can get the comeback going and get Union a win from 3 goals down, whereas Pascal Kupka now has the chance. He's got 1 foot in front of Union now, and the bragging rights are heading towards the Olympiastadion, but he has to make sure that he doesn't let that lead slip.
Well, that's it. I'd love to go back to comeback central. I don't know if my hopes are up, but then I don't really know what to expect in this game, and I'll explain why. Kevin Schlotterbeck has been a man that for Union has been involved in all 3 match days so far. He has had a real mixed bag of results. 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss. The draw came on match day 1 against Tom Bach of Regensburg, a 1-1 draw. He won 2-1 on match day 2 against Vitali Janelt. It was a 3-0 loss against Nürnberg's Tim Handwerker last week. So given the fact that his results have been a mixed bag, and given the fact that Pascal Kupka, we've only seen him once so far, so we, again, slightly hesitant to judge too deeply into his FIFA ability, especially after that 1-1 draw against Dresden's Justin Löwe last week. So I really feel like this game could go either way, but Kevin Schlotterbeck, if I'm honest, Alex, hasn't struck me in his 3 games as someone that can score 3 goals unanswered against any level of FIFA here.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We've seen more of him, and although he does have that bit more experience, at least in the Bundesliga Home Challenge compared to Kupka, he hasn't used that experience to really, show that he can record the sort of comeback that's needed. Now, in this moment, he needs to win by 4 goals, obviously, to turn the aggregate score around. But it's definitely one of those games where, without having seen Kupka too much and without having seen the best of Schlotterbeck, we could say, it's still wide open, this game, and it could go either way. In terms of this personal tie, it might be too much for Schlotterbeck to come back. And just a note on Julius Carter as well, just a disappointing defeat for him. A shame, really, that he had to suffer that defeat. He did really well in his tournament so far, getting that win over Bassino, but maybe just 1 step too far today for him. Had the chances, could have easily scored at least twice in that game, but you got to have the composure in front of goal. As soon as you get those chances, as we've said so often, chances are few and far between when you come up against eSports players. You have to be able to take them. And that came back to haunt Carter today. And that's another point to be made, is that these are 2 professional players now coming against each other. It levels the playing field even further with the 8-5 mode. No eSports stars will be in control here. As we can see, these 2 guys getting ready to go. Schlotterbeck again in the white shirts for Union Berlin, and Köpke there in the big blue and white of Hertha Berlin. Both at home, both keeping their social distancing, both enjoying some FIFA games. I'm sure they're getting a few messages in the team group chats after that first game. Pascal, don't let this lead slip, mate. And everyone from Union will be saying, come on, Kevin, you've got to believe in the comeback. We can record something special here.
I wonder whether Nico's texting Kevin right now. The brothers, of course, because Nico really has forged such a formidable reputation. We saw him in action in the first tie earlier today, actually the first game of the day. And now his brother Kevin trying to build on what his younger brother can do. But the younger brother certainly a little more advanced in his skill set on FIFA 20. I think it's fair to say than Kevin. I just wonder whether Nico has been giving him a few tips before the game, because he would love to turn this around. He's admitted that both him and his brother are a little bit crazy, and they are very competitive amongst themselves by all accounts. I believe it's it's Nico who's the better cook, but it's Kevin who claims that while Nico is faster off the mark, that Kevin is actually faster over a longer distance. And I think, though, when it comes to their FIFA ability, one is clearly ahead of the other.
Yeah, it's clear that Nico is a touch further ahead in terms of his FIFA playing ability. But it's just another fantastic subplot to the Bundesliga and this Bundesliga Home Challenge, that not only have we had referees involved, we've had Bundesliga players and eSports stars, we've also had brothers playing on different teams involved. We've had friends of each other playing against each other and things like that. Obviously, we saw Nico Schlotterbeck and Maxim Mittelstädt going against each other, and eSports rivals and stars. We've seen big eSports games as well. So it has been fantastic to see, and the derby element that we have this weekend just brings another flavour to the Bundesliga Home Challenge for Matchday 4. Even if we've had 4 weekends of it, a whole month of Bundesliga Home Challenge action, which is remarkable to think about, considering it doesn't feel that long ago when we started this all up 4 weeks ago. But to say that we've had something different every week, it's been fantastic to see. And I do feel like, James, we're going to see some special things today, and this could be the first of those. Who knows?
Well, this is it. You say it doesn't feel like long ago that we were doing Match Day 1. I agree with you. On the one hand, it feels like it's flown by. On the other hand, I have to say, given the evolution that we've seen of this Bundesliga Home Challenge from week to week to week, I feel like we've seen so much that I can't believe it's quite been packed into just 4 weeks of action.
Yeah.
And that really has been one of the most fascinating things about this Bundesliga Home Challenge, no doubt about it. And it's the one we keep talking about, that spectrum of both skill levels and experience. So in terms of what these players are bringing to the fold, but then also what they're experiencing in the virtual world with some of these results. As we've said, we had 4 goalless draws yesterday, but we've also had 11-1 wins. Nico Schlotterbeck is still the only player to break double digits, and I can't see that actually changing now. I think we got ahead of ourselves thinking that we may be able to continue these record-breaking goal-scoring feats. And the fact is, I think the bar was set so high last week, after we thought it had been set too high on match day 2, that we are now seeing the goals not quite flow in the same way we were expecting. But that doesn't mean that we haven't seen our fair share of entertainment. If we're honest, the fact is the goals are flowing quite freely so far on this Sunday, when on Saturday we had a few blips in the road, let's say, when it came to the goal-scoring feats. As we said, 4 goalless draws. We'd only had 1 before match day 4. We've now had 4 on match day 4, but I'm hoping the 4-4 combination means that we won't see any more. It's, nice, good numerical coordination there between the ties and between the match day. And the fact is, we are definitely not expecting a 0-0 draw in this one, Alex, because when 2 pros go up against each other, so often the goals do flow freely.
This is where we've seen a lot of the entertainment. You lose that composure and the control of a game that the esports guys provide. They know that scoring goals is far easier than keeping them out at the other end, so they prioritise defending, whereas these guys prioritise attacking. So hopefully that will spell goals for us. And Schlotterbeck has the first attack of the day already here.
Well, he's tapping in to the goal-scoring attributes that have been shown by his younger brother Nico. But the first chance doesn't bring about the first goal. Early goals have certainly been one of the trends of the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well, especially in the games between professional footballers, I think, that are making the crossover. it seems like that first attack can bring about a lot of threat early on.
Yeah, some of them just not being quite prepared for it and sleeping a little bit in the opening minutes.
Kupka trying to score with himself! Oh, and he's denied by the woodwork.
I thought we were going to say and see that goal that we had just been speaking about, the early goal. That was so close to going in, but just cannon back out off the post. Another great effort across the goalkeeper from Kupka.
Straight down the other end is Schlotterbeck, and he makes no mistake. So Kupka's lack of a clinical touch comes back to haunt him. Schlotterbeck going down the other end, and it's the Derby hero from real life, Sebastian Polter, who sticks it through the legs of the Arstein to open the scoring.
Yes, it is indeed. Polter making his mark on the Derby again. Lovely finish from Schlotterbeck, cutting through the Hertha defence with one clean through ball, and then, as you said, a tidy finish through the legs of Jarstein there. Perfect way to respond, having seen Kupka's shot cannon back out off the post. And we have a game in our hands here, 3-1 across the two legs. What is your answer, Pascal Kupka?
Well, for now, the answer doesn't involve a goal, but the fact is, the early signs here, Alex, are that we are going to have a back-and-forth game that's going to be open. There are going to be defensive frailties on show. There may be attacking masterclasses put on. But we are going to have goals. And right now, trying to pick a winner would be impossible as Kupka does level the scores. We have a barnstorming Berlin derby on our hands, ladies and gents. Pascal Kupka didn't take long to restore parity.
We said we were expecting goals. We've got two in the opening 16 minutes here. Fantastic again from Derrida. That near post proving his favourite spot in the Union goal. Fantastic way to respond for the Hertha man. Just as Schlotterbeck was getting a bit of confidence. Kupka's definitely started well here. He's pushing the ball very nicely and keeping the pressure on going forward. Schlotterbeck's had just one chance, whereas Kupka's been piling on the pressure around the Union box as he's doing now again. One note as well, I saw the Dele Alli celebration come out from Kevin Schlotterbeck there. I hadn't realised that was on FIFA 20.
I'll be honest, I hadn't realised it either.
Maybe it's an update that's come through, James.
That could well be. Dele Alli being the influencer that he is. But right now, Kevin Schlotterbeck giving props to the Spurs man.
I'm waiting to see when we see that Wolfsburg foam finger celebration on FIFA 20. Maybe that'll come in FIFA 21.
That's it. We've seen Boujellab, he's had his favourite one. It's the biting the finger on the bottom lip, and he's enacted it in real life as he's pulled out the stops in the virtual world.
Yeah, that was rubbing it in the face of Hakimi. That's the 8th times he did that celebration. Remarkable stuff.
Yeah, it didn't pack out the dead fish, though. Didn't rub too much salt in the wounds. I think he would have been worthy of that after the 8th goal at the very least. For now, Kupka looking to grab his second. Taking a lead for the first time in the game. He's busted his way through. The ball's still loose. And it's going to fall kindly to Kupka to add a second. And he is now in that illustrious club of players that have scored with themselves. He wasn't able to do it last week. He has managed it this week. Because he had so many chances last week, Alex, in that 1-1 draw with himself. We couldn't believe that he didn't get himself on the score sheet. This time he has managed the feat. And he does take the lead for the first time in the game.
And it comes from a chance like that. Every goal does count, scrappy as they may be. Schlotterbeck will be disappointed to have conceded that. Maybe another for Kupka coming deflected this time. Great opportunities, though. Again, he keeps piling on the pressure. He's been fantastic in this opening half an hour. And you have to say, deservedly in front, although it was a harsh way to score the go-ahead goal there from Kupka. Gikiewicz just struggling to get a real handle on the ball, and in the end it scrambled its way to the Hertha striker. Will Schlotterbeck be able to respond before half-time, though? That is the question. We haven't seen him getting forward too much since his opening goal. It's been all Kupka here, and it's all Kupka again.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Kupka has a little more to his FIFA game than Schlotterbeck, who is very much about the basics. Oh, he's giving it away dangerously there. He's making mistakes at the back here, the Union defender. You need to cut those out if he is going to stand any chance of getting back into this game. For now, the pressure's still on. Cunha goes for the near post finish. A fine finish from the Brazilian. His form transferring from the real life world to the virtual world as well. And Kupka now starting to run away with this one.
Whether he has 5-star skills or not, Cunha is a special talent. What a thunderous strike that was. Finding the near post top corner with power aplenty. No chance for the Union goalkeeper. And Kupka, having gone 1-0 down, has totally dominated this first half here. Deservedly 3-1 in front, and now chances are opening up for him to make it 4. Can he take them before the break?
Yeah, Schlotterbeck trying to shut up shop, but just failing to do so.
He really has struggled, Schlotterbeck, since going in front. Just that one chance, really, the one opening that he's had. Since then, Kupka absolutely all over the game.
And Kupka now threatening for a 4th as well. The tie, I think, is fair to say, now beyond reach for Union. The comeback for Schlotterbeck beyond reach. And it's one of those, we weren't expecting him to necessarily be the go-to guy for a stunning comeback, as Kupka will be disappointed there not to have added a second with Matheus Cunha.
Every time he seems to have an effort on goal, Kupka, it looks like it's going to go in. We've seen a couple whisk past the post, and we've seen 3 find the back of the net. Fantastic first half from the Hertha man. Very casual look for him there. He's got some sliders on, I think, and his shorts. He's taking it all very relaxed, and he's just... It's all very, very chilled for it. Look at that, 7 shots on goal just to the 2 of Schlotterbeck. He's been all over this game, and I think you're right, James. The tie definitely looks well and truly in the books already for Hertha, and it looks likely that it would only get worse before it gets better for Union in this game.
Yeah, this is it. And it doesn't look like Kevin Schlotterbeck really took much time in half-time to maybe change his formation, maybe try and make things a little bit more defensive or even go more attacking in the hopes of pulling a goal or 2 back. It's very dangerous for him to not change anything. We've seen that it cost Maxi Mittelstadt against Nico Schlotterbeck, Kevin's brother. Maxi Mittelstadt on that occasion almost seems consigned to the fact that he was going to lose in a hefty manner, which he did in the end. Schlotterbeck would like to rescue a measure of pride in this second half, but right now, Kupka dancing his way to the byline. Cunha, I was hoping you were thinking, weren't you? Overhead kick, it was right there.
Just hold down that left trigger there, Pascal. Couldn't do it, though.
I was just waiting for the power bar to start moving at the bottom of the screen. That's when I would have got excited. It didn't happen, though, unfortunately. For now, Kevin Schlotterbeck trying to combine going forward. But again, that really is it. Schlotterbeck very reliant on his passing game to try and break down his opponent, and he's struggling here against Kupka, whereas Kupka's got all these little intricate flicks and tricks that are keeping Schlotterbeck guessing. It's getting him to react, it's getting him to commit into challenges, it's opening up space, and as a result, Kupka is having a lot more joy.
Definitely, he's clearly a touch above, and he knows how to do those little movements that open up space. His passing's been exquisite as well. Little 1-2s and movement off the ball. It's been difficult for Schlotterbeck to track. As you see it again now, Pascal Kupka working the ball superbly. Great block though from the Union defence. I think that was Schlotterbeck making that block himself. Fantastic way to stop that from going in. But again, Kupka winning the ball high up the pitch. And just producing lovely passing to work his way through the Union midfield into the defence. And almost to a 4th goal. Kupka himself with that effort. His 5th shot of the game. Another player clearly enjoying playing with himself, and almost a little volley from a corner there from Piontek. Just dragged wide of the mark. Kupka is not showing any mercy to Union here, James. He's piling the pressure on and wants to get a 4th goal.
This is a Berlin derby, Alex. Of course no mercy is being shown. What would we would expect? Nothing less. We saw no mercy shown from Nassim Boujellab against Dortmund's Achraf Hakimi. We saw no mercy shown when Louis Hiepen took on Noah Katterbach in the Rhine derby between Gladbach and Köln. And now the battle of the German capital city sides, Union and Hertha, right now clearly going Hertha's way. They look like they are going to be taking the bragging rights, and all of them in the German capital tonight, at least in the virtual world. And right now, arguably one of the more resounding wins we've seen in a derby. But Schlotterbeck with a chance! Oh, what a save on the line by the defender! Jahrstein had gone on walkabouts. He was completely exposed at the back. His defender came to his rescue.
That was fantastic last ditch defending. Schlotterbeck did so well to get around the goalkeeper. It looked likely that it was sure to go and find the back of the net, but Kupka didn't give up on it, brought his man behind the goalkeeper. He read it really well, considering he's a forward. That was superb defending. Schlotterbeck could have learnt something from that, considering how the game has gone so far, and considering their positions in the real-world pitch. Schlotterbeck being a centre-back himself as well. But superb defending from Kupka. Now again, pushing the ball forward, looking for that fourth goal. Blocks coming again, though, for Schlotterbeck. And as you can see, the Berlin Derby has been a fantastic one. Not much of a derby between Augsburg and Regensburg, but a fantastic matchup for us to enjoy. And that'll be coming up next when this game is over. Still 20 minutes to play. Still plenty to be decided in this tie, as much as it looks like it's been wrapped up by Kupka already. We've seen things change very quickly in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
That's it. We are set to go from Berlin to Bavaria. We keep our eyes on the capital for the time being as Kupka's looking for his fourth. He's been knocking on the door, but the offside flag is going to go up against him on that occasion. That's it. Union, one of the teams that have been very active during this period of the coronavirus pandemic gripping the world. They've been setting up help stations around the city. They've even got a fence where people can donate clothing or goods. They've also encouraged anyone that is in need to then stop by the giving fence, as they've been calling it, in a bid to then maybe pick up some resources that can help them through this troubling time. Union, of course, one of the more socially active sides. They've also set up a virtual Imbiss for fans to be able to buy virtual beer and bratwursts to help fund the club during this troubling time.
That's one of my favourite initiatives that I've seen set up from a Bundesliga club.
I'll say that the premise was fans would normally be spending that money during a match day. The match days aren't taking place right now. It doesn't mean that the fans can't still help their club financially by buying beer and bratwurst. And I believe they'll be given tokens then for when match days do return that they can pick up their beer and bratwurst. Kupka, well, he couldn't get the fourth there. Keeper with the good save.
Fantastic one, and it stopped there from Gikiewicz to deny him. He's had so many chances in the second half, Kupka.
Do we start criticising his profligacy maybe in front of goal now?
He should definitely be more goals in front than this. He's had so many chances, but hasn't been able to beat the Polish man in the Union sticks.
And instead, Schlotterbeck coming forward now. Chance to maybe reduce the arrears. Clumsy coming together there between the two players, and you can hear there the home fans in the Stadion an der Alten Försterei were up in arms, but the referee was having none of it instead. Kupka now with a chance to get that fourth goal he's been searching for. Derrida. Oh, what a finish from Kupka. Tidy as you like. Ice cold in front of goal, finally for his fourth.
Outstanding from start to finish there, Kupka. The run from Piontek was superb, beating so many players with speed and power, and then the drag back, the skill on show, and the lovely cutback for Derrida, and that masterful strike right into the top corner for the second one of the game. We saw it as well from Perez in the first game. Derrida providing the strike that's needed to put the game to bed, and he finally gets that fourth goal for Hertha Berlin here. Could a fifth be on the cards for Kupka as he powers into the Union box. Just a minute to go of injury time.
Well, as we were talking about, a resounding victory in the Berlin Derby here for Hertha. And Kupka certainly could have put more icing on the cake, but he won't be overly bothered. A 4-1 win to clinch an emphatic victory for Hertha in the Berlin Derby against their neighbourly rivals from the east, Union Berlin. Well, it wasn't quite a goal-ridden affair in real life when these two clubs clashed in the first half of the season. Union getting that 1-0 win. Sebastian Polter providing the penalty heroics. This one had a few more goals about it, Alex. But in the end, a very comfortable victory for Hertha. A good debut for Erin Perez. Pascal Kupka picking up his first win. And Schlotterbeck will have to go back to the drawing board and maybe spend a bit more time with brother Nico on the joysticks.
100%. It's clear that the FIFA expertise have stayed on one side of the brothership. Nico getting his win early, but Kevin not able to follow suit. 8 goals on show in both of our ties so far. And in that game, 7 of them going Hertha's way. Alex Schaffer here alongside James Thorogood, bringing you the Bundesliga Home Challenge action. We've just finished up our second tie of the day. Hertha beating Union Berlin in the Berlin City Derby. And Stuttgart falling short against Freiburg in our first game of the day. Go to virtual.bundesliga.com to check out the schedule, check out all the scores, how each game panned out, and you can see which players you can watch later on in the evening. We've got plenty of games to come today. 5 ties to go, 10 games in total to be played. Plenty of action to come, so don't miss a beat. If you're doing stuff during this isolation period, make sure that you know when you want to be watching the stream. Check out the schedule and get some calendar reminders going. No calendar reminder needed now, though, as we are minutes away already from Augsburg coming up against Jan Regensburg. Yannick and Marco Richter going against Tom Bach and Federico Palacios. And, you know, Augsburg were sort of an unknown quantity in this Bundesliga home challenge coming into it. We didn't really know what to expect from them. Obviously, we've spoken about Marco Richter's, ideas about him not to expect too much from him in the home challenge so far. But he and Yannick have been a formidable pair. Yannick, like Artan Karazor earlier, he's won all 3 of his games. He's yet to concede a goal, and Marco Richter as well has been fantastic in the way he's played so far.
Yeah, so you're putting it very nicely. You're giving him a lot of credit, really. He's actually been lying through his teeth too, right? He's making it all up. He's had us thinking, this was it. When we came into Matchday 1, as we said, we've talked time and time again about the fact that we didn't really know what to expect, especially from some of these pro players. So when you had Marco Richter writing to you saying, I'm going to lose 9-0 first game against, I think it was Hannover's Janus Horn, I was thinking, right, this could be what we see. We could have some of these guys that really just don't know what they're doing on a control pad, and they may really suffer some embarrassing defeats. And the fact is, we thought Marco Richter may be one of them because it was by his own assessment. But goodness me, he surprised us nicely, given the fact that his pre-match predictions were so way off base. And I think it was, now we can take his pre-match predictions with a pinch, or a very big pinch of salt, maybe a Salt Bay pinch of salt, drizzling it over there at the cocked elbow and everything. But I mean, Marco Richter, we're looking forward to see what he can produce again. But as you say, Augsburg, they were 16th in the virtual Bundesliga, Alex, and yet they've made this Bundesliga home challenge look quite flawless and quite easy. 3 straight wins, and they're looking to make it 4 out of 4. I'm not sure there's another team that has done it off the top of my head right now. Oh no, Hoffenheim have. I take that back. Hoffenheim have gone 4 wins out of 4. But they have been one of the impressive pairings, and it's nice that they are one of the pairings that has been the same from start to finish. The same could be said for Regensburg. Tom Bach and Federico Palacios have been their reps from Matchday 1 as well. The thing is, they've suffered a very different experience to the Augsburg lads.
Completely contrasting performances so far. Regensburg suffering defeat in all 3 of their ties so far. The first 2, 5-1 against Union Berlin and 5-1 against VfB Stuttgart. And then last week as well, losing 8-3 to Arminia Bielefeld. A disappointing Bundesliga home challenge so far. So in terms of form and coming into this game, it's all with Augsburg, and you'd expect there to be only one favourite. But as we've said so many times, expect the unexpected in the Bundesliga home challenge. Nothing is of certainty. But it has to be said, for Yannick, this is a really big opportunity coming up against Tom Bach. He's had a fantastic home challenge so far, and Tom Bach is a Bundesliga professional. It has to be said, he's no eSports talent. So Yannick, being the eSports representative, one of the eSports representatives for Augsburg, it's a big chance for him to get another big win in this Bundesliga home challenge. He's had comfortable wins. He beat Donchap 1-0 and Hausfeld Leon 2-0. And then last week against Nick Meyer, he won 7-0. It was a clinical performance. Just every time he seemed to go forward, he found the back of the net. So in terms of who he's coming up against with Tom Bach, not being on that eSports level, it could be a difficult one for Bach to try and stem the flow and give his teammate Federico Palacios something to work from going into the second leg.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I have to say, there are clear favourites here. It is Augsburg. Am I expecting Regensburg to all of a sudden pull out an impressive victory with Tom Bach and Palacios? No, because without being too disrespectful to them, I think they're 2 of the players that have struggled the most in the Bundesliga home challenge when it comes to this crossover event. They haven't quite fared as poorly as the Werder Bremen pros or even the Bayer Leverkusen pros. I mean, Vendel, Nadim Amiri, I'm looking at you. They both had some rather bad days at the office when it came to the Bundesliga home challenge. But I respect the fact that they are still going to be involved in this. Two very different approaches. They gave an interview before Matchday, one each, where Tom Bach was admitting that he was quite calm and the fact that the controllers will likely not fly with him, whereas Federico Palacios self-admitted that he had broken a controller or two on occasion based on some of his FIFA 20 experiences. So we haven't quite seen him lose his rag too much, despite some heavy defeats in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Maybe he'll pull out all the stops for us today, who knows. But then again, using young Regensburg's equipment, because they, as we have seen in every other match, they will be in their press room. That's where they set up their little eSports station. They get the players into the stadium to use what I would assume is a better Wi-Fi connection, though it did have a few problems on Matchday 1. We should remember that. Coming from the bowels of a stadium can't always be easy.
And we know that Augsburg have a similar setup as well. Yannick and Marco Richter, we've seen videos from them sat together next to one another. Not completely not right next to one another. They are keeping their social distancing, of course, but they're in the same room. So it's an interesting concept that these two teams will be in the same room together. Much more of a Augsburg versus Regensburg rather than personal battles from home. So it's definitely going to be one of those games that's going to go into the aggregate score overall.
And that's it. Who can really gain an early advantage? We were talking, though, about Bruno Labbadia and Hertha in the last game. Similar situation at Augsburg, because they've had Heiko Herrlich take over as head coach since the coronavirus pandemic came to the fore, really, let's say. And he's been working behind the scenes. I'm sure, like Labbadia, will have been eagerly anticipating starting to work with his team in training. But again, a unique situation, really, for him in the fact that he is having to negotiate, as Augsburg are as a whole, as a club, as all the clubs are. They're having to negotiate the coronavirus pandemic and the restrictions that has put on their daily routines. And as a result, Heiko Herrlich will be looking to get the ball rolling when he gets the opportunity. Augsburg are once again in a relegation battle in the Bundesliga. They had a nice run of form at one point, but as they have been in 6 of their 8 Bundesliga seasons, they have been dragged back down into the battle to beat the drop. They are 5 points above the bottom 3 so far in the 2019-20 campaign. Not quite as in form in real life as they have been in the virtual world here with Yannick and Marco Richter. And we can see there the backdrops of both that we were talking about, both set up in their press rooms. I believe, actually, from what we've seen from Marco Richter and from Yannick in the videos that are popping up on Richter's social channels and the videos that you're being sent, Alex, but they are using what is the press conference desk that would be used for post-match press conferences if the head coaches were there answering questions from the journalists. So quite a different setup, or a very strange setup for them, I'm sure, getting used to that. But a nice place to house it. And as we can see, Regensburg with all their sponsors there behind Tom Bach as well, who is still making a few last-minute changes. He'd love to get a positive result against an eSports pro in Yannick. Yannick looking a little more cool, calm and relaxed, ready to go, having a pre-match chat there with Marco Richter, who is to his right. A few jokes being shared between the two as well, which is always nice.
I did try in the last couple of weekends to get Marco Richter to abide by our, not abide, but get involved with our Bundesliga bingo and maybe get a kiss of a badge at some point. And have to wait and see if and when he does find the back of the net in his game coming up, if he can provide us with a special celebration to remember. But it is going to be Yannick coming up against first. And it is nice. These are two of probably the most professional setups we've seen from the Bundesliga Home Challenge teams. And of course, as you said, Augsburg being taken over really in their stadium by the Bundesliga Home Challenge. No football to be played. Why not let the Bundesliga Home Challenge take over the whole stadium?
That's it. As I say, it must be a unique feeling walking into the stadium. It's absolutely empty. You have almost the place at your own mercy. You can probably go wherever you want. I doubt the security guards are going to be that vigilant right now with not much going on at the stadium. I'm sure you could maybe get a few unique social media shots. I mean, the content creator in me is thinking, my eyes are wide open, going, oh, dear me, what you could do. I've had a few experiences like that, actually, in Bundesliga stadiums. It was the Allianz Arena, which I watched commentated in empty once. Essentially, the Wi-Fi connection at the studios that we were using for FC Bayern's radio commentary went down. Their best next setup was at the Allianz Arena, which, of course, during the home games, they'll use to commentate live with the fans in the stadium, with the players in the stadium. But on that occasion, I believe it was 2014, the start of the Rückrunde. First game back was Borussia Mönchengladbach against Bayern Munich, and I ended up commentating that in an empty, and I will say freezing, Allianz Arena as well. But it was definitely one of the more unique experiences of my life, given the fact that you could actually hear an echo when I got too loud. So when the goals were being scored, there was an echo that was bouncing back from the other side of the stadium. But hey, I divulge into a story well offbeat here, and we are hopefully ready soon to see Yannick take on Tom Bach, and Yannick looking, as we've said, to preserve that winning streak in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, 3 straight wins without conceding a goal. He could now be, if he manages it in this 4th game, the only player to go all 4 games without conceding, Alex, because we did see Atta Karasor of Stuttgart lose that title earlier, given he suffered the loss in the game against Mark Flecken. So can Yannick go one better? Because he has proven himself one of the better esports pros out there. I think the 7-0 win against Mainz's Nick Myra was a bit of a standout. I wouldn't necessarily read too much into that, because I think Myra gave up, whereas Yannick kept his foot on the pedal. I'm not so sure we'll see him be as ruthless against Tom Bach, but we are now underway in a Bavarian derby, and that's loosely phrased. But they are sides both hailing from Bavaria, Augsburg and Regensburg, keeping the derby feel going on match day 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Tom Bach representing Union, who are in the white kit and red shorts. Yannick representing Augsburg, who he's gone with the, I believe it's the 3rd kit, the all black with red trim.
Yeah, the red kit is usually the away kit, isn't it? That's the one.
Here's Daniel Pyer bringing the ball forward for Yannick early. And that is something we have seen the esports pros do when they have come up against the professional footballers. Making the crossover, early pressure is something they look to establish, trying to get themselves on the front foot. My big question, Alex, is Marco Richter watching our stream right now?
I'm not sure. I think he might be just watching Yannick's stream on.
He doesn't need to watch us when he's got Yannick right in front of him, I guess. That is the point.
It's a good point. If he's right there in front of him, he doesn't need to go on a stream, but it would be fun if he was watching, just to see what we're saying about him as he prepares for his game coming up shortly. Maybe he can find a goal again for Yannick. Did a couple of times last week. And of course, Richter scored with himself last week, a really special goal as well. Bach here trying to just keep a bit of possession in the opening stages, get a feel of the ball, some movement going. Doesn't want to give Yannick the ball all of the time, which is a really good tactic to have, and it's working well for him so far.
Yeah, he may struggle to do that for a full 90 minutes, it has to be said on FIFA, but what a chance for Tom Bach to open the scoring. Yannick's clean sheet record was at risk there, but he survives to scare the Augsburg man.
He has keeper to thank for that. The keeper making a big save, staying big in the Augsburg goal. Really good work from Bach, getting to the byline and that cutback. Yannick just not at the races to deal with it there. He's made a slow start to this game, and it has been Bach who's been on top so far. Surprising start to this game, but it's going to be dangerous every time Yannick does this and gets the ball and pushes forward.
This is it. This is where Yannick can make it count. Alfred Finnbogason draws another strong save out of the keeper at the other end of the pitch this time. But it is one of those interesting facets of some of these games, Alex, especially between the esports pros and the professional footballers, where I think Tom Bach is doing things that Yannick is not expecting, purely because Tom Bach isn't quite as efficient on the joysticks as some of the players that Yannick will be used to playing on a day-in, day-out basis.
Yeah, I think Bach is also taking this a bit differently than his usual games, but Yannick is the one pushing forward. Almost an own goal there from the Regensburg defence. I think Bach has changed his tactics slightly, playing a bit more of a possession game, knowing that he's playing against Yannick. We saw it in his games against fellow Bundesliga professionals, a lot more attacking and direct in his play, whereas now he's trying to get a bit more control and be patient in his build-up. It's working well so far, and that's a story for everyone to have learnt from this Bundesliga Home Challenge, is that if you can keep possession and dictate the play, more often than not, you do come out on top at the end of the game.
Yeah, he is rushing some of his passes, though, under the pressure that the pressing game of Yannick is applying. And that is it. It will be easier for Yannick to adapt his approach, but he's getting to the byline quite easily here in the opening exchanges. He's found the man. This time it takes a deflection, and it goes wide. But he is starting to turn the screw, and Tom Bach's got to be very careful about allowing him the ease of getting to the byline like that. That is where FIFA players do the most damage. We call them sweaty goals, and there's a reason they have a reputation for that, but that's where the most damage can be done. Now Bark with a rare foray forward with Aaron Seidel. One of those players that with his physical stature can be quite a menace in the 85 game mode. Unfortunately, a first touch there too heavy for Tom Bark as he runs it out of play. Half an hour played between Regensburg and Augsburg. Bark will be delighted with the fact that he hasn't conceded. Yannick will be starting to get a little more itchy in the final third, you have to feel, after those impressive victories. He's still looking to preserve that winning record in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. 3 wins out of 3 so far. Here he is with Leuven. Now with Daniel Bayer, who can shoot from range, but it's been Bogerson who worked it into a more dangerous area to earn his side the corner. Clipped in towards the near post. The man was there to get his head on the ball. I think it was Niederlechner.
He's just beginning to build a bit more pressure now as Yannick. Chances aren't as clear-cut as we've been used to seeing from him. But he's doing well in winning the ball back from Bark and pushing it forward as well. But as you said, Tom Bark will be delighted with the way that this game has gone. He would have been very happy to, if you would have asked him to be 0-0 after 30 minutes, he would have bitten your hand off. And if you can hold this to half-time, he'll be absolutely delighted.
For now, he's got to repel this advance from Yannick as we wait on the opening goal between these two. Yannick has had a couple of tight games as well. It was the 1-0 win against Dontrap Matchday 1. It was a 2-0 win against HSV Lyon. But the difference there is that those were both against eSports pros or fellow eSports pros. Here he is taking on a professional player and still struggling to break him down. Long ball forward now from Bark, and that's brought about an interesting move from the goalkeeper, and the clean sheet record, just like that, is gone for Yannick. He hadn't conceded a goal in all of his Bundesliga Home Challenge matches, but just like that, a mistake at the back. Gift wrap for Tom Bark, and Regensburg are ahead.
Unbelievable. I'm not sure Yannick was the one who's brought out his goalkeeper there. I think it was one of those moments where the game does it itself and brings out the goalkeeper without you signalling for it. And in the end, keeper's clearance was poor, straight to Seidel, and he finished it superbly with an open goal. Can Yannick respond though before the break? That would be really important.
A few drag backs, a few ball rolls in the mix. He's teed it up now. And again, a good save out the back, but the chance still alive. Right on the stroke of half-time. Tom Bark, after working so hard to get in front, now under constant pressure, and he just can't find the gap to take the shot here, Yannick. And there's so many Regensburg players between him and the goal. A shake of the head from Yannick. Not the first half we were expecting here. Tom Bark, what a surprise.
Incredible. And, not the way he'll have planned to have found the net, but I don't think he planned on finding the net at all in this game. Considering Yannick's record, that might have been the only way he would have conceded a goal in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. But now I think we're going to see Yannick get a bit further forward on his chair, take this all a bit more seriously, and I think Tom Bark may have poked the Augsburg bear here.
Yeah, I think we're about to spend about 40 of the next 45 FIFA minutes in Regensburg's half, Alex.
Yeah.
And probably in and around Tom Bark's box. And that could be relentless pressure. And that will be a real test of whether Tom Bark can then withhold and withstand it as he looks to protect this lead that was gift wrap for him. We don't know whether Yannick brought his goalkeeper off. I wonder, actually, you should maybe getting on the phone to Marco Richter. I'd like to know whether Yannick brought his keeper off or whether that was the FIFA mechanics trying to do the job for him and then absolutely failing with the clearance at the back. The diving header from a goalkeeper, something we don't see very often in real life or in the virtual world, it has to be said. And the angle's working against Yannick, and it has cost him. And he now, for the first time in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, trying to come from behind, but he's looking for these clear-cut chances, and I just wonder whether he needs to start thinking about pulling the trigger more often, Alex, and not necessarily working for the golden opportunities, the ones where you really say, oh yeah, he has to score there. Because right now, Tom Bark is doing well to get men behind the ball and keep time and space at a premium.
Yeah, we saw at the end of that first half, Yannick just trying to work the perfect shot. He was keeping possession and dribbling around the Regensburg box, but space wasn't opening up for him, but he had chances from a bit further out that he could have probably taken a shot at goal and maybe forced at least a save or a decent effort on goal. And that's what differences are made when you come up against a Bundesliga professional. Different openings will come. He's got an opening now, and this should be the goal. Surely hit the post, though. I think that was Marco Richter. at the back post. It was indeed. Oh, left-footed strike. Should really have been the equaliser. Maybe it's going to come now as Yannick keeps the pressure going. Oh, what a chance that was, though, for Yannick.
Agonising for him, and you got to think he's going to start wondering, is this just not my day? With more and more chances that pass like that, and with the way that Bach is defending, I think Yannick has realised he's got a real tough test on his hands in order to try and even get a positive result out of this, and I'm not sure that was necessarily what he was expecting. Tom Bach without a win in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, and arguably on course right now with just under half an hour remaining for the biggest upset of the Bundesliga Home Challenge that we've seen through 4 match days, but he still has a fair amount of defending to do before the final whistle comes. Yannick, he's trying to work it in intricate spaces, and he just does well too. It was Tom Bach with the defending there. Heroic stuff from him at the back.
Yeah, he's getting himself in the right spots and just not being pressured into running out of defence and leaving space behind. He's doing really well to stay composed. It's Yannick providing all the pressure, but as you see now, Tom Bach keeping the ball when he can and working it into the space. I think that is one difference between a casual FIFA player and a Bundesliga professional player. And these guys, obviously, they have to do it in certain situations on the pitch in real life. They know how to handle these situations. So as much as the nerves are tingling away as we enter the final 20 minutes, they know what to do. They know how to handle these situations, and it gives them a bit of a boost.
It certainly does, but we shouldn't forget it was Marco Richter, the man up next for Augsburg, who did admit he was more nervous before match day 1 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge than he was playing in the Signal Iduna Park, as Yannick again sees another chance. Go begging, a strong save from the goalkeeper there. He's come to Tom Bach's rescue on a couple of occasions, but Yannick really is having one of those games.
I think you're right, it is just one of those games. He's had countless chances here, just can't find the net. Surely he's going to be able to before the end of play, but time is ticking on. No changes have been made. Will he be able to get the equaliser?
He's being very patient here on the edge of the box. He's virtually camped in and around these areas now inside the Regensburg half. Niederlechner trying to wiggle free, losing out there against Palionis. Strong challenge from Lichtsteiner, and now just under 15 minutes remaining for Yannick to avoid the biggest upset of the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. We've had Julius Kader beating Bassinho. We've had massive comebacks come against a run of play. But this really would be right up there when it comes to the upsets we have seen.
You can see Yannick there pushing his team right up the pitch. 15 minutes to go, he's brought on fresh legs across the attack. He's got them all pushing a bit further up the pitch. This is going to be a really interesting final 14 minutes. 9 shots to 2 there. He has a check. Not sure he'll be too delighted with the fact that he's yet to find the back of the net, but we've got 15 minutes now of pure pressure from Yannick. Can Bach hold off?
That's exactly what it's going to be. It's batten down the hatches, Tom Bach. The onslaught is coming.
Park that bus.
Park as many as you can. Take a book out of Jose Mourinho's playbook as well. Or take a page out of his book, I should say.
You can just see there.
Look at that.
He gets the ball, boots it away.
Anywhere, as long as it's not near your goal, that's what matters. And that's what counts. And we could say, I mean, you need to start writing to Marco as well. This could be the first time where he's got to chase the game. He hasn't been handed a lead after the first leg. He's going to have to really be the one that turns the tie around potentially. Ooh. Oh, not in Tom Bach. What is Tom Bach doing? Oh, the cojones on this man. Unbelievable play from Tom Bach at the back. That really had my heart in my mouth. And I'm not the one on the controller.
I really do think that's that Bundesliga professional coming out of him, having the composure now, and can he bring forward and maybe get a second goal?
Oh, it needed one more pass, but that was not the pass to play. Angles were against him. Body shape was wrong.
All of this, though, as well, is wasting time for Yannick. There's only 5 minutes left now. He's going to have to push it forward now quickly, as he's trying to do with Leuven.
Oh, Tom Bach's going to get someone out there and close him down. He can't give him space out wide. The stamina bars are struggling here for Regensburg late on. Yannick piling on the pressure, but he loses out. In midfield, he's won it back quickly with Bayer. Now Malone onto Cordova. Twisting turn, he gets a shot off, but it is blocked once again by one of those white shirts in the Regensburg box.
And fantastic from Bark. Credit where it is due to his defending. Can he hold it off now? A couple of minutes to go.
Oh, a few players out of position. If Yannick can move it quickly, Lichtsteiner with the ball. Could he provide the heroics? It's Malone! Oh, it's another effort that comes off the woodwork for Yannick. He is smiling, but he cannot believe it, I'm sure. Will he have one last chance to salvage a positive result in this? Malone on the ball. The cutback is on the corner. There is the equaliser. It's not quite the biggest upset, but he had to leave it late, Yannick, to level the scores here. He was up against it the whole time. And you have to say, for Tom Bark, that's a bitter pill to swallow.
A bitter pill to swallow indeed. He must have thought that he'd got the win there after Malone had smashed a shot off the post. But there it is, 15 seconds left in the game, and the equaliser comes with virtually the last kick of the game. Huge relief for Yannick. He keeps his unbeaten record in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He'll be disappointed with that result though, 1-1. Unbelievable game, right to the end. The drama sticking with us right to the last seconds, and now it sets up this second tie perfectly. Unbelievable game.
We do not need 11-1 wins or 7-0 victories to get excited here in Alex's living room. A 1-1 draw with some late drama is all we need, and my goodness, I do wish Tom Bark had been able to hold on for what would have been the biggest upset of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. The late equaliser means it is now just one of the biggest upsets. And I think we can still count it as that because Tom Bark, without a win in this entire Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, his second 1-1 draw now, following on from the 1-1 draw that he picked up against Kevin Schlotterbeck, but he gave a fine account of himself there. The best account we've had from him in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. And what it does do is it sets us up so nicely for the second leg because the pressure is on your man, Marco Richter, now. Because he has had a lead to work with every time he's taken to the controller, every time he's been on the joysticks. He has had a very positive record himself. A 1-1 draw on Matchday 1 against Janus Horn was then followed up by victories over Sonny Kittel of Hamburg and Leandro Barrero of Mainz last week. But this time the pressure is on him to deliver the goods because Yannick hasn't.
As you said, it's the first time he's coming into his game without a lead to defend from the first leg. It really lies with him now.
Well, the question is, he said his favourite actors are Jason Statham and Adam Sandler. Is this performance going to be more Adam Sandler or Jason Statham?
If it's Adam Sandler, it might be one that we laugh at and, say, he could have done a lot better there. But if it's Jason Statham, it's going to be all action. He's going to be the hero at the end of the day. For Federico Palacios as well, this is a huge time now. He's had a really difficult Bundesliga Home Challenge. He's lost all three of his games, 4-0 to Julius Kader, 4-1 to Burak Mai and 3-2 to Amos Pieper. So he's definitely had his struggles, but he can take huge inspiration from Tom Bark's performance there. No matter what your form has been in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, any game can change. And he produced a fantastic performance to hold Yannick to a draw there. And now it really lies between these two guys. Winner takes all, as is often the case. Who can be the man to step up? As you said, his favourite actor is Jason Statham, Marco Richter. Can he provide the action needed to produce a special win?
Now, we eagerly wait to see what can be produced between these two. But that is it. We saw this happen yesterday, and draws have not been that common throughout the Bundesliga Home Challenge over the first 3 match days. And we had a fair few of them, not just the goalless ones either yesterday to talk of. But what it did do, we saw an early trend in the Bundesliga Home Challenge where first leg leads could be large and they just were never safe. What we saw yesterday is a first leg draw can often set and provide a platform for the second leg to then be quite an entertaining affair. We've seen that already today as well, it has to be said, in our action. And really, now, I can't wait to see what Marco Richter can produce and whether Federico Palacios can maybe add a little bit of relief to this Regensburg experience in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, or whether Augsburg, even though Yannick was unable to hold on to his win streak, whether Augsburg can and join Hoffenheim in that elite bracket of being a side that have picked up 4 wins from 4.
Yeah, that's it. It's all laying on this game, and obviously all our thoughts and expectations were going on the Augsburg side coming into this time. They've all been thrown out the window considering that first game. But again, it doesn't mean that this game is going to follow suit. And every game is going to be different. And Marco Richter, we have to say, is slightly the favourite coming into this tie with Federico Palacios. Can he make sure that he remains the favourite and stays on top in this game? He doesn't want to do what Yannick did there. He allowed Tom Bach to dictate it, and even though Bach got a lucky goal, you could say, in the end, not one that he would have expected to have scored, Richter will want to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen to him, whereas Palacios, of course, will be looking for that inspiration from Bach's performance as we just wait for these guys to get their game set up and ready to go. Our third tie of the day so far in Matchday 4 on this Sunday of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We've seen Freiburg beat Stuttgart 5-3. We've seen Hertha Berlin beat City rivals Union 7-1. And now, with the scoreline at 1-1 after Yannick's incredible last-second goal to equalise there in the first game between Augsburg and Regensburg, it is a winner-takes-all game between Marco Richter and Federico Palacios. And even if the style of the Bundesliga Invitational is Bundesliga Home Challenge is an invitational tournament, there is no winner to be crowned. There is still plenty of bragging rights to be had that comes with this derby weekend we are seeing. And of course, Marco Richter and Federico Palacios will want to make sure that their own FIFA reputations don't take too much of a hit here.
I think Palacios has already taken enough hits, admittedly, but I do agree with you, and that is it. We saw these guys taking this very seriously long before we made or had a fixture list that was full of derbies and local rivals being pitted against each other head-to-head like we've seen on Matchday 4. And that has just added a little more spice into the mix, no doubt about it. There may be a few, words exchanged between fans or players. We've seen players get in touch with each other throughout this tournament. And the fact is, we've talked about FIFA and the virtual world of esports being an outlet for so many of us, normal people in the world regularly. We kind of use it as a distraction from our everyday lives. And it is a nice outlet in that sense. But for these players that have been cooped up at home for a fair bit, and yes, they are back in training now, but they are missing that competitive edge that they normally get from their weekly schedule of playing football at least once a week in the competitive setting in their leagues. And now they are missing that. And this is providing, like, it's an outlet for us normal people for a distraction from everyday life. This is an outlet for their competitive juices, really. And these guys are ambitious, competitive players. I think you have to be playing at the highest level in any sport. And the fact is they are now allowing or using the Bundesliga Home Challenge as a way just to kind of have a bit of a release themselves and get back into that competitive spirit. And if we're talking about competitive spirits, Marco Richter certainly has it, even if he has a bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke with us every now and again. And right now, I really am intrigued to see how he fares, given the fact that it's a case of he has to win today.
That's it. He has to win. He's not got a lead to defend. If he gets a draw, it's not going to be enough to take the tie for Augsburg. He has to go out there and get the win himself. He's obviously got a couple we've spoken about in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. Can he do it again, though, against Federico Palacios? He knows that the world is watching Marco Richter. Can he provide another performance? As we've spoken about, he spent a bit more time playing other games in self-isolation, likes of GTA and such. Not so much time on FIFA. It hasn't proven too costly for him so far. As we get things underway, Augsburg in white now at home and Regensburg in red. This game is set for something special.
That's it. He is the man who scored Augsburg's fastest goal of the season so far in that 2-2 draw against Bayern, and he almost goes close to scoring a very early opener here as well. So Palacios representing Regensburg. They're in the dark kits this time. Richter representing Augsburg, who this time are the home team. They are in the all-white kits on this occasion. So a change of colours for both sides, not to confuse anyone.
We're here to take any confusion away, James. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, we hope we've done that as opposed to adding to the confusion on occasion. You never know, do you? But yeah, indeed, Palacios now getting a spell of possession under his belt after that early chance was punched clear by the Regensburg keeper. Palacios seeing whether he can carve out an early opportunity too, and there is one on here. The drag back, lovely play from him. Fortunately, the shot didn't quite have as much authority as we were expecting in the end.
Yeah, that's the only thing that let him down there. But just like Tom Bach did in his game, Palacios having good possession in the opening few minutes here. Both these guys having shots on goal, but Palacios definitely going a bit more of a measured approach into this game so far. Both these guys going all out attack though, pushing the game forward with every opportunity.
Yeah, we saw Tom Bach have to defend a 1-0 lead. I think the lead may go back and forth a couple of times in this one if our pre-match predictions are anything to go by. Richter, all about the pace. Here he is with Finn Bogerson. Oh, what a save from the keeper.
Fantastic strike. He might have wanted to go towards the near post. That could have been the overpowered solution he was looking for. A header forces another save from the corner, but instead he went across goal. We have seen plenty of goals go in to that far top corner across the goalkeeper. That was another fierce effort from Richter, but another from the Regensburg goalkeeper, who has proven to be a fantastic performer in both of these games already.
Yeah, it's funny how sometimes the keepers seem to have no chance and sometimes they can be the star men in preserving a lead or just frustrating an opponent.
Richter's doing well to win the ball back so far, keeping Palacios to just that one chance he had really in the opening minutes.
Oh, lovely back heel to find Niederlechner. Palacios did well to recover the position with his defender. He has admitted in that interview before Matchday 1, Alex, that his games are more likely to end 5-3 or 6-4 than 1-0. And I think we're definitely seeing that here on show today. He says he's no pro, but he feels his track record, his track record does have more wins than losses on it, so he feels it's not a bad indication of his FIFA ability. I think it's just fair to say that the standards really have been set in this Bundesliga home challenge, and Marco Richter setting the standards early here, and he's got the opener as well. Niederlechner, the man with the goal, and Richter with the early breakthrough.
Superb way to take the lead. Cracks a smile there. He's loving that. Fantastic interplay. The passing and moving. Impossible for Palacios to stop, and it could have been complicated for Richter there if he'd carried on the passing too much further. Instead, he made the right decision to then turn and go for goal. A lovely finish to make it 1-0 to Augsburg here. A deserved lead for the Augsburg forward. They go ahead 2-1 in the tie. How will Palacios respond?
Or can he respond?
A rash challenge.
Richter.
Is that going to receive a red card? It might well do, and it does. Lerman is sent off. Richter, I believe, had a red card already last weekend or in one of the weekends already, and he's laughing away there. He knows he has just made this game so much more difficult for himself. Thank goodness that he'd scored before.
Palacios with the chance now. Back heel to himself. Richter still can't quite believe it. The shade of red on his face cam has definitely gone up a few notches there. And you are right, Alex. He did have a man sent off last week. The difference being it came very late in the game, so it had very little effect on proceedings. He's got a 1-0 lead. That lead now looks even more fragile given the fact that Palacios does have a man advantage. Can he make it count? Or will Richter be able to defend to the hilt from now until then?
Just showing his inexperience, I think a little bit of rash challenge there in the middle of the pitch didn't have to be made. And obviously he shakes his head there.
It's those GTA vibes coming through again. I swear, you can get away with anything in that game. Not in FIFA 20, Richter.
No, we don't want to see that kind of violence in the Bundesliga home challenge, Marco. That will be punished.
But now he's coming forward again dangerously here. And this is it. I think the thing we can say about Richter, he may be a man down. He's not going to try and shut up shop. He's not going to go into a more defensive mode. He's still going to try and create his chances, Alex, isn't he?
100%. He's definitely not the kind of guy who's going to shut up shop and be happy that this is 1-0 and try and defend that lead. He's going to go and try and make this more, regardless of the fact of being down to 10 men. He just has to make sure that he doesn't let himself lose his head if Palacios does equalise at some point. At the moment, though, as you said, he's responding well to going a man down, still pushing the ball forward well. Competitive game so far. It really is end-to-end stuff, and it's great stuff between these guys. And it is fun that the red card has just added another storyline to this game. It's going to make this second half very interesting.
I was going to say, Palacios would love a response before half-time just to give himself something to work with. The interesting thing is, as well, that Richter hasn't made any changes in terms of his formation, maybe looking to cover the position. He's lost a man in midfield. And he's coming forward again now with Finn Bogerson, because I think this is it. He can take solace in the fact that Palacios' defending hasn't been the most convincing throughout the Bundesliga home challenge, and even in this game it's been the same. So I do think chances are going to present themselves to Richter. And it will come down to whether he can defend diligently as well at the other end. But for now, Finn Bogerson, one last chance in the half for Richter to add a second. It would be against the run of play. The perfect tonic to going a man down, though. Niederlechner just can't find the angle to get the shot off, though, in the end.
It's a lovely through ball down the left, and he did well to cut it back, but yeah, just couldn't work the space for a shot then. Still laughing away there, Richter. Delightful to see how much fun he's having, despite the fact that he's gone down to 10 men. That is what will be providing him with a few smiles there, but...
Well, this is it for me, Richter, and you can comment on this as well, but for me, he is the player, I believe, that has embraced the spirit of the Bundesliga Home Challenge the best. He's had fun with it. He's been willing to go outside his comfort zone a little bit by playing FIFA and getting in the mix. And I think, yeah, as I say, he really is the man that has embodied everything that the Bundesliga Home Challenge, in my opinion, stands for.
I 100% agree. He's much like the referees who have come in and not had much experience in playing the game. He's a guy who is obviously a young guy. He's 22 years old, but he spends more time playing other games. Wouldn't have perhaps practiced playing FIFA so much before the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but he has embraced this. He's having fun with it, and that's what it's all about. It's a competitive game, but we want these guys to have fun and enjoy themselves, because that, of course, makes it more entertaining for all of you people watching around the world from home. We're hoping that you're enjoying this just as much as Marco Richter is, of course, as well.
Well, this is it. I think something else that helps is the fact that he does have Yannick just off camera. And those two obviously seem to be getting on quite a house on fire, really. They've obviously got a good rapport between themselves. And I think that means that they've both been cracking jokes while they each are on the controller. And that does help, because a lot of these players are playing alone, either in their own homes. Even with Palacios, we know Tom Bach is there, but it doesn't look like Tom Bach's really interacting with Palacios much off camera. Whereas Richter and Yannick, we saw it last week really come to the fore, and it's still the same this week, where they really are, jabbering at each other the whole time and having fun with it. And I'm sure Yannick would have had a few words about that horrific challenge from Marco Richter that was very ill-advised, to say the least. But it has made this game very interesting. He does have a one-goal lead. Augsburg leading on aggregate thanks to the opening goal scored by Marco Richter. But he is a man down. So Palacios does have an advantage. The question is, can he use it and capitalise on it to get back into this game and keep the tie alive? Or will more chances fall the way of Richter and allow him to maybe add to his lead, despite the fact that he has one man less on the pitch?
Good time to remind everyone that coming into this, Augsburg, having celebrated 3 wins in the 3 games they've played so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, Regensburg yet to record a victory across the tie. So big incentives for both these teams to win it. Who can come out on top, though? As Palacios brings the ball forward, looking for an equaliser, possibly.
Yeah, all of his players, they were in the wrong positions. Their body shape was wrong. All the angles were wrong. And he was doing the right thing by trying to then play the extra pass. But, of course, so difficult if your players are kind of out of position that way. It is one of the elements of FIFA that has become more and more realistic over the years, the passing engine. You can't just have your back to goal or your back to your teammate and still play a perfect pass. Not like in the olden days, Alex, the FIFA 97s when I first got into the mix. Not quite the OG like Dennis Itakin, who was playing on some of the really old consoles as well. Yeah, my first was the Sega Mega Drive, actually. But I'm not sure I ever played FIFA on it. I think FIFA was first on the PlayStation 1, if I'm honest.
I think you're right. And it's come a long way as the game since then. The Marco Richter's coming a long way here. He goes for goal!
Oh, audacious!
Audacious effort. That would have been one of the goals of the tournament so far. In the end, just not enough power on the chip to get it over the goalkeeper.
Yeah, trying to channel Julian Geis from Matchday 1 when he scored that incredible chip for Robin Quaison in the game against Erne and Belle of Borussia Dortmund, that ending in a 1-1 draw. And I do like the willingness to try and go for goal from there. It's something that we haven't seen too often from eSports pros especially, but also the professional players. So reticent to get on the trigger early. Richter, though, willing to throw a little more caution to the wind. And here is Rani Khedira bringing the ball forward.
He's definitely not letting this one-man advantage put a stop in his tracks. He continues to pour forward here.
Oh, he's on the ball here with himself. Marco Richter shaping up for the shot. Plucked out of the air by goalkeeper Meyer.
He's coming closest to scoring. We've seen Palacios try and get forward once or twice in this second half, but it's not been consistent at all. Minutes to go. Could be a good time for changes to come for both sides, but Palacios needs to make something different happen if he wants to get back into this game.
Yeah, this is sometimes we have seen it. They need to put the tactical cap on, or the head coaching cap on, Alex. Instead, they are the players. They are heads down, go towards goal. We're just going to play from now until the 90th minute. Fresh legs aren't needed. Daniel Bayer with a chance to add a second for Augsburg. He's really clear his man, but he cannot beat the goalkeeper. What a chance that was for Marco Richter to put the game beyond reach. Instead, now 15 minutes, and the tackle's still flying in for Marco Richter. He hasn't exactly pulled back on the trigger when it comes to hitting that slide tackle button. You love to see it. But right now, just over 10 minutes remaining. Plenty still to play for. And, of course, we've got the mouth-watering tie, the derby between Hamburg and St. Pauli, one of the fieriest in the Bundesliga, in German football. And they are up next, and that is one where I'm sure no inches will be given, Alex, for now. A few inches being given here to Richter to maybe add a second.
And there it is!
The game is now beyond doubt. Richter makes no mistake. He may be a man down, but he's 2 goals to the good. And all smiles.
And that's deserved for him. He's been fantastic in this second half, pushing the agenda, pushing his game forward superbly. He just brings on the fresh legs in attack to make sure that he does have space going forward now, and then able to run hard in these final few minutes. Marco Richter, he might be a bit loose on the trigger with his slide tackling, but he doubles his lead there superbly before the end, and Palacios will be very disappointed. The fact that he hasn't really been able to make a difference with his one-man advantage at all in this game, whereas Richter has been clinical in attack, and now it looks very likely that Augsburg are going to join the exclusive group of clubs who have won all 4 of their games in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Yeah, Hoffenheim, the only team to have done it after that win, and the resounding win against the referees yesterday. Admittedly, I think in that one we were just surprised that both the referees, Daniel Schlager and Martin Peterson, managed to score twice in that one. Actually, I mean, if you go back and watch the stream again, you'll realise that Alex and I get a lot more excited when the referees scored than when the Hoffenheim players was, and there was no bias there. It really was just the fun and carefree element of seeing these referees in action, and then delighting in the fact they were actually able to get on the score sheet more regularly than we were anticipating. Oh, Palacios, well, he hasn't had much of a chance, and Alex is right in saying that despite that man advantage, it's still Richter that's actually posed a greater attacking threat. Palacios wouldn't mind a consolation effort. The goalkeeper is up. He wants to give it to the goalkeeper as well. Having a bit of fun there, Palacios, at the end of this one.
I think he was a bit disappointed to see his goalkeeper try and track back to going towards goal.
Oh, Albers has found the little pocket of space in the box, but again, it's the woodwork that is reverberating at the end of it.
Yeah, good movement there from Palacios in the box to work space for the shot, but just too tight of an angle there. Can Richter, though, make it 3? He's running away with his own man down the right wing for Augsburg.
Oh, Palacios gets his own back on Richter for that. Some of the earlier challenges that have been put in. It's only a yellow, though, for Palacios. And a free kick for Richter. I was going to say he's bearing down on goal with his own player there. I don't think a pass was coming. He's got a chance now. Is he going to go for goal? He was indeed. He was looking for the selfish moment. He wanted another goal with himself. In the end, he settles for the 2-0 win. Richter, the pressure was on for him to get the victory, and he delivered the goods despite the early red card, Alex. And you have to say, Marco Richter, 1 draw, 3 wins in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. That's an impressive record.
It very much is impressive from Richter and impressive from Augsburg. He had a challenge on his hands there before the game, having to go into it with that 1-1 draw from Yannick. First time he'd had to go into his game without the lead to defend. And then he went ahead, but gave himself a red card while 1-0 up Marco Richter. But in that second half, he was fantastic, stayed dominant, and deservedly got that second goal. And in the end, getting Augsburg that all-important win, which takes them to 4 wins from 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And Marco Richter remains undefeated himself as a Bundesliga professional player. Superb record for him. You can check out the full schedule on virtual.bundesliga.com just to make sure that you are keeping track of all the scores throughout the day and to see what's coming up in the rest of the afternoon. My name is Alex Chapper and I am joined by Mr. James Thorogood for this Matchday 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. we've got plenty more action to come. Still 4 ties to play today. If you are just joining us, a little recap for you. All these ties that we're seeing will consist of 2 games. One will be played between 2 professional Bundesliga players from the club. The other will involve a Bundesliga professional of different sorts, perhaps an eSports pro. We have seen some teams come forward with 2 Bundesliga professional players, but it's open for everyone and every team to do it as they wish. Each matchup then gets played out 2 solo games, which then combine for an aggregate score across both legs. And all these matches are played in the 85 mode on FIFA, which brings all teams onto a level playing field. Every player is rated 85. There are some disparities between the players, midfielders having better passing than centre-backs, of course, more pace for strikers and things like that. But overall, the ratings for every team are at 85, so it means it comes down to the basics of the game, and we see who is the better FIFA player overall. And it means that we can have games like Augsburg and Jan Regensburg, 2 teams from different leagues across the Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2, having a competitive game like we just saw. And it's going to be a competitive game coming up next as we head north to Hamburg and the Hamburg Derby. It's one of the most special games in German football, one that has lit up the Zweite Bundesliga in recent years as these two teams have met in the 2nd division of German football. And it has gone St. Pauli's way this season in the 2nd division. They've played twice already in the 2nd division, and St. Pauli have won 2-0 both home and away. So can they replicate that form from the real world into the virtual Bundesliga world today? And we're seeing some new names for both these sides today. Some new and some old. Both the Bundesliga professional players that we'll see later on, Tim Leibold and Lukas Zander, are familiar faces to us in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Tim Leibold has played once. Lukas Zander has been a mainstay for the St. Pauli team. He's played in every weekend so far. But a couple of new faces on the eSports side of things. Hausfeld Chrissy for Hamburg and Can Tuna for St. Pauli.
That's it. We were making a joke yesterday about the fact that he has the best name in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and we haven't been able to make contact with the player to find out exactly how to pronounce his name, but we are going to stick with Can Tuna, even if reading it out on paper maybe for 2 Englishmen would maybe come out a bit differently. We'd like to try and be as culturally sensitive as we can and pronounce these names the way they're meant to be pronounced. And I think we're going to go with, as a result, Can Tuna. And we are waiting to see what he can produce, because he's got a fascinating story, Alex, really. When you consider the fact that he was an aspiring footballer back in the day. He came through the Hannover 96 Academy. Unfortunately, several injuries curtailed that dream of becoming a professional footballer. He said giving up the football dream hurt a lot, but he had 2 massive hip operations that really set him back and kept him sidelined for a long time. He has, as a result, now given up on that dream of becoming a professional footballer as a result. And he's made the pivot into the esports world. So we've had the likes of Sascha Mockenhaupt and Diego Demmer in the past for Leipzig, making the crossover and becoming both esports professionals and professional footballers on the books at their clubs. And now we have a bit of a different story with Can Tuna when it comes to the fact that he's pivoted into the esports world, hasn't been able to make the cut as a professional footballer with injuries hampering his development, but he hasn't given up on staying involved in the football world, just the virtual instead.
Yeah, that's it. We've seen really special stories all across the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, regardless of whether it's a esports player with a disability or a football player who's crossed over into the virtual Bundesliga world already. And now we're seeing another story in Tuna's incredible story of being able to stick with it in football terms. Really difficult to have to deal with those injuries and still be able to fight your way through it. And obviously now being able to turn into an esports pro is absolutely outstanding for him, and a good opportunity for him to make a name for himself in the Bundesliga Home Challenge and show what he can do for his club against Hamburg, the biggest stage of them all for a St. Pauli player. He won an event by St. Pauli to represent the team in this weekend, beating GS Musti in the final. And, you know, he's an esports pro who's an esports pro by credit. He's gone 30-0 before, for the first time actually, back in March. And he's currently 9-1 in the weekend league. James, you had a check of his record so far.
Yeah, I was watching his stream a little bit in the build-up to today because I just wanted to see what we could gather about his FIFA ability, and the fact that he is someone that has gone 30-0 in the weekend league, I think tells you enough. And he is 9-1 in the current weekend league. The thing is, his one loss yesterday, which is his final game of his stream, was a very, very frustrating one. He was not best pleased with the way it progressed, and given the fact that he was quite unhappy at the end of it, he was saying that he may stop there with the weekend league. He had enough type thing. I wonder whether that will be the case still today, and whether maybe an outing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge can kind of reinvigorate him to tackle those 30 games, that arduous stretch that every weekend is on offer in the FIFA Ultimate Team mode. But this is it. He's also quite a confusing backstory. As Alex mentioned, he did win this event organised by St. Pauli to represent the team in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But he has also been playing for the Hannover 96 eSports team as well, getting involved with his former club in a very different sense. He actually won the hashtag Stay at Home Cup that we've mentioned on a couple of occasions in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, because Julian Korb and Janus Horn were both involved in it as well. They took part, but it was actually Jan Tuna who won the Stay at Home Cup that featured the likes of Linton Miner, Florent Muslia, Julian Korb, Janus Horn and Cedric Teuchert, as I mentioned. It was an event put on by Hanover to help raise money for the homeless, which they did manage to achieve by all accounts, which was good as well. So this pivot is certainly proving a good one for Chantuna. And I think right now, the impression is he's got his own Twitch channel, but he's maybe looking for a home to call his own when it comes to the esports world. And a good chance now for him to put his skills on show, Alex.
Yeah,
and almost buffer up his CV a little bit, maybe in anticipation of next season.
That's it. With the virtual Bundesliga season coming to an end before the opportunity for these guys to show their stuff. We've seen a lot of the young guys come in who are not part of a Bundesliga team so far. The likes of Lucas Fiedler of Paderborn, Marcel Schwarz of Hoffenheim. They're not set for a team, but they've been really impressive in the Bundesliga Home Challenge tournament. So as much as the fact that it is an invitational tournament, there is no champion to be crowned. Regardless of that, it is a great opportunity for each player on their own to show their stuff, especially the esports guys. It's a great chance to go up against some of the best fellow esports players around, which is what Tuna will be doing now against Harsfeld Chrissy, a guy who's been impressive in the virtual Bundesliga this season, the 19-year-old. 36 goals, 10 solo wins, hasn't won one game in the 2-on-2, so thankfully for him, it is a one-on-one game he'll be playing today. He has the best record of all the Hamburg esports pros, so I guess they were waiting a little while before they wanted to introduce him to the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Their record has been mixed in the Home Challenge so far. They started with that 2-1 win over Leipzig on Matchday 1, and then suffered a 5-2 defeat to Augsburg, and then last week, of course, a disappointing 5-0 loss to Wiesbaden, which they'll be wanting to make up for in this game, and that is perhaps why they've called upon Chrissy, the best record of all the Hamburg esports players. They might have called upon him to try and bring that record back. And of course, in the virtual Bundesliga world, these two clubs have met already as well, and it did go Pauli's way again. The derby ended in a 7-1 points win for Pauli. They drew on the PS4 0-0 before Hamburg suffered defeat in both the duo games 2-1 and the Xbox game finishing 1-0 as well. So lots of pride on the line in this game, and at the moment the bragging rights are sitting firmly on the side of Pauli, both in the real and virtual world. A chance for Hamburg to write a different story. This is one of the most special derbies around German football, as we've said. Both these teams coming from the city of Hamburg, Pauli, one of the most famous districts in the city. There's 6 kilometers between the two stadiums. And now we are going to get to see the Bundesliga Home Challenge's version of the Hamburg derby. It's always a fiery one, as you said, in the real world. And an opportunity for both of these esports guys coming up first, new to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, to make a real statement for their clubs.
Absolutely. I mean, I think without sugarcoating it, these two teams do not like each other. Fans of these two teams do not like each other.
It's one of those derbies.
This is a fiery derby with a lot of heat and a lot of passion to it. And it may manifest itself a little bit differently in the virtual world, where you can't quite have those full-blooded challenges that you'd maybe get early on in a derby. You don't quite get the atmosphere that is unique on every occasion. But we do here have arguably what is the established traditional powerhouse up against the rebellious younger brother almost in St. Pauli. And they are such a wonderful team, one of the most socially active and one of the most unique stories, and just in the manner that they represent themselves and the way they hold themselves. They haven't been in the Bundesliga for quite a while, which has been a shame, but they are acquitting themselves well in the title Bundesliga, and they would like to make a push towards promotion again, but they do look a little far away from being in a position to do that. The interesting thing is that with Hamburg getting relegated for that first time ever 2 years ago from the Bundesliga, they were known as the Bundesliga dinosaurs for a reason. They were the ever-present. They got relegated 2 seasons ago, and what that has done is give us a chance to see these derbies in action in real life once again between St. Pauli and Hamburg. It's been one of the nice little additives in the Zweite Bundesliga seasons, the last 2 campaigns. But now we see us switch over into the virtual world. 2 debutants in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, Can Tuna and HSV Chrissy. A chance for them to really make their mark on the Bundesliga Home Challenge, as we were talking about Can Tuna in the build-up to this. Maybe a chance for him to really test himself at the eSports elite level up against HSV Chrissy, one of the well-respected eSports pros from the virtual Bundesliga, representing Hamburg, who are in a pink kit here today, up against the brown and white shorts of St. Pauli, who are represented by Can Tuna, the man who won that organised event to partner Luka Zander in this Matchday 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And it is derby time, to say the least, and this one of the fiercest derbies in German football. Who can get an early breakthrough here, potentially, to put themselves on course for victory? I think, given the fact they're both debutants, Alex, we may see quite an extended feeling out period here.
Yeah, definitely. Even for both the guys themselves, just to figure out how they want to play, how everything's feeling. Obviously, the 85 mode means that a lot of the players on both of these teams coming from the second division will have their ratings boosted. Might mean they're more fun to use, in fact, for these guys. It's also fun to see Tuna showing off some of his accolades there in the background, some medals. I think some of them might be some footballing ones, and not sure exactly what they're all for, but just trying to maybe get in the mind of HSV Chrissy. I've got some accolades in my past already. He's looking for a derby win in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Yeah, that's it. For all we know, there are a couple of medals from his time doing gymnastics as a 7-year-old, where they give out medals for everything. But they are the intimidation factor here for Can Tuna, who's coming forward. Dangerously early chance. Big save made at the back by Pollersbeck. And an early scare there for HSV Chrissy. So if he was wondering just what Can Tuna was about on the controllers, I think we have an early indication there. He's now looking to respond down the other end, trying to burst through with Nari, but well defended in the end by Tuna. Oh, risky play at the back. It is a mistake in the end. He's given it away in a dangerous area. Kittel on the ball, looking for the cutback to Kwarteng. Off the post. How many times have we seen that in the last couple of days or weeks in the Bundesliga Home Challenge?
Today, the posts have been rattled aplenty. What a start that would have been for Chrissy. He's doing well to win the ball back high up the pitch and get chances going up in the St. Pauli box. A great one there to start the game, was just cannon back out off the post. Really disappointing that it didn't bounce the right way for him, but be very happy with his start to this game. He's keeping the pressure on Tuna. He's got some questions to answer here after the first few minutes of action.
Yeah, but evenly matched. It's gone back and forth with quite a nice rhythm, actually, given the fact that this is arguably a battle between 2 eSports pros. Right now, Chrissy starting to look the more threatening in the final third. And of course, we did talk about the feeling out process. Alex mentioned that 85 game mode. These two will be more used to playing in FIFA Ultimate Team, where arguably attributes and skill levels are unlimited, especially if you got hold of any of those icons that are out there. And so this certainly will be a bit of a learning curve in the opening exchanges. when it comes to just how to handle the 85 game mode. Haasfeld Chrissy will have more experience given the fact that he did take part in the virtual Bundesliga. Oh, what a pass! The goal is still scored for Hamburg. It's Chrissy who's made the breakthrough. It's a shame it didn't go in with the first effort, but it's Kwarteng who has broken the deadlock.
It was a shame indeed, because it was quite a rushed finish there. Not exactly what he would have been hoping for. The first shot actually went the wrong way, really, with Kittel, but in the end, lucky that the rebound fell its way to Kwarteng, and he finished the job superbly. It was a lovely through ball from the left wing that found Kittel in the box. Just tried to go towards the near post, and in the end, it actually opened up the other way, but fortunate, Chrissy, that it fell the right way for him with the second go, and now he's got another chance to get a second goal immediately.
Kittel causing problems, and he picked out, I believe it was Kwarteng, coming in at the back post there, looking for his second goal. But all of a sudden, we're seeing a few more mistakes being made by Chantuna. That's inviting the pressure from Chrissy. Chrissy is quite happily accepting the invitation to then try and carve out chances and cause problems. And right now, Tuna can't really get the ball out of his own half. You can see he's trying to take that patient and measured approach. But really, his avenues forward are being cut out by Chrissy on almost every occasion, it seems.
Yeah, both these guys have been patient in starting the game. It was the first 20 minutes or so where it was a slow build-up play for both of them, but it then turned into that end-to-end game. And in the last 10 minutes, it's definitely been with Chrissy. He's obviously opened the scoring and had good chances, but now Tuna has the chance to possibly push the game forward.
The pass looked like it was on there to Sabota. Chrissy did well to recover the position with his defender, but it is a corner for Tuna. Punch clear by Pollersbeck. It's Langford on the edge of the area. Picks up the loose ball now with Cords. Tashi. Closed down by Bayer. And Nari can bring it away now for Hamburg. On the counter, but he's going to run that one straight out of play. Tuna shadowing him the whole time with his defender. Little fake throw there to keep Chrissy guessing.
I have the feeling this is going to be one of our most competitive esports games. As much as Chrissy has been looking better in terms of bringing the ball forward so far, Tuna's definitely not lacked his moments, and he's been able to get on the ball well, and there again, get some good defensive work going, get in the right positions.
Well, when asked by the Hanover website a few weeks ago as to whether he considered himself an esports pro, he did say, "I'm not a pro, but I've been playing FIFA passionately for over a decade now. And given his injury history, Alex, I'm sure he will be very familiar with the controller in his palms. And we are seeing the comfort levels there. But right now, he is coming up against Chrissy. And we are seeing a slight skill discrepancy. But as you said, it actually is making for a very competitive fixture because Chantuna is not giving up. He's not raising the white flag at all. And he was looking for maybe one last chance before the halftime whistle. He's not going to get it. So it is a one-goal deficit. Once again, a narrow lead. No one running away with it today in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, seemingly.
Yeah, definitely not. You can see there, Tuna having much more of the possession, but Chrissy having the chances. It's one thing that we've come used to seeing, actually, in a lot of these esports games. The guy who's had most of the possession that's actually shown to be the fact that he's not been able to produce chances going forward, which is why he's had to be more patient in his build-up play and therefore have more possession, whereas Chrissy had less of the ball, but when he has had it, when he's been in possession, he's pushed it forward well and found space and found openings in the St. Pauli defence, which Tuna has not been able to do at the other end. That is why he's 1-0 to the good as we get into the second half. Will that change, though, for Tuna? Can he get something going in the attacking third for St. Pauli? Or will Hamburg record their first Hamburg Derby win of the season against St. Pauli?
A glimmer of hope. And I'm sure in the grand scheme of things, it won't make much difference, but that's a lovely move from Tuna. Didn't have a man making the run through the middle. Tried to go it alone and ended up getting crowded out by two defenders there instead. Those are those moments where I think you can see if this was the FIFA Ultimate Team mode, he knew exactly what he was trying to do there, but he wasn't able to execute in the 85 game mode the same way he could in Ultimate Team. That could be offside, but the chance, no, is not alive. It was indeed denied by the assistant.
It was a nice move from Tuna beforehand. A couple of step overs to get past his man, but he just didn't have the pace from his striker to really get beyond the defender and get that shot away. And that is the difference that the 85 mode can make. It brings all the players, of course, onto the same rating. Makes it more difficult to break through a team, especially for these esports guys who are so calculated in their defensive work. So close there for Chrissy, making it 2-0. He hits the wrong side of the netting at the near post. Good work, though, to create an opening through the St. Pauli defence.
This is it. Tuna talking about his esports career. He said it's been 2 years since he's really been intensively focusing on that aspect of his game. And he he finished fourth in the ESL Europe Cup, one of the biggest esports foundations or companies here in Germany. And on top of that, he also won a 2-on-2 cup with one of his friends, his close friends, he said. He, of course, had that stay-at-home cup victory that we've mentioned. And he said he's interested to see where his path will lead him in the esports world. But he is also studying to do his bachelor's degree because he does want alternative avenues as well. And he says he's been able to focus on his bachelor's and his studying a little bit more by turning his football from a profession into a hobby. He does still play football, but he plays it in the 6th tier with SC Hemmingen Westerfeld. And so it does allow him to then concentrate on his studies and on the esports aspect of his game. I mentioned the fact he's got a Twitch channel, but he really is keeping all his options open. And he may need to do that in this game as well if he wants to get back into it. He was looking for the cross. Interesting angle to try and take the cross from, but it almost worked out for him.
Yeah, he did, as you said, looking for different ways to get through. Hasn't worked out for him so far. It's worked out for Chrissy, though, as he sends that long ball forward to Hinterzet. To the back post it goes. Oh, just a poor touch from Amici at the back post.
Oh, he's kept the chance alive, though. Bobby Wood on the turn! And again, I think that was a combination of the post and the side netting, but Chrissy constantly looking for that near post finish from tight angles, Alex.
He is indeed. He knows how it works, going towards the near post. He's looking the most likely to find the net next in this game. Looking likely to extend his lead rather than see it go away. He's been fantastic going forward so far. Really great in creating space through the St. Pauli defence. The passing and moving has been fantastic. Something that Tuna can learn from. 20 minutes to go, still 1-0. It's wide open in this tie. It means that it would be wide open again for Tim Leibold and Lucas Ando, who are waiting in the wings for the second game of this tie. Those two Bundesliga professional players coming up in the second game, following their esports pros. Will we see more goals in the last 20 minutes?
I was going to say, I don't want to get too far away from this game, but I do wonder whether it really is just the level of seriousness that's grown over the course of the Bundesliga Home Challenge that has manifested itself into seeing so many tight games this weekend, Alex. Because it's not quite what we've become accustomed to seeing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We've tended to have blowout wins. Very few of the ties have then been tight or separated by just a goal or two. But that is certainly the growing trend here on Matchday 4. It has to be said, after some goalless games yesterday, some big derby wins, and right now Hamburg have the front foot in this one when it comes to the Hamburg derby with arch rivals St. Pauli, represented by Chantuna on the ball now. The footballer turned esports pro knows that given the fact he's just a goal behind, he needs just one moment to change the complexion of this game once again.
We saw in the Augsburg game all the dominance that Yannick had. He just needed that one moment at the end to find the goal. It works the same way when you haven't been so dominant. You can still get that one chance. As long as this stays 1-0, it's alive right until the end. If Tuna can make sure that Chrissy doesn't get another chance to go 2-0 up, because we've seen how good he can be in front of goal.
Bobby Wood playing a prominent role for Hamburg in this game. Continued his run forward there. Now with Amici. Tuna trying to stay touch tight. To the byline. That was a very important challenge made by Tuna to block the cross.
9 minutes to go. I have a feeling that Tuna is going to get another chance in this game. I know they've been few and far between for him, but something about this game, it's a Hamburg derby. It's not going to be so simple.
I know, and it's open enough that he could have a chance. I mean, Chrissy's trying to defend diligently and, we have to say, doing a very good job, giving a very good account of his defensive skills here. The corner to the near post. He got a head on the ball, Tuna, but not a powerful one. No effort on goal. And I do feel the same way. It really is then the question, can he convert it if he gets it? The time is now winding down, and he doesn't have a lot of time to work with. First priority is getting the ball off of Chrissy. And ultimately, right now, first priority is not falling further behind. Oh, he went for the extra pass, Chrissy. Couldn't get the power on it. And St. Pauli and Tuna had men over to cover anyway. And now he's got to break on. There's 2 men in the middle, up against one defender. Hamburg's backline has recovered.
And neither of those forwards really made the right run for Tuna to find there. But he's recycled it well and kept the ball.
Oh, loses out, but he's won a foul here in a promising position. Maybe a little too far out for the direct free kick. Couple of fakes. It's passed off Sean. He was looking for the return pass there. One of the runners had made his way into the box. That may just have been the chance we were talking about. It wasn't clear cut, Alex, and he wasn't able to convert it.
That's it. Time is not on St. Pauli's side.
You're not happy about the decision going against him as a 50-50, but he didn't win it. St. Pauli fans still in fine voice in the background there as another foul goes against them. Can Chrissy rub further salt in the wounds here? After a very professional performance. And he cannot do that, but Hamburg have taken the bragging rights in leg one of the Hamburg Derby against St. Pauli. A tight and tense affair there from start to finish between the two newcomers, Jan Tuna and Harsfeld Chrissy. But it is Harsfeld Chrissy scoring the only goal of the game to give Hamburg a slim advantage going into the second leg, where we will see Tim Leibold and Luca Zander pick up the controllers and see what they can add to the mix. We're looking for an aggregate winner. And if it does end in a draw, we won't see golden goal. We won't see penalties. Bragging rights will have to be split if that is the case. But it hasn't happened so far yet today. And in fairness, we only had one draw overall. We had a couple of draws in individual matches, Alex. But it was only the one draw on aggregate that was in our final game. The only game in Bundesliga Home Challenge history that has not had a single goal. It was a 0-0 draw over 2 legs between Wolfsburg and Hanover. They were more entertaining than the scoreline suggests, that is fair to say. But we have not had a draw on aggregate so far today. And now we will wonder whether Luca Zander, who I think it's fair to say, given his performances in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, Alex, will maybe be seen here as a slight favourite over Tim Leibold. We've only seen him in action once, so again, it's worth us underlining how difficult that is sometimes to then really judge exactly what these players are bringing to the table. But Zander's track record suggests he can be confident coming into this game.
100%. He was one of the most impressive guys we saw in the opening weekend, going up against Schalke's Tim Latke, the eSports pro, who has been so dominant in his game so far. And he only suffered a 1-0 win in what was one of the most defensive games we've seen in the tournament so far. Zander did really well to make sure that he held Latke to just 1 goal. And it was an unfortunate goal as well that he conceded. And then he responded in the second weekend with a 3-0 win over Tim Handwerker. And to be fair, he has had really difficult opponents, because in last week's affair against Hoffenheim, he went up against Münster, who of course has been the star name of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, both going into it and in the way he has performed so far in the tournament. And he only suffered a 3-2 defeat, did Luca Zander. He went ahead a couple of times in that game as well. So he really pushed the ball right to the end. So it's going to be a tough one for Tim Leibold. But as you said, we haven't seen much of him. We haven't seen too much of his experience. And obviously that 3-0 defeat to Sydney Frieda last weekend was disappointing. But there's no better way for him to bounce back if he wants to today, to make sure that this Hamburg lead that they have from the first leg, 1-0 was the scoreline. If he can defend that lead against St. Pauli, it would be huge for the man who actually joined Hamburg from Nuremberg last summer, where he made over 100 appearances for the Bavarian club. He's made 25 appearances for Hamburg this season so far and scored a goal as well. Now he has the chance to score a goal in the virtual world as well. And it would go a long way to making sure that Hamburg do get a win over St. Pauli in this tie. But I think I agree with you, James. Even if Xander, has lost 2 of his 3 games, the opponents he's faced have not been the kindest for him, and in those games, in those defeats, he's definitely not been overawed by the occasion. He's not been the worst player by any big stretch of the margin.
No, that was it. You're right. That 3-0 loss for Tim Leibold against Sidney Freda was disappointing. For us, it was great. Sidney Freda was celebrating his birthday. He scored a hat-trick with himself. It had a bit of everything for us to get our teeth stuck into, and really entertained in great measure. I think it was connectivity issues that really actually meant that Sidney Freda decided not to come back for a second weekend running this time around. And that's fair enough. We hold no grudges here on the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We are simply delighted that any and all are involved. And the fact is, I think this has, Alex's motto throughout this whole thing has been expect the unexpected. But this whole Bundesliga Home Challenge has blown our expectations out of the water, I think it's fair to say, Alex. From start to finish, Matchday 1 through 2 now, and we've still got a couple of games left in Matchday 4 as well. And power to it. It really has been a wonderful event to be a part of. And a lot of effort has gone in behind the scenes from the clubs, the players themselves, trying to set some of these things up at their own homes, which for some of these professional players won't be something they've been used to. Not all of them have Twitch channels. Not all of them have gaming setups like Nico Schlotterbeck either. But they've got in the mix, they've had fun with it, and they've produced some very entertaining results, it has to be said. And we're hoping that this one could do the same. But as I say, Luka Zander will be the favourite, because those 2 losses really, in the context of the Bundesliga Home Challenge and in the context of professional footballers making the crossover into the virtual world, those losses against Munas de Boer and Tim Lacker really are close to victories for a player like Luka Zander, who wouldn't have been expected to even run them that tight. He said after that Matchday 1 loss to Lacker that he was expecting it to be worse. He thought he was going to be on the receiving end of quite a humbling, but he noticed there wasn't much in it. Now, admittedly, Tim Lacker, not one of the most attacking eSports players out there in the German scene, especially on FIFA 20. And the fact that he was able to run him close, though, and hold it to just a goal was certainly something that spoke volumes for him. On the Hamburg side of things as well, they've had a couple of messages of support from players, or I should say figureheads at the club. We had both Marcel Janssen, the he's not a sporting director. I actually don't know what his title is, but he's a little higher up than a sporting director. But he was wishing them all luck and saying that Tim Leibold is aware of what the pressure is like out on the pitch, and he hopes that he's going to be able to see it through into the virtual world as well. Alex, gone.
Janssen is in fact the president of Hamburg now.
That's right. He did get named the president. That happened recently. It happened a couple of weeks ago. You are correct. So Thank you for correcting me there and making sure I've got my bits and bobs right when it comes to Marcel Janssen, the former Hamburg player, now turned club president. Not a pretty lofty office to hold, but he was wishing them luck. So too was brother of Bastian Schweinsteiger, Tobias Schweinsteiger, who is working as an assistant coach with Hamburg right now. So some prominent figures there wishing them luck. And Marcel Janssen in particular said he was going to be tuning in. And so far, he'll be quite happy with what he's seen. But Tim Leibold up against it here against Luka Zander in the second leg.
Yeah, definitely. He has a 1-0 lead, but it has to be said, we're expecting Luka Zander to come out fighting, especially with that 1-0 deficit that he has to overturn. A big chance for him to create some history and be the hero St. Pauli need. But as you said, it's fantastic as well to see that the likes of a club president like Marcel Janssen getting involved in watching the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Of course, it's been a really nice way for all of us included here, myself and James, and you at home, and even the players involved as well, to forget about the difficult times that we're all suffering from at the moment, and have a bit of time over the weekend to get some competitive juices flowing. And what better way to do that than this Bundesliga Home Challenge derby weekend? And we are all set for a mouth-watering affair between Hamburg and St. Pauli and Tim Leibold and Luka Zander. It's still all to play for. Can Zander produce a special comeback? We are at the Volksparkstadion in Hamburg. It would be a special away day for St. Pauli if they can produce it. They, of course, won 2-0 here in real life in the Bundesliga this season. Can Zander produce a similar result now?
Yeah, he's got to build on the magic of that moment for St. Pauli in real life and transfer it into the virtual world, because he is coming into this game a goal down on aggregate. He's got some work to do to get his side back into this game up against Tim Leibold. Zander representing St. Pauli in the brown kits with white shorts. Hamburg this time not in pink, but in white. The good news for us is that Tim Leibold is sporting the pink kit, so I hope he washed it since last weekend, though. I will say that.
It also looks like he's changed his setup slightly. I seem to remember him being a bit more of a living room environment last time. Very concentrated now, no distractions on the walls. Looks like he's actually set up in a bit of a corner there. Might have secluded himself in preparation for this huge derby game.
That's it. He's getting himself into game mode just like he would for a Bundesliga match day. Perhaps Tim Leibold, as his pass is cut out there at the back by Lukas Zander. Now trying to build a move of his own down that right wing. That's where he has made his home with St. Pauli. Lukas Zander, the right back by trade. 40 appearances for St. Pauli, including 10 in the current campaign. Well read there, but he's given it away in a dangerous area. Hinterseer was trying to get in behind the back line, but the through ball cut out there.
It's one thing that I think is going to be a difference here. Zander, although he does make a rash pass there and lets it go loose, Leibold had a great opportunity around the edge of the box there. If he'd been a bit more composed and measured in his pass, could have come off better for him. It seems, coming into this game, you would expect Zander to be a bit more of that composed figure. Definitely came up well in those eSports battles that he had with Tim Latka and even Munas de Boer, the fellow professional, who's on an eSports level, it has to be said. He's looking composed now as he continues some strong and patient build-up play around the Hamburg box.
Yeah, he was one of the professional players that it struck us quite early, the fact that the way he played mirrored a lot of the way we see eSports pros approach the games, in terms of a very conservative at times, but measured approach, maybe operating in a more risk-averse manner, especially on the opening exchanges, but he's given the ball away dangerously, and it is going to be a goal for Hamburg. The aggregate lead is doubled.
Oh, I think it's offside though, James.
Oh.
It is. Unbelievable.
Zander's blushes are spared by the assistant referee. But he can't be making mistakes like that. An early warning shot sent by Leibold, who's pushing forward again here. He's looking to press that early advantage that he's managed to create for himself.
Wake-up call for Zander defensively there. Scrambled around the box and must have obviously come off the other Hamburg player before it fell to, I believe it was Kittel who tapped it in there in front of goal. Unfortunate for Leibold, but nice little confidence booster for him.
Oh, he's trying to use the skill moves to his advantage there, but it was a simple pass that actually let Zander down. Now Dudziak on the ball for Leibold. Doesn't have many options in terms of support. They are coming up in numbers now, and this is a good run being made by Kwarteng. Oh. Side netting from Leibold. Kwarteng, the man who scored the only goal of the game in the first leg. Unable to find the target on that occasion, but right now, Leibold has started with the bit between his teeth, and Zander, who we thought was going to be the favourite, is rattled early on, Alex.
He is indeed. He's having to deal with an onslaught from Leibold. As soon as he gets the ball, the Hamburg man, he pushes it forward with everything he's got. Really swift counter-attacking play. Zander has not been able to produce the same. You see there, he has a good opportunity with men forward. But his first real pass in the Hamburg half, every time he's come forward, has been loose and it's been picked up by Leibold. At the other end, he's been really, really clinical in his counter-attacking play. Just needs to get that last touch in front of goal to go ahead now. Build on that pressure.
He's got to be a little cleaner with his passing game there. The last pass letting him down in the final third as he looked to threaten. And now again, it's the run down the right being made by Sabota. That looks to be a good outlet for Zander. Found him again with the 1-2, a chance to get the ball into the mix. Oh, the cross not forthcoming. No foul given, but he does get the corner. Whipped in towards the near post. He had a man there. It's now with Benatelli. Didn't fancy chancing his arm from range there, but he's won it back. Tashi trying to feed Benatelli. There's one in the middle. It's Hiepen! We are all square once again on aggregate as Zander gets the opening goal. Leibold had been pressuring, but it's Zander with the breakthrough.
It is indeed. Really tidy little cross there. Perfectly placed. It was put into that only spot really that you could imagine him scoring from there, Zander. Hiepen made the run and got into the perfect place to be on the end of it. Leibold, who started the better of these two guys, will just have to make sure he can be clinical when he does get his chances in front of goal. Zander, though, very important that he got a goal in the first half to bring this level.
Yeah, it was the right response to almost falling behind himself, being saved by the assistant referee's flag. He was combining well there, but maybe one pass too many. He was looking for the goal scorer, Hiepen, once again. I think for Leibold, it's just a case of he doesn't need to change his game plan. You are right, it really is gung-ho attacking football from him every time he gets possession. And arguably, I think we can say that that's his real lifestyle of play, transferring into the virtual world. He talked about it himself. He says, I'm the type of player who loves to push the game. And we're seeing that here. But right now, he is behind, with work to do. All square on aggregate. But that goal has given Zander something to work with in this game. And he wouldn't say no to a second before the break. Tashi, twisty, turning. Oh, off the post. The rebound, fluffed, and over into the roof of the net.
How on earth has that stayed out, James? Firstly, it hit the post, but then the two blocked shots at the end looked more likely to go in as well. Huge chance for Zander to take a lead into the half-time break. Maybe he'll get one more, though.
Tashi finding Veerman. But the space was not on his side there. And so he does have to settle for a one-goal lead. But after starting that game strong, Tim Leibold found himself on the back foot at the end of the first half. Zander pushed the advantage, grabbed his goal. And now we're in a perfect position coming into this second half, Alex. All square on aggregate. It's still there to be won.
What a fantastic first half that was, James. Zander having to play a bit on the back foot there at times, with Leibold pushing the game forward. In the end, he did get the goal, and he had a couple of chances there at the end of the first half as well to really double his lead and go ahead in this tie. But fantastic way for it to get into this second half now. 1-1 across the tie. It's all to play for. These two guys need to compose themselves, get into derby mode, try and get themselves a winner, to be a hero.
That's what these derbies are all about. Headline-grabbing heroes. Nassim Boujellab was the man to do it for Schalke yesterday. Louis Hiepen was the player to provide the heroics for Borussia Mönchengladbach. We've seen it already today as well, but who can decide the Hamburg derby in their favour? Leibold. He went for the back heel. Not the best pass to try and play there as he looked to find a way to break down Lucas Zander's backline. No pressure in midfield on Zander, and I say that Dudziak wins it back. Dudziak's continued his run, but he's crowded out by the St. Pauli backline. Now with Amechi. This is it. St. Pauli and Zander getting a lot of bodies behind the ball. It's making life difficult for Leibold, but here he is with Sonny Kittel. Oh, he fashioned the space. The rebound falls to the St. Pauli player after being palmed clear by the goalkeeper. Another scare survived by Lucas Zander. He's knocking on the door still, Tim Leibold, though. He's not out of this game yet. I would be shocked if we don't see more goals before the full-time whistle. It's end-to-end stuff now. Zander trying to thread the needle round the corner.
I was going to say, both these guys making it difficult for the other. It's become a bit of a midfield scrap for a lot of this, but Leibold had a great opportunity there. Did really well to work the space for a shot with Kittel. And that's the thing. As much as these eSports guys do work the space for the perfect shot, and it does more often than not result in a goal, for these Bundesliga professionals, taking that shot from the first real chance you get from a difficult position can produce a rebound as he goes again from a tight angle. Leibold this time gets the corner, but that's the thing. When you're not producing that many chances and getting not many clear-cut chances at goal, you can go for a shot, sometimes hope for a rebound. We've seen so many of them prove worthwhile for these guys. And that's what Leibold went for there. Some changes being made on the 65-minute mark. Fresh legs in attack for both these guys.
Yeah, can they maybe make the difference for Leibold, who is finding Zander and St. Pauli's backline a tough nut to crack in this one. Of course, Tim Leibold, despite presenting an attacking threat, Alex, still yet to score in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Now it is second time of asking. It was a 3-0 loss last time out against Sydney Freder of Wien Wiesbaden. His first goal could ultimately be the one that wins it for Hamburg if he manages to get it. Hamburg derby on the line here. Up next, it's a Franconian derby. Nuremberg and Greuther Fürth set to go head-to-head. Chance here for Zander to make it 2.
I think he just asked, "Was machst du? What are you doing?" to his striker. That heavy second touch was not what he wanted. Clean through on goal. A nicer one. Could have set up a really simple shot for Zander to take the lead in this tie, but not the way it worked out for him. He keeps going though and has another chance here perhaps.
Men in the middle to aim for. Just holding off on the cross for now. It's funny, Alex, I like Luka Zander. Do often ask my FIFA players what they're doing. You know, I like to forget the fact that I'm the one in control of them because I like to portion the blame all on them for missing the chances that I've worked so hard to create with them. Absolutely shocking and outrageous behaviour at times from some of my FIFA 20 players, I have to say.
I couldn't agree more. Even if one of my favourite sayings is that a bad workman always blames his tools, it's a different case on FIFA. These guys are not up to scratch sometimes.
That doesn't apply to the virtual world, that's only real life stuff, but here's Hiepen with a chance to win it! St. Pauli take the aggregate lead for the first time in the Hamburg derby. Hiepen with a brace. Delight for Luka Zander.
That's how to do it, Luka Zander. Lovely lobbed through ball to Hiepen. I don't think Team Live was expecting that. Superbly orchestrated from the St. Pauli man. And the finish was tidy at the near post, and with 10 minutes to go, he indeed has completed the comeback now. Can he hold on to it? He's 1 goal to the good in the tie, 2 goals to the good in this game. At the moment, he's going to replicate his team's performance in real life. Or maybe even go one better with chances here opening up down the right wing.
Crunch time in the Hamburg derby! And Zander showing he's got all the bite on his side. 3 goals to the good now. And you have to think that that's wrapped things up for St. Pauli in this Hamburg derby.
I think that's game, set and match. Superb from Zander, and it is to be expected. Leibold had to push forward a bit more, having gone 2-0 up, and in the end, the space is opened up there behind the Hamburg defence, and Zander was just composed in finding that driven cross into the box, and the man at the back post providing a tidy finish. Now he just has to make sure he doesn't allow Tim Leibold to get 1 goal and get some hope back into this game.
I feel for Tim Leibold. I would want him to get at least 1 goal to his name in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but right now it looks like he might concede a 4th. Miyachi bursting forward for St. Pauli. Is the cut back on? He's trying to find it with Tashi. Forced to retreat for the time being. Now with Benatelli, back to Tashi. Back heel to Hiepen. No chance forthcoming on that occasion for Luka Zander. His advances rebuffed by Tim Leibold, who's now pushing forward. Can he get a late consolation effort? Can he open his account in the Bundesliga Home Challenge in front of goal? The run's being made. Poyampalo! It's there! Leibold gets his goal. And well, it won't do much in the context of the tie or in the context of this one-on-one against Luka Zander. It is a 3-1 win to Zander and St. Pauli. A 3-2 aggregate win for the Keats kicker in the Hamburg derby. And just look at the devastation amongst the Hamburg players out on the pitch there, Alex.
That's what it means to these guys, and Tim Leibold there, even if he did find the net, we saw him smack his thigh. He knows that he had chances to score that goal earlier on in the game. And the fact that he scored it late on really doesn't matter much to him, because his side have let that 1-0 lead from the first leg slip. And they have lost 3-2 in this tie to St. Pauli. The Hamburg derby goes the way of Pauli once again in the Bundesliga. A 4th time now this season. Twice in the Bundesliga, once in the virtual Bundesliga, and now in the home challenge. St. Pauli overcome their usually dominant neighbours in the Hamburg area and get themselves a huge, huge derby win. And well, that really was one of the tightest affairs we've seen so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And to be fair, we did say that Zander was going to be a really tough nut to crack for Leibold. He did better than I thought he would. He really did well, especially in that first half. Really did have chances, but in the end, Luka Zander's quality paid dividends and earned him a big win for St. Pauli. And we've now just got 3 ties to go in this game. If you are just joining us, a nice recap for you that what is expected to come. We'll have a couple of games between each team. One of them will be between a Bundesliga professional player and another between a member of a club, usually an eSports player for us in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And we are taking the aggregate score for the winner of each game. Although there will be no champion crowned at the end of this, it is an invitational tournament. There is no league table, no knockout form. And we are playing in the 85 mode, which brings everyone onto a level playing field. And as I said, 3 ties to go. The first of which will be that Franconian derby between Nuremberg and Greuther Fürth. We'll then have Leipzig and Dresden before we close out Matchday 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge with Paderborn and Arminia Bielefeld later this evening. A couple of hours left to enjoy the Bundesliga Home Challenge this weekend. We hope you are doing so today, enjoying the Bundesliga Derby weekend, which we've had. And up next, it's Felix Schimmel against Christian. I'm going to say Impact, Ten.
You're going to take the X out again, are you?
I'm going to presume it's a silent X there.
Silent X. Impact.
Zimpact. It could be that, but I'm not going to complicate myself with that, I don't think.
I wouldn't either. No, I mean, it's a shame that we've lost Fabio, 97 for Greuther Fürth, who, let's be honest, he's been one of the most impressive players and arguably someone that I've most looked forward to watching on a weekly basis in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, because I certainly have really revelled in the esports element in the mix of this clash of worlds, the real life and the virtual world. But he has given up the ghost for the final match day, which is fair enough. He had a strong showing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Nothing left really for him to prove, and he's given now a chance for Christian ex-Impact 10 to gain some exposure from all this. They are partners in the virtual Bundesliga. Of course, Greuther Fürth were the side that finished second in the virtual Bundesliga behind back-to-back champions Werder Bremen. So an incredibly impressive result for them in the virtual Bundesliga campaign. They were looking to transfer that type of form into the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and then they have done well so far, it has to be said. It was a 3-2 loss to Hoffenheim on the opening day, a 5-5 draw against Köln, and then they finally got their first win, a big win last weekend, Greuther Fürth, the 8-4 victory against Holstein Kiel. But that really is it, and I was going to talk to you about this earlier before, I was after the Augsburg game actually, Alex, but coming into this, given the fact that we didn't know what to expect, we had Werder Bremen and Greuther Fürth. They were the big dogs in the virtual Bundesliga world, and yet it's Augsburg and Hoffenheim. Augsburg, who finished 16th in the virtual Bundesliga. Hoffenheim, who aren't even in it. They're the ones with the perfect 4 wins out of 4 records, not the Greuther Fürths, not the Werder Bremens.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see that, especially Greuther Fürth and Werder Bremen struggling in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. I guess that does come down to the Bundesliga professionals as well themselves. For them, Timothy Tillman has been a mainstay. This will be his 4th game in the tournament, and he did finally get his first win last weekend, a big 6-3 win against Dominik Schmidt, but he suffered defeats in his 2 previous games against De Boer and Chichos, and obviously we saw that work against Werder Bremen as well. But it has to be said, I am excited as well that Impact has been able to play at least one game. It's sad to see that Fabio is not involved, but it's nice to see the other part of the Greuther Fürth team involved today. And he's coming up against Felix Schimmel, who's also had an indifferent tournament so far, but did get that big 1-0 win over Ulis Kada last weekend. And he'll be wanting to build from that. And it did bring one of the tightest games that we've seen so far in the virtual Bundesliga. These two sides, when they did meet on matchday 6, it was a 4-all draw across the games in terms of the points that they scored. In the PS4 game, it did go the way of Greuther Fürth in a 3-2 win. And then in the Xbox, it was a 1-all draw, and Nuremberg won the duo game 1-0. So a very even contest between these two sides. And I think it's fair to say we're expecting a similar story today between Schimmel and Impact, as well as Hamwerker and Tillman. Both have had indifferent tournaments so far. Hamwerker as well, getting a couple of wins in his game against Maxi Eggestein of Bremen and Kevin Schlotterbeck of Union Berlin. And in between that, he did suffer a defeat against St. Pauli's Luca Zander 3-0. But it will be Schimmel and Impact to get us going first off in this tie. And it is fair to say that Impact, as well as being new to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, he is one of the most impressive names in the virtual Bundesliga world. And someone who's very excited about representing Greuther Fürth and being a part of the expansion of the virtual Bundesliga in in the coming weeks and months. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, that's it. He was also talking about his pride representing Fürth internationally, because he not only qualified for the Foot Champions Cup number 4 in Paris, he also qualified for Foot Champions Cup number 5 in Bucharest. So a chance there to represent Greuther Fürth on an international stage in a way, let's be honest, they haven't ever been in the real world. Greuther Fürth, side that have had a few seasons in the Bundesliga. Actually, no, I want to say it was just one. Or did they get 2 in the end? Right, I'm going to check that in a second. But they're not used to being in the top tier, certainly not used to being on the international stage. But ex-Impact 10 has been part of the reason they've been able to be represented on that stage. I mean, this is a guy that finished second in the world in the weekend league back in January. I think it was the last week of January he managed to achieve that feat. And he's 8-0 in the current weekend league. Fortunately, his weekend league rewards last week were not really desirable, I think is maybe a good way to put it. Rudi Jahrstein, 85 rated, Team of the Week Moments player, was the best pack pull he got out of his rewards. And goes to show that you can get yourself into the top 100 time and time again. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the best rewards. Sometimes, I'm sure for some of these professional players, it may just not be worth it once they open those packs and they gain those rewards. And I think that could be said of ex-Impact 10. And this is the Franken Derby, as they call it here in Germany, Franconian Derby. 2 teams from Bavaria, the state of Bavaria, but from the Franken district, let's say, of Bavaria. And these 2 arch rivals, not separated by much either in terms of proximity as well. And they have been clashing in the lower tiers of German football for a couple of seasons. Nuremberg, of course, were in the top tier last season before dropping down into the Zweite Bundesliga again. And we really are interested to see what ex-Impact will bring to the table, given the fact that he really has had the bar set by Fabio and his results in the virtual Bundesliga. Can he pick up the mantle of a man he once referred to as the GOAT on Twitter? Ex-Impact 10 talking about his teammate Fabio. And of course, Fabio, he picked up a 1-0 win against Plattlup of Hoffenheim on Matchday 1. It was a very impressive 3-2 victory against Tim the Stranger on Matchday 2 in a 5-5 draw on aggregate with Köln. And then last week it was a 2-1 win. So a very impressive record that ex-Impact 10 will be looking to defend here for the eSports pros representing Fürth.
Yeah, that's it. As much as Fürth have struggled, it's fair to say, as a team in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, only picking up 1 win last weekend, it's not been down to the eSports side of things for Fabio picking up a win across all of his games so far. Tillman, though, was the key man last week, getting his big win to settle the scores against Kiel. And they'll be looking to make sure that Tillman can provide some special stuff again. And obviously, it's going to be a special game for him as well, coming up against his former side. Tillman, a product of the Bayern Youth Academy, but did spend last season on loan at Nuremberg before he made a move to Greuther Fürth this January, again on loan. So we'll have to wait and see what he can do against his former club later on. But as you can see, we are ready and set for Greuther Fürth against Nuremberg here. Both these guys ready and raring to go. They've got their setups all sorted, of course, these 2 eSports guys. And of course, for Impact, a big chance to keep that run going of Greuther Fürth wins in the eSports side of things, at least.
That's it. Very defensive setup, though, from Schimmel, it's fair to say. So I think he's expecting a bit of an onslaught here against ex-Impact 10. Plenty of men behind the ball. It looks like 2 holding midfielders as well. And they're virtually both playing in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Just Schimmel's is decidedly deeper.
Yeah, it's fair to say that he's making sure that he can defend first before attacking against Impact. And I think that is fair to say coming into this game. You'd expect that. He's produced some good results. Obviously, he only suffered a 3-1 defeat to Megabit in the first match day of this game. He's had some difficult games to deal with, and he's done well. I think I mentioned earlier that he was an eSports guy. That is not true. Or is he an eSports guy? He's not an eSports guy, is he, Felix Schimmel?
He's a youth academy player on the books at Nuremberg.
There you go.
But he has given performances,
That's it.
I'm not surprised that you have got in the back of your head that he may be an esports professional.
Yeah, and it's one of those cases where he's coming up against esports guys more often than not in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, where we just have to make sure we know exactly what his background is. And of course, as you said, he's definitely not looked like any normal Bundesliga professional player. He's looked like one of these guys who's impressed. And that was such an impressive performance from him last week against Julius Kader, who was coming into that game off the back of his win over Bassino. For Schimmel to shut him down and get that 1-0 win was very impressive indeed. And I mean, if he can produce anything similar to that against Impact, it would go no way. It would be a huge boost to his reputation as a FIFA player, one of these guys who's impressed us so much in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. Obviously, we've seen so many games, so many Bundesliga professionals switch over and get involved. Lots of different players for different teams, and a few of them have been really impressive. And Felix Schimmel is another of those names who's done that so far for Nuremberg.
No, absolutely. That win over Kader, it didn't go the way we expected, but you are right. He halted the hype train that was building for Julius Kader. And it was his first win of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But considering the fact that he'd gone up against 2 esports pros before that, certainly acquitting himself quite well, considering the fact that he only lost 3-1 against Megabit, the reigning Grand Final champion, the one to beat in German esports circles, no doubt about it. And we are now ready to get underway in leg 1 of the Franken Derby between Fürth and Nuremberg. If you want to get in touch with us on social media, hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is the way to do it. We love seeing where you guys are tuning in from. We've had people from all corners of the world get in touch. We had Australia, we've had Hawaii. I've seen the Ugandan flag in a couple of chat rooms as well. And so it really is great the fact that you are able to join us from wherever you are in the world. We hope you guys are staying safe and healthy in this troubling time. And we are here to provide a bit of comedy and culture and light relief and a distraction during the coronavirus pandemic. If you're hemmed in at home, take a load off. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea, put your feet up and listen to the dulcet tones of both myself and Alex Chaffer as we bring you this crossover event into the virtual world. The Bundesliga Home Challenge. It's throwing up twists and turns aplenty. Highlights keep coming. And we are expecting this one between Fürth and Nuremberg to be yet another one. A newcomer, ex-Impact 10, there at the top of your screen on the left-hand side, making his debut in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, looking to build on the results of his virtual Bundesliga teammate, Fabio 97. And of course, we've talked about the problems that some of these players have on their debuts. They are used to the Ultimate Team mode, but ex-Impact, with that virtual Bundesliga season behind him, he will be more than accustomed to what the 85 both entails and demands of a FIFA player. You can see him here getting some possession under his belt, but please, Alex.
On a big side note, I'm very happy to see, I think it's the first time really that the player cams have made it look like the players are really going head-to-head against one another. So a nice bit of work from Impact and Schimmel, making sure that was set up like that. I'm sure they talked about that in the build-up to make sure it was set up like that. Or not. Maybe it's just a coincidence.
I maybe give credit to the producers as well, the fact they put it that way. But it does look like they are literally separated by a wall. They could be in rooms next door to each other, but they are separated. These two of the players that are doing this from the comfort of their own homes. And we hope that you guys are staying safe in the comfort of yours. Not all of them have done this. The teams have sometimes set up themselves in the press rooms of their respective stadiums. But for the most part, we've seen the Bundesliga Home Challenge being embraced from home. You can see both of these guys very far forward in their seats. No one wanting to give an edge early in the action, rightly so.
You can see how high Impact is pressing here, actually. It's got plenty of men high up the pitch. Schimmel's keeping possession well, getting forward here as well. On the right flank. Yeah, Impact has got a lot of men high up the pitch and making sure that if he does get a break or win the ball high up the pitch against Schimmel here, then he's going to have plenty of numbers in support.
Well, that was it. It was Dino Kasten of Wolfsburg. We saw him have a tactic where he literally had 3 players that had been told to stay up at all times. Yeah. And he thought that was a way for him to get into the game. And I think that's an interesting approach, it has to be said. But ex-Impact 10 may be looking to really put the pressure on a more casual player on FIFA in a or by adopting an approach that maybe he certainly won't be used to coming up against. And that high press could cause problems. It's almost a 4-2-4 formation here from X-Impact, the way you see his players positioning themselves out on the pitch. It's either that or he's gone all out attacking in the opening exchanges, looking for the early goal, which can really put the pressure up on a player like Felix Schimmel. But he's broken in behind here with Hack. X-Impact trying to recover with Raul. Schimmel's had to rethink here and just slow his roll when it comes to trying to build up in the final third. You can see Schimmel has something about his game as he tries to get to the byline. Can't get past Raul. Doesn't want to settle for the corner, but gets it in the end.
Really impressive to see how confident he is coming up against Impact here. Another note to make is that he really is a non-esports player coming up against one of the best in the business of the virtual Bundesliga. It's giving him a test in the first 30 minutes of this game. You know how difficult it is for these Bundesliga professionals coming into this tournament to face up against these esports guys who do this for a living. But I'm really glad to see that none of them are hiding away from the challenge whatsoever, making sure that they give everything they can. They obviously want to show a good account of themselves as well. Impact's coming forward though. Good defensive work from Schimmel. Again.
He's working it well here on the edge of the area with Sarpai. He's looking to feed one of the two men in the box, but he couldn't squeeze the pass through in the end. But certainly, 35 minutes played, a very evenly matched opening where neither side really giving an inch. I think it's fair to say that what we've seen so far, Alex, I would anticipate clear-cut chances being very hard come by for both players. For now, one brewing there for Schimmel, but immediately under pressure, forced to play the ball all the way backwards. He's kept possession well here with Hack. He's got men up, including Eras. Still a little short of support. Ishak on the ball. He's keeping X-Impact 10 guessing. And then he pounces to win the ball back there, the Greuther Fürth eSports Pro.
You are right though, I think the chances are going to be few and far between. These guys both look very competent defensively. That definitely looks like it's their strengths. Not that they're not good going forward, it just means that their defensive work is cancelling out that attacking foray that they're having so far. And as we approach half time, very even contest so far. Might take something special in the second half to try and break us up, or as we've seen a few times today, there's been a few mistakes made by people. One there from Felix Schimmel letting the ball go away. Can Impact make the most of it?
Oh, not like that. Pass cut out by Eras for Nuremberg. And I think we should also say the fact that Felix Schimmel is once again looking likely to be involved in a low-scoring affair isn't too much of a surprise. It's one of the facets of his game that have led us to really equate him next to some of these eSport pros and compare his style of play to theirs. But it was Felix Schimmel actually that was involved in the very first goalless draw in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, that being the 0-0 draw against St. Pauli's FC SP Tom. It was a 1-0 win against Julius Kader last weekend, and now it's goalless at the break. Little to separate the two sides going in at half-time. I think, if anything, that's maybe surprised X-Impact 10 a little bit more.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he knows coming into this, he will have seen Schimmel's results coming into this game. And the results that you mentioned, not conceding many goals, while he's not scored many himself, he's been able to keep them out. And as you can see, just one shot there in this first half, and Schimmel having much more of the possession. He'll be very happy with that. Not a single shot on goal for Impact so far. Just a sign that both these guys are very competent in terms of keeping the ball out. Both at an eSports standard of playing. It's fair to say Schimmel as well, regardless of his background being a professional footballer. He's putting himself up against Impact and doing very well in the first 45 minutes. Can he hold on to it though? At the moment, in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, he's been able to keep his concentration all the way through the 90 minutes. It's a big test now to see if he can do that against Fürth and Impact here.
Something we should say as well, and it's not making excuses for X-Impact 10 at all, but it's something worth taking into consideration. Now, all these esports pros are very comfortable cross-console for the most part, but X-Impact certainly does prefer the Xbox to the PlayStation 4, which is what all these games are being played on. I do think it's maybe one of the reasons that we haven't seen certain players we expected maybe to be involved in the Bundesliga Home Challenge involved, because if they don't have a PlayStation 4 at home, there's nothing we can do about it.
That's a good point. He's a man of my own heart, an Xbox player myself. I don't have a PS4.
Oh, he threw on goal. That was the first clear-cut opportunities he's had. Schimmel saved by his goalkeeper.
And it's another reason why I have so much respect for these esports guys. No matter what the console is, they're able to produce the goods. Impact showing good stuff there in the start of this second half, having the first real opportunity on goal that he's had all game.
All of a sudden, we're starting to see X-Impact, though, generate some pressure. It's going to test Schimmel's defensive abilities, but we have seen his ability to stay very sharp and on point. And he proves my point there with a sharp challenge on the edge of the area. Just to snuff out the danger that was brewing, but X-Impact quickly winning the ball back. Wonder whether he's changed some of his tactics at half-time to really notch up the pressure here in the second half as we cross the hour mark. This is the first leg between Fürth and Nuremberg. Oh, he's wriggled free! And he's found the near post finish. He hasn't had many sights of goal, but he makes that one count.
One chance is all it takes for these guys at this level. And that's all Impact needed there. Superb finish. I think it's Keita Duell who got the goal there for him. A lovely turn in the box. Had his back to goal when he received that pass, but just turned the way that Schimmel didn't expect him to. And then shot at the near post, which we know is near impossible for goalkeepers to stop when it's done in the right way. And Impact, that might have only been his second shot of the game so far, but it takes him into the lead. And it is Keita Duell who got it. Fantastic way to open the scoring. And with an hour to go, it's a perfect chance for Schimmel and Impact to change some substitutions, make some changes in their squad. You can see Keita Duell turning the wrong way that Schimmel didn't quite plan for. And that's all it needs. That's all it takes. A little touch of class, a little bit of space being created in the box. And these guys, the esports guys, like Impact, are so clinically in front of goal that they make the most of it.
Yeah, it really is the difference at the elite level, where X-Impact 10 will be very used to playing games in the virtual Bundesliga, I'm sure, that have been tight. There have been very few chances. And it does come down to making the most of the few that you do create. For Schimmel, that may not be the case. And this is the thing. Both of these players have adopted a very patient approach. Maybe not the easiest thing to do in this one-off type style of play, Alex, where it is a one-off game, 5 minutes per half. There's not a lot of time to work with, and you've really got to lay it all on the line. But if you're the type of player that likes to play that patient approach play, it just leaves you with so little time to work with when it comes to creating chances in front of goal. We're seeing that in this game, but it's X-Impact 10 that has managed to make the most of his in this second half. Not quite a tale of two halves, but X-Impact has certainly gone up a notch.
Definitely. Schimmel was dominating the possession in the first half, and in this second half it's been all with Impact. Especially with him getting that goal, it just means he's taken control of this game, and he's been able to dictate the play a bit more in this second half. And as you said, for someone like him who's used to being in control of a game, with that 1-0 lead, he's in a perfect spot now, and almost a perfect spot again for Keita Duell there. A great pass through into the box, and his first time shot going close again at the near post. And I think 2-0 might have signalled the end of the game here, but hope for Schimmel is that it is only 1-0. And if he does get a rare chance in this second half, we haven't seen him move forward very well, to be honest. Will bring him level in this game with the scoreline at just 1-0. You can see some changes being made now by Schimmel, moving his team up the pitch, getting a bit more attacking incentive from his guys, see if he can force an equaliser to come. At the moment, though, it is looking like Impact is going to keep control of this game unless Schimmel can change something.
Yeah, whereas in the first half, Schimmel was really the one stamping his authority on proceedings. That has changed in the second half, and X-Impact really starting to take control now. We see whether the attacking changes that Schimmel's just made can take effect. This is a good chance opening up for him. He was trying to lift the ball over the keeper to the man at the back post. just couldn't get enough height on the ball. It's plucked out of the air by the man between the sticks. Direct ball forward, and this is it. Schimmel will now start to have to take more risks. We may see a few more direct passes from him. He's just got to be careful not to allow himself to make more mistakes here as Keita Ruel is in behind again. He's looking for the comeback. Oh, a dangerous moment.
Almost
own goal potential.
Own goal potential was there, James. So close for Schimmel. But as you said, it is so difficult for them to break through an esports player as well, especially when he's in control and time running out. They know how to let the game clock run out, and so Schimmel's going to have to force this game. He's going to have to break out of his shell a bit more, get the ball moving forward, riskier passes, try and get those direct through balls through midfield into the Greuther Fürth defence. It's going to be tricky, and he might lose possession a few times, but with time running out, there's not much else he can do. This is not going to help. Keeping the ball around his defence is not going to be the way to get back into this game.
It's great for your possession percentage, Alex, but in terms of getting back into the game, not really the way to go about it. He needs a bigger sense of urgency. He was trying to force the issue there, but he's got to be smart about the way he does it as well, because he really has to be producing something almost inch perfect to get past Impact 10 here.
That's it. Impact's going to be able to read almost everything he's expecting from Schimmel. He's seen it all before, so Schimmel's going to have to produce something very special here. That's why he needs to take more risks. That's why, a few minutes to go, let's get some long balls. Let's get some big through balls running. Got to change it up.
And again, at 1-0 against an esports, right, this is where I'm on all-out attack, Alex. I don't care, right? You've got nothing to lose, really, and everything to gain in the final few seconds. And whether you could then, with the all-out attack mode, throw a few bodies forward, maybe get one of your centre-backs going up to add some aerial support if the cross was coming. But just look how few players Schimmel has high up the pitch. Now, he may not need that many to make the impact he wants. Here's Relak on the ball, stopped in his tracks again, and now the advance is rebuffed. And Impact has snuffed out the danger. And instead, he'll actually maybe be able to break and get a second goal of his own. It would be the last chance of the game. It would put Fürth in a commanding position after the first leg. Here is Keita Ruel, the goal scorer. Ball roll, chance brewing. Second goal for Impact with what will likely be the last kick of the game. Disappointment for Schimmel. But Fürth are on the front foot in this tie.
They are indeed. Impact doing what Schimmel couldn't. Finding the goal again there, just really tidy play, finding that space down the right wing, in behind defence. We've said it so many times across this tournament, when you're in behind an opposition defence, it is so difficult for them to get back because you're having to react to what the attacker is doing rather than proactively get your players in a solid position defensively. And in that point, one man was left open in front of goal, and he took his chance superbly. It was Kerr, the man on his left foot, finding the back of the net, and there's Schimmel so showing his disappointment in that game. A big lofted ball forward and 2-0 the scoreline. He can hold his head high though, I would say. He let himself down and maybe a bit at the end, not being able to break through the defence, but no disappointment from that. He's coming up against one of the most talented esports players around in the Bundesliga and trying to lose 2-0. There's nothing wrong with that.
I would go as far to say that Felix Schimmel has arguably had the hardest 4 fixtures we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge for anyone. I mean, he took on Megabit, Matchday 1, the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final champion from last season, the defending champion who had won the virtual Bundesliga with Werder Bremen this season. He then took on another esports pro in the form of SCSP Noah, Julius Kader, one of the most impressive professional players when it came to this crossover event. And now, after facing Megabit, he had also faced Impact 10. So not just facing someone from the top team in the virtual Bundesliga, from the second place team as well. I really think Felix Schimmel has been handed a bad deck, really. But in fairness, the way he's acquitted himself, I would personally look back on that record and be happy with it. Really would be. So not the result he wanted in the first leg. It doesn't mean that things can't be turned around in the second, because let's be honest, Tim Handwerker has history.
He does indeed. He's had big history, of course. As we were just talking about, Felix Schimmel lost that game against Megabit 3-1 against Werder Bremen, and then Tim Handwerker produced a huge comeback. The first trip to comeback central that we had really on Matchday 1, as Tim Handwerker beat Maximilian Eggestein 4-1 with 3 goals in the last 20 or so minutes. I think it was 30 minutes. It was last half an hour of the game is where he's so deadly, as we've come to note. And maybe, just maybe, he can produce another special comeback. I don't think there's anyone better placed in the Nuremberg setup than Tim Handwerker to do it. He's done it against Eggestein. He got himself a big 3-0 win against Kevin Schlotterbeck last time out. Can he do it against Tillman, though? Tillman, a man in form himself. That big win last weekend against Dominic Schmidt, finally for him, after a couple of disappointing, tight defeats in his previous 2 games. He won't want to let this lead slip. He won't want that disappointment hanging over him. So it's all to play for still. And as we've come to know in these games, when it's a 2 or a 1 goal aggregate lead coming into the second game between the Bundesliga professionals in these ties, can so often get cut wide open with these wide open games between the Bundesliga professionals. It's full of attacking play and full of goals for the most part. Anything can happen.
Especially with Timothy Tillman involved, because I think what we can say, his track record shows that these games are open. They are full of goals. He loves getting forward, but like many of these professional players crossing over into the virtual world, defending isn't the first priority, Alex. I think it's fair to say.
I think that's very much fair to say, especially for Timothy Tillman. There's been goals galore in this game, and there was 4 in the one against De Boer, 5 against Chujos, and then we saw 9 last week against Dominic Schmidt. So I think it's fair to say we're going to see goals again, and Tim Hamburg has obviously been scoring for fun as well. He scored 7 goals across his 3 games. So if you're expecting a tame affair here, I think you're expecting the wrong thing from Hamwerker and Tillman. Both these guys ready to go. We can see a couple of 4-2-3-1 formations there set up for these 2 guys. Checking their social medias, of course, beforehand. The group chats will be popping off in Nuremberg and Greuther Fürth. I'm sure for Timothy Tillman as well, he's getting a few messages from former Nuremberg colleagues as well. As we mentioned earlier, he spent that season back in 2018-19 on loan at the Bavarian club. All 6 of his appearances in that season came in the last 10 match days. And since joining Greuther Fürth in January, he's made 4 appearances and got himself a couple of assists as well. So the young Deutsch Amerikaner, who's a German born to a American parent, has finally been able to sort of find a bit more of a home at Fürth, and obviously disappointing that his time there has been stopped really on the Bundesliga pitches due to the coronavirus. But as you can see, he's got a smile on his face still, and he is ready and raring to go for this game against Tim Hamburg. I'm almost certain that he's just got a couple of messages from the Nuremberg guys, or maybe the Fürth guys, giving him some support, asking for a comeback win. Whatever happens, he looks like he's enjoying it, and he looks like he's happy to be involved again in the Bundesliga Home Challenge for a 4th weekend. These 2 guys, of course, making it all the way through to the 4th weekend as well. So credit to them for sticking it out and sticking through it with us.
Yeah, we've done it, so hats go off to every player that's done it with us. Admittedly, they have it a little bit easier, though you only really have to be around for about a 15-minute spell. But we talked about it with Marco Richter earlier, saying like he really is someone that really has embodied everything that this Bundesliga Home Challenge has been about. I think we can say the same thing for Tillman, who, despite some disappointing defeats, he's even been all smiles. He's been celebrating his goals, even if it's been when he's been behind on the score sheet. And that is it. He is getting in the mix in exactly the way we were hoping these players would. And it has been such a wonderful crossover event. This now our 4th weekend. This is Derby weekend in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And right now in the Franconian Derby between Nuremberg and Fürth, it is Nuremberg who have work to do. They are 2 goals down after the first leg win for ex-Impact 10. And now it is on Tim Handwerker to hopefully spark a comeback against Timothy Tillman. Don't expect defending to be of the highest order in this fixture, ladies and gents. Gaps and vulnerabilities will be evident, but goal scoring should be too. And Handwerker would not say no to an early goal. He left them all late in that comeback win against Maximilian Eggestein. It wasn't the most comfortable of situations.
Ooh.
And he's so close to an early opener there. Flashing an effort over the bar.
That's it. We don't see many of those shots. I was going to say from distance. It was from just inside the Fürth box, but at this level on FIFA, that is from distance. We usually see these guys get right up close to the 6-yard box before pulling the trigger. Handwerker there, taking his chance from the edge of the box and almost got it on target. And Tillman trying to answer rapidly here as he brings the ball forward for the first time as well.
That should be offside, but expect this to be a back and forth game, end to end. Especially seeing as the fact that the pressure is on Tim Handwerker really to produce something. He cannot rest on his laurels at all if he wants to turn this tie around for their club, as they're known in Germany. It's a big honour to have a nickname that is so generic, but that's the honour that has been bestowed upon Nuremberg in German football circles. And Tim Handwerker not rushing into things here, but this is very measured approach play. Runs into trouble there on the edge of the area. The first few probes of the foot backline have not produced any vulnerabilities just yet. Same could be said at the other end for Timothy Tillman as he looks to try and fashion some chances in the final third. Maybe extend that third lead on aggregate. Give himself a bigger cushion, some more breathing room to work with in this second leg.
Yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't say no to that. Doing well to earn himself a corner there in these opening 15 minutes or so. Not happy though. Having a few words with his screen there. Maybe expecting a few players to be in different positions. Both these guys very patient in their attacking plays. Great to see how seriously everyone is taking this Bundesliga home challenge. From start to finish, we've seen all corners of the Bundesliga come together and take it very seriously. Tillman's taking it seriously here. Doesn't quite fall to him though in the box. He's patient though in his build-up play.
Yeah, you can tell how seriously he's taking that when he's looking for the sweaty goal, the one he's almost guaranteed to score, Alex. He doesn't want to take any chances of letting Tim Handwerker get back into the mix of this one. 2 goals down after the first leg, but now trying to apply the pressure. Misijan on the ball. Now with Eras. Back to Misijan, Ishak. Oh, that was a very ambitious pass. It was never going to come off. But it's on to Hack now with Schleusner. Schleusner, the early shot, and Handwerker gets the opening goal. Just what he would have wanted. Not sure that's a dig at Timothy Tillman with the celebration. But a fine near-post finish. And it really is game on in the Franconian derby, Alex.
What a goal that was. Fantastic interplay. Lovely one-touch passing into the box. And again, as you said, the near-post finish coming to the aid of these guys in an attacking sense. First time strike takes Nuremberg into the lead in this game and brings them back into the tie overall. 2-1 the scoreline across the 2 legs. Can Handwerker go and get himself another goal to bring this tie level? Tillman, you have some work to do, my friend.
And that's it. We've seen stunning comebacks, Alex. But I'm not sure we've seen one player produce more than one comeback in the Bundesliga home challenge so far. Handwerker has one to his name. That impressive win against Maximilian Eggestein on Matchday 1 against Werder Bremen as Nuremberg upset the odds in the very first tie of the entire Bundesliga home challenge. And really set the stall for your motto of expect the unexpected, actually. We should have known it. The very first game did exactly that.
We called it from the start. From the first game, it's been like that. And I think Tim Handwerker now has a chance to claim himself to be the comeback king if he is to turn this game around. Perfect start for him to do that with that early goal, and he's working it well now into the third box again.
Misijan with the tricks. It's worked nicely for him. That's an important block by Bauer. Not sure the defender knew much about it, admittedly.
Yeah, I'm not sure Tillman put that man there himself. Got quite lucky that his defender went and moved back to next to being to the goalkeeper. Handwerker a bit frustrated to see that happen, but he can take confidence. He's working the ball well through Tillman's defence. Just has to make sure the same doesn't happen at the other end.
Keita Ruel finds Hagota. Little heel click from the Swedish striker there. Former Frankfurt and Gladbach player. Seguin can't find the rub of the green. Sunny Foot do have the advantage of the fact that they have an emoji that is very fitting for their side, the clover leaf, and I have to say the chats in YouTube, Facebook, is full of clover leaves right now. Everyone enjoying this, but right now, Furt getting a little antsy with that narrow 1-goal lead. Don't have a lot of time to work with in these 2 5-minute halves. Now Tillman, this is breaking well for him. Keita Ruel on to Ernst, trying to find Stefaniak on the stretch. But Villet was alert to the danger.
Yeah, a couple of his passes were really well played there. There were difficult ones and risky ones because he had to try and get in behind the Nuremberg defence, which Hamburg had good control of. But he did try it. Didn't quite come off the way he wanted to, but he's going for it. As is Hamburger here at the other end as well.
Well defended in the end by Tillman. And so he has reduced the arrears to just a goal deficit, Handwerker. He's still got work to do in the second half, but we are set up very well in this Franconian derby, and you have to admit, Tillman maybe needs to get his act together in the second half, Alex.
He does indeed. He's got work to do. It's definitely been Handwerker's game, as you can see. Not a single shot for Tillman in that first half. Chatting away to himself there. Some hydration in. He knows he's got work to do in this second half. Handwerker's definitely been the better of the two players. But it is only 1-0. It means that Handwerker still has work to do himself. So both these guys, both Tillman were playing for personal pride and Handwerker playing to get the comeback on in this tie. Both are going to be going for goals in this second half, you feel. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be a fun second half, as we've said. It always seems to be the case in the Bundesliga Home Challenge that anything can happen. And we're waiting to see exactly what's going to happen here. Tillman looking to get his first shot of the game away in this second half. 6 goals he scored last week against Dominic Schmidt. Not being quite so simple for him in this game so far, but he is pushing it forward again in the second half. Smiles away there. Bit of frustration on show from Tillman. Probably just needs to keep his concentration, you think, because chances do come.
Yeah, that final pass just not coming off for Timothy Tillman right now when he makes his attacking advances. Whereas you have to say, when Handwerker starts pushing forward, he looks dangerous every single time. With Tillman, it's a bit more hit and miss. We look for the long ball there. The defender did well to block the run of Macklemore. Oh, that's a risky pass, so he's giving it straight to Keita Ruel. Again, he's trying to feed Macklemore. He had space and time to work with. Didn't need to rush into the pass there, Tillman. Quick on the trigger.
That's one thing I've definitely picked up from the eSports guys, how patient they are. So often, watching them come forward, you see 1 or 2 opportunities where you think, okay, that's the one you're going to play the through ball with, but they don't go for it. They instead keep the possession, keep patient, and work at a perfect shot, and so often works out for them. But they do make it look so much easier than it is. It's one of those things that's totally easier said than done. Handwerker.
Ooh, penalty. Shouts for a penalty from the Nuremberg fans, but the referee says no.
The referee says no indeed. Quite an auspicious one there. I think the block was trying to come in from the third defender and he just sort of fell down and then tripped up the Nuremberg man as he shot. But call me Timmy. As we see, he's called for a pause. Wants to make some changes before Schimmel maybe gets a second goal in this game and takes it away from him.
Transfer Streusner, and Hake is going to be offside. It is in the back of the net for Handwerker, but that one will not count.
That would have been one of the most fortunate goals we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
We've seen some absolutely bizarre ones, haven't we?
We have indeed. We have indeed. We're still waiting, James, for our overhead kick goal. I'm expecting it in these next. Well, we've got this game and then 2 more ties to come. There's still hope for me that we're going to get it before the end of this weekend. Hopefully, it does come.
I love your optimism, Alex. It's something I love about you in all facets of life, not just in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But we knew, this is it, we knew overhead kicks and direct free kicks would be one of the rarest sights we were going to see in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And we have been waiting for the first moments for it to happen. Corner goals from corners as well are also a rarity, but they have happened. We have seen those. We've seen stunning volleys. We've seen Panenka penalties. We've seen gorgeous lob finishes from crazy angles and distances. And we've had some absolute rocket shots that have just cannoned into the top corner. Those have been commonplace. We are still waiting on the special moments of an overhead kick.
Yeah, I feel like
or
I'm being slightly greedy, aren't I? We've seen so many great goals and I still want that overhead kick, but I mean, I can ask for something, can't
I think absolutely so. I mean, come on, if you go back to when I first ventured into the FIFA world, FIFA 97, 98, 99, that was the time of FIFA where all you needed to do was get down the wing, pump the ball into the box and hit the shoot button, and the guy would go flying through the air to produce an overhead kick from every sort of angle. So I'm just stuck in my old OG ways on FIFA. This new age of FIFA doesn't quite have all the bells and whistles that I'm looking for. But we don't need bells and whistles for entertainment, as we've proven many a time throughout the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And right now, this game, 20 minutes remaining, on a nice edge. Now, remember, Handwerker scored 4 goals in the final half an hour of his comeback win against Maximilian Eggestein. He is no stranger to scoring late. Schleusner trying to wriggle free. Ball still loose, and Tillman just about gets away with it. He really is defending to the hilt, but he's giving it away dangerously here. So too is Schleusner, right at the vital moment. The pass couldn't find a teammate. Handwerker, he knows he needs to force the issue here with just 15 minutes remaining, and he too has lined up a pause now. Wonder whether he wants to get his super sub Adam Zrelak on the pitch. It was he who scored a hat-trick in that impressive comeback over Maximilian Eggestein on match day 1.
That's the thing, as much as Handwerker is ahead, he knows that he still needs 2 more goals to win this tie. Oh, almost got one there. It would have been the equaliser at 2-2. Instead, it just whiskers past the post. And here he comes. I think it's going to be a couple of changes made in that final third. And one of them is the big man. There he is. Zrelak comes on up front. Can he find himself a goal?
Yeah, it's something we haven't actually talked about much today. We've alluded to it on a couple of occasions. But in this 85 game mode, bringing on fresh legs against players whose stamina bars have taken a bit of a hit over the course of the game can make such a big difference. And that's really where you do see a pace discrepancy play in favour of the fresh legs. And Handwerker will be hoping he can capitalise on those fresh legs, but he's going to have to get the ball off Timothy Tillman first to do that. Timothy Tillman, really, I do think he's tried to shut up shop here for the most part, Alex. He's given up on advancing his game in the final third too much. And his priority has been defending this now narrow lead on aggregate. X-Impact gave him the foundation, and he's desperately trying to hold on to it.
Yeah, look at him now, keeping it in the corner a little bit. Didn't expect this from Tillman, but he's recognised the time of the game. And even if he suffers defeat in this game himself, he knows that the tie will be won for Fürth. Still going to go for goal though, perhaps. Chances in and around the Nuremberg box, and it almost fell for his man in front of goal, but here comes Handwerker again. He's not going to give up on this until the very last minute. We know that.
Yeah, the question is, does he force the issue or bide his time? He could likely carve out the last chance of the game here as we approach the 90th minute. Entering the last chance saloon. Bartender is ringing the bell for final orders. Is Handwerker going to get his order in? Not on that occasion. Tillman will be looking just to hold on to the ball now as we enter injury time. Oh, he's looking to carve out a chance himself. Levelling. He's got men for the cutback and he went for the drilled cross. That could be that. Tillman already half celebrating in his face cam. And there goes the final whistle. It was a defeat in the second leg, but it's Fürth who have taken the bragging rights in the Franconian derby here in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Christian Impact 10 did all the hard work in the first leg, but Tillman grounded out in the end, and you have to say GG's to Timothy Tillman.
Indeed, you have to say he looked a bit disappointed there. Obviously wanted to get himself a goal maybe at the end just to level his personal game, but he can take pride in the fact that he has got his Greuther Fürth side a win in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Another one for them, 2 in a row after last weekend's win over Kiel. And they defeat Nuremberg in the big Franconian derby, getting one over on their rivals in the Bavarian region. And just as we have done all day, we go from one derby to another. It was Nuremberg and Greuther Fürth then. And we have another one planned for you as well, of course. It's going to be RB Leipzig against Dynamo Dresden. And then we'll be ending the day in about an hour's time between Paderborn and Arminia Bielefeld, which will be the last game of Matchday 4 in the virtual Bundesliga. And it gives us a chance now, I think, to just look back on our days played, really. We saw some huge results yesterday, the likes of Schalke beating Dortmund 8-0 with Nassim Boujellab. Hoffenheim getting a big 10-4 win over the referees as well. Today, it's been quite low scoring, to be fair. We've seen Freiburg get a 5-3 win over Stuttgart over the two legs, Hertha a 7-1 win over Union. But since then, it's been Augsburg 3, Regensburg 1, Pauli 3, Hamburg 2, and Greuther Fürth there getting a 2-1 win over Nuremberg. It's not that the goals have dried up, per se, but the derby element of it has brought a tense affair to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and it's been a difficult one for them to sort of, open up and express themselves. I think a bit of nerves have been on show from all the players as well. I see you're doing some maths over there, trying to calculate just how many goals we've scored. Come on, give us the news.
Oh, it's bad news. Unfortunately, that's the problem. We are only on 83 goals so far on Matchday 4. We had 92 over the course of Matchday 1. But of course, we also, on Matchday 1, had 4 less teams involved in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So that was to be expected. But this could be the first time where we've had, 30 teams involved. And we haven't broken triple digits. We need at least 8 or 17 goals now in the final 2 ties to do that. That's a bit of an uphill struggle based, as you say, on the fact that defensive performances seem to have really come to the fore, more so on Matchday 4 than we expected. But I still will hold hope. We've given up hope of our record being broken of 146 goals. That was, I think we put that in the coffin yesterday when we only had 55 goals over the course of 8 games. 4 goalless draws. What on earth was that all about?
I'm hoping that something sparks these last 2 games. We need 17 goals, so 9 goals apiece from these 2 ties, from 2 games apiece. I think 9 goals in 2 ties is definitely possible from what we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But as you said, going from what we've seen today, it looks unlikely. I think this Bundesliga derby incentive has made it more of a defence-minded affair for these Bundesliga players and eSports professionals. We've still seen more of our goals come in the games between the Bundesliga professionals so far.
Yeah, that trend has been consistent from start to finish of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, hasn't it?
It has indeed. And, we've got a chance at least for some new faces on the Leipzig side of things to produce something special today. 2 new faces representing them today, which means, coming into the Bundesliga Home Challenge, having not played at all, maybe they're going to be wanting to put on a big show and provide some goals for everyone to enjoy. We'll be hoping to see that from our first game when we do get it underway between Leipzig and Dresden.
Yeah, because I was going to say, we've talked about derbies. That is a Saxony derby between 2 clubs that certainly there's not a lot of love lost between them. They did meet in the DFB Pokal a couple of seasons ago, and there were some memorable moments from that I won't necessarily broadcast on air. Yeah, I mean, you can find it online, you can find the footage, you can find the photos, but let's just say, yes, no love lost between the 2 of them, and so we're expecting that to certainly be the case when they take to the virtual pitch. Dresden, one of the sides that were not involved in the virtual Bundesliga. Leipzig finished 13th, and they have gradually improved over the course of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. I think it's fair to say a 2-1 loss against Hamburg kicked off their Bundesliga Home Challenge experience. They then drew 4-4 with Werder Bremen. And then it was that 6-2 win against Dortmund last time out on the back of Nordi Mukiella's incredible comeback against Leo Belleri. And we have to say, we were disappointed to lose the Joker, Nordi Mukiela, in today's action.
We were indeed, because he's a fun character as well. And I think his comeback win against Leonardo Belleri was one of the most impressive performances we have seen so far in this game, in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. The fact that it was a 2-2 it's been such an entertaining game, and then he had a penalty in injury time and missed it, saw it saved by the lady, and then he still scored the winner in it must have been the 93rd minute in that game. But we'll have the opportunity to see a new face in the Leipzig lineup today. That'll be Tom Kraus, the 18-year-old defensive midfielder, as part of the Leipzig youth setup, who's making moves towards the first team in the last couple of years, last year or so, especially under Julian Nagelsmann. So it'll be an interesting subplot to see what he can do when we've been used to seeing Nordi Mukiele in the player camp. It will also be interesting to see what his setup is like. And Dresden's setup, of course, has been one of the most, what's the word I'm looking for? One of the most patriotic sort of ones, with their big Dynamo Dresden badge in the background. We're expecting to see very much the same for that when Marcel Grahmann and Justin Löwe take to the controllers today.
That's it. We've seen some fantastic backdrops. We've had Sasha Mockenhaupt's collection of kits that he's swapped over the years. We've seen certain clubs in their press areas with their sponsors and what we would normally see as the backdrop to post-match interviews being used as the backdrop to this esports event. We've had, it was Salzor, who looked like he was in a jungle. He had the green lights on, a few plants around him. He even had a foam finger to celebrate with for Wolfsburg. And we've had Achraf Hakimi, who had what I believe is part of an old Dortmund tifo behind him. I still have not managed to confirm those reports, but I believe that's what he's got behind him, or what he has had behind him. But you are right, Dresden have one of the best ones. Black wall, club logo, that's all you need.
Simplicity.
Clear-cut, concise marketing there from Dynamo Dresden, and that is what we like to see. But this will be interesting. Two debutants, as we've said, it can take some adjusting to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and Alex Chappie and Tom Kraus certainly will have to find their feet in the Bundesliga Home Challenge and exactly what this entails. And wait to see what those two can produce against the Dynamo Dresden players Marcel Grahmann and Justin Löwe. Neither have been involved in the entire tournament, but they have picked up decent results, at least in the camp of Justin Löwe. Marcel Grahmann has had a tough time against some of his fellow esports pros. It was a 3-1 loss against Kai Detto Volin of Bayer Leverkusen on Matchday 2 on last weekend. It was a 2-1 loss to Hertha's Tom Bismarck. So he'll be looking to open his account in a positive manner in the Bundesliga Home Challenge here against Alex Chappie. You can see now the two players getting their pre-match preparations in order, a few tactical changes, some formations being altered as well. Certainly something we've seen set players apart in the Bundesliga Home Challenge is some of these pre-match tweaks that they like to make to their system. And we can immediately see there, Alex Chappie. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a 3-man back line there for a second. It looks like he's settled on 4 though, Alex.
It does indeed. 4-2-2. 4-2-2-2 seems to be the formation. Plenty of twos in there. And, Leipzig have been one of the most interesting teams, I think, so far, just because the likes of a Timo Werner has had his pace slightly reduced in the 85 mode, which might make him a more difficult player to play with. But they do have the likes of Yusuf Poulsen and Patrick Schick. And I'm very interested to see. I think it is Poulsen we can see there starting up front for Chappie. It'd be interesting to see exactly who he does have in that lineup, because they've shown plenty of young players in their team so far. And of course, Tom Kraus will be one of the players involved for them today. And he'll be starting, I'm sure, in both games on the virtual pitch as well. We are just now a few minutes away from getting Leipzig versus Dresden underway. Our penultimate game of Matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge today. Paderborn versus Arminia Bielefeld will follow. And this is going to be a cracker. We're looking forward to it very much so.
Yeah, the weekend league this weekend, Alex Chappie looks like he's on course for another top 100 finish, which speaks to his pedigree. He tweeted out, I believe it was 2 days ago, that he had already picked up 11 wins and was at that point in the top 157th ranked in the world. I'm sure he's progressed a little bit since then. The question is he still in the top 100? I would bank on the fact that that is the case. But his weekend league team is certainly colourful, to say the very least. He's got a weekend league rewards Mo Salah striker up front. He's got the likes of Alan Saint-Maximin of Newcastle. It's a Premier League dominated side with Mahrez and David Luiz in midfield. The shape-shifting cards of those two. He's got inform Nicolas Pepe and Lucas Moura in there as well. Joao Cancelo. He's actually got Conte, the shapeshifter at centre-back. A great card to have, I'm sure. And then the surprise package is that he's got Kyle Walker, the right-back. His base card is at centre-back. So his two centre-backs are a right-back and N'Golo Kante. Certainly an interesting approach, but then given the fact that he was in the top 100, can we really argue with it, Alex?
Maybe it's an approach that we all have to adopt. Maybe he's doing something.
That's what I've been doing wrong this whole time. Yeah. That's why I'm not 29-1. I'm not playing right-backs at centre-back.
One of maybe several reasons, perhaps.
No, that's the only one, Alex. I'm sure that's the only one. It's one of those things. Yeah, I've got a fairly colourful deck myself when it comes to my FIFA Ultimate Team, but admittedly not quite as colourful as Alex Chappie's, it has to be said. And I will be honest and say that I get nowhere close to the results of some of these esports pros. I'm happy if I can break double digits in the win column on a weekend league. It's quite a grind for a player of my ability, and I don't think my hand-to-eye coordination has gotten better over the years either.
Sadly, I would have to say the same. See if the hand-eye coordination of Alex Chappie in the 85 mode is any better. He's starting well here with a few good opening minutes of possession. Being patient, trying to find a way through the Dresden defence. Easier said than done, though, for these guys. Maybe a counter-attack is on for Graham at the other end.
Yeah, it's a good thing Graman's got a backdrop that we like watching, because we're not seeing much of him on the face cam so far, but very focused in these opening exchanges as he went close to the opening goal there. Shot block. Now Chappie has a chance on the counter. The Leipzig way of life, really.
Ooh,
the pass was on. The pass was on. Alex saw it. I saw it. I'm sure Chappie saw it as well, but he didn't fancy going for it. He's given the ball away cheaply there, though, in the final third in the end. Disappointing result for him. Ooh. Now Dresden in behind here with Attilgan. Shot came in the end, but Schmidt's body shape and the ankle were not on his side on that occasion. And we can see here Alex Chappie certainly has told a few of his attacking players to stay forward, Alex.
Yeah, that's for sure. He's trying to get much more a base to work from higher up the pitch in the Dresden half. That's what a lot of these esports guys like to do. We've seen it so often, camping outside the opposition's penalty area and maintaining possession there. Again, so much easier said than done to do that. If you try it yourself when playing FIFA, you know how difficult it is to do that. That's why it's obviously a tactic these guys use, the best of the best in the world, and it is successful for them. That's why only they can do it, really. Mere mortals like ourselves, James, if we did try that, I'm sure it wouldn't quite work out so well for us. It is something I've definitely picked up so much from watching the Bundesliga Home Challenge, being patient like that. And I think I'm going to have to try it out at some point, trying to keep the ball like that in opposition penalty areas.
Yeah, it's one of the, I think, the big takeaways for both of us as casual, what I would call casual FIFA players. After that first match day, there were so many times where I was watching play progress and I was going, I'd have done that there and I'd have played that pass instead, or I've moved the ball a bit quicker there. And quite frankly, it was quite a clear lesson for me in the fact that this is why I'm not as good at FIFA as I'd like to be, maybe. A little too hasty in my play. And yet I sat here as the commentator for the Bundesliga Home Challenge and criticised players for the fact that they've rushed their play or they've looked a little panicked in their build-up. And yet it's exactly what I do when I'm on the controller myself. My patient levels are not the best. Unlike Chappie here, who's being so patient, trying to carve out the chance with Lima. He wasn't going to get it. So we now have a chance for Dresden to break down the other end with Graman, and all player out of position. Golnak in behind here. Upamecano trying to race across to recover. On the rebound, the header will count. Gulacsi made the initial save, but the ball spilled clear, and Graman on the follow-up, making no mistake, and on the half-hour mark, he breaks the deadlock.
Chappie just unable to rely on his goalkeeper to hold on to the ball then. Of course, it would always be difficult for him to hold on to. Point blank shot from that range was always going to be one for him to parry away. Just unfortunate for Chappie that it parried straight back to the Dresden man who finished the chance at the second time of asking. But a lapse in concentration there from Chappie to make a mistake. Chance for an immediate response, but he didn't get the shot away at the back post. It looked like Hartmann had controlled it really well, was prepared to shoot, but he just didn't get it away in time. The Dresden defence does make a big challenge, and another superb through ball. Gets Dresden in behind. Hartmann is really doing well with those through balls to push his team further up the pitch. Can he perhaps get another chance on goal here? It's offside though against him, but he'll be happy with how he started this game. He's been on the back foot for a lot of it in terms of possession, but as we've said so many times, possession doesn't always correlate to goals in this eSport world.
No, it certainly doesn't. But you are right, Graman will be delighted with what he's been able to put into play out on the pitch. Right now, Alex Chappie having some teething problems in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Of course, he is the debutant. Here with Tom Kraus. Ooh, inventive flick into the box. It could work out for him. What a stunning goal from Alex Chappie.
One of the best we've seen so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Absolutely fantastic. What a way to introduce yourself to the tournament. Outstanding work for the equaliser, and great to get it before half-time. Incredible flick up towards Schick, and his response with the finish was perfect as well, on the right foot. Lovely volley into the far top corner. That really is one of the best goals we've seen so far in the tournament. Shame we didn't get to see a full replay of it. Maybe we will get to at half-time perhaps, but delightful stuff.
The problem is with the FIFA replays, I think they even wouldn't have shown that pass from Tom Kraus, which was the moment of magic to unlock the back line. But, well, Chappie's joy is short-lived as Graman re-establishes his one-goal lead in this one right before half-time.
What a response from Graman before the break, as you said. He's got some defending to do just to make sure that the lead doesn't go away again, and he does that as the half-time whistle goes. Fantastic work from him, getting to the byline, cutting it back. We see it so often, really tidy finish. And for him, that's why he's nodding his head away. He's disappointed to have conceded that goal just before the break, but means nothing now as he gets his lead again going into the second half. What a fantastic response that was before the break. Can he build from it now going into this second half? Chappie's got work to do again.
Chappie only had one shot on goal, but it's the goal, or it's the one that produced the goal. I still can't get over what he actually produced there. I think it speaks volumes when I don't even recognise skill moves, Alex, but he somehow, with Kraus, while the ball was on a dime, just flicked it up, and I think it was a back heel cross into the box, flicked on to Schick, and then a first-time volley. Absolutely sensational. Definitely the goal that has had the best skill move involved in the build-up to it. No doubt about it in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So he's pulled out the fanciest goal we've seen. Unfortunately, not enough for him to still be in this tie. It's Graman looking for a third now. And, well, surviving a scare, Alex Chappie.
From spectacular goals, we almost saw another comical one there as the cross went between the Leipzig goalkeeper and the forward and bundled its way back behind for a goal kick in the end. As you said though, Chappie proving he's able to produce wonders with his possession. Can he do that again here as he's bringing the ball forward? He's so patient in his build-up play. Again, sometimes you ask the question, could he be more direct in his play and try and force the ball through the Dresden defence a bit more like Graman is trying to do, but maybe it's just not the way he plays. Maybe he works that ball and obviously doesn't always plan for that sort of back heel chipped pass assist, but this patient build-up does provide you with a lot more chances to have chances.
And the problem is it has the counter effect of the fact that it gives Graman and Dresden a chance to get plenty of bodies behind the ball. And right now what Graman is doing very well, he's telegraphing Chappie's ideas and reading them before he's making the passes, all breaking through here in behind. He's going to get a corner for his efforts as we see these players take the opportunity as we almost hit the hour mark to make some changes up front. You can see Chappie just one change though, quite conservative in his approach there. Not throwing the kitchen sink at Graman just yet when he does have more options at his disposal on the bench.
Plenty of time for him to get back into this game. Only one goal needed. And he does have the knowledge that he's having much more possession of this game. So he just needs to try and make the most of it here. And obviously, he knows that Graman is dangerous on the counter-attack. He scored 2 goals from that position. Definitely doesn't want to concede the next goal here. Good chance though for Graman. Well blocked by Chappie. Can he get himself a counter-attack? With Adam Lukman, who is seemingly just brought onto the pitch.
Well, it's a nice ball in behind for Timo Werner. Lukman's continued his run, but the angle isn't there for the pass, and Chappie knew it. He tried to play it anyway, looking there for a fizzed ball into feet for Yusuf Poulsen. Well cut out at the back. This is it. If Chappie is able to grind out an equaliser here, I think Graman will be most disappointed with his profligacy in front of goal. The fact that he hasn't made the most of his chances. He's had many more compared to Chappie in this game. And he's building again here. Another through ball that's released. Königsdorfer this time. The fresh legs off the bench. Oh, lovely finish. Chappie took control of his goalkeeper, but he couldn't close down the angle. Graman found it. He spotted the gap, and he threaded the ball into that near post.
A difficult one to control your keeper from that angle, because as much as you're trying to stop the opposition player going across the goal, it's actually the near post that then becomes even more dangerous than usual. Graman spotted that really well and found the near post, tucked it away past the Leipzig goalkeeper superbly. A 2-goal lead now with 20 minutes to go. It's going to be a difficult one for Chappie to try and turn over. Graman again proving how comfortable he is on the counter-attack. Getting a 3rd goal. Superbly taken, and another sign of that direct through ball that Chappie has not been able to produce. He's put men forward, further forward at the pitch and leaving less defenders behind. It's proving to be a difficulty for him.
That's interesting as well. The Leipzig back line with some of these through balls. I mean, we know they play a high line in real life. It seems like Chappie has kept that approach in the virtual world as well. But the Leipzig back line on a couple of occasions has looked very flat-footed in comparison to the Dresden players. And here he comes again, looking for the sweaty goal at the back post. And Galachi using his pace to his advantage there.
Yeah, he had a couple of options. He had one in the middle, but the defender was making it an awkward angle, so he had to go to the back post. And that was such a tight angle as well. It was a difficult one for him to try and measure. And in the end, Galachi got out well.
Tight offside call there, but Lukman has stayed onside. Doesn't have a lot to work with down here by the byline. Finds Poulsen, gets it back to Lukman. This is dangerous now. Poulsen! Great move from Chappie, but it doesn't deliver the goods.
He can't believe that's gone the wrong side of the post. Such a well-worked move. First time, really, we've seen his passing and moving actually cut through the Dresden defence. He's been passing it around the edge of the box so often in this game so far, but that's the first time he's gone a bit more direct. Works wonders for him, but honestly, I can't believe Poulsen has let that go wide. He'd be expecting that to ripple the net at the near post from that angle. Superb chance for Chappie, but going the wrong side of the post, lets him down again. And now time really ticking on for him. That would have been the chance to have a special end to this game, but doesn't look like it's going to come for him.
Yeah, chances have been hard come by for Chappie throughout this. He had to produce the biggest moment of magic we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge to even score in this game. He was looking for another one there with Lukman, but loses out. Of course, Chappie is going to throw caution to the wind. There is a second leg on the line as well. And a 1-goal deficit will certainly give Tom Kraus something to work with. Tom Kraus, incidentally, who provided that moment of magic for Chappie. He's coming forward again here. Lukman, he's made an impact off the bench. Now with Kraus. Oh, this is good from Chappie, and he's got one back to make it 3-2. He went for the golden opportunity, the gilt-edged chance. He found it with Werner, and from the 6-yard box, Werner was not going to miss from there, was he, Alex?
Not at all. Really well-worked goal. It's a late one, but does it mean he has a chance to get a draw here? Only a couple of minutes to go. He's won the ball back well here, which is so important. Only 2 minutes of added time. He's going to have the last chance. Can he make the most of it here?
IKEA have been called. The kitchen sink is en route for Alex Chappie. He's ready to throw it at Marcel Grumman and this Dresden back line. Oh, he's got to do better with a cross there, and that could be that. It is indeed. That was last chance saloon for Alex Chappie. He manages to get a respectable result in a 3-2 defeat. But you have to say, I think, on the basis of the 90 minutes there, Alex, Marcel Grumman, deserving of this victory.
I totally agree with you there. Did really well just to hold off that late onslaught from Marcel, from Alex Chappie. Sorry. Yeah, it's fantastic for him. Chappie, credit to him. He kept playing the same way. It worked for him getting his couple of goals, and it really was a well-taken goal at the end from Timo Werner. But it just didn't produce enough through the game. It was only those couple of chances that he really had where he got those goals, and that was the first time he really pushed through the Dresden defence, whereas Marcel Grumman was doing that seemingly every time he went forward, and those couple of goals that he scored, especially the third one, was a lovely dissecting through ball through the Leipzig defence, and it's really well-taken stuff from him. So a credit to Grumman, able to pick up the win, the first of his Bundesliga Home Challenge experience. He'd suffered defeats to Detto of Leverkusen and Tom Bismarck as well last time out. So for him to get a win is huge. And of course, it sets up his teammate Justin Löwe with a lead to defend, albeit a slender one, as he comes up against Tom Kraus, another new face in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, as we've mentioned.
But talk to me about that goal. Tom Kraus is next up. Before we move on to that second game, that goal from Alex Chappie, where does that rank in your best goals of the Bundesliga Home Challenge? Because I'm struggling to think of many that have taken my breath away quite the way that one did, in the fact that the skill move came out of nowhere. Somehow he wins to flick on, then in a stunning first-time volley with Schick into the far corner. I mean, as we've said, we've seen Panenkas from Boujellab from the penalty spot. We've seen Robin Kaiser score a lob from an angle and a distance that seemed impossible. And now Alex Chappie, he did end up on the losing side, but I think he scored the best goal of the whole tournament so far.
I totally agree with you, just because, we're in a tournament where it's 3-star skills. You don't expect something like that to happen in the 85 mode, and obviously it's still possible, and that's something that I've seen so rarely. You see maybe in FIFA compilations of the best goals arguably ever on the game or something like that, and you don't see it in many games that you actually play yourself. So for him to score a goal like that, it's one of those where he's obviously gone for the back heel pass, and he must have held down maybe the left trigger or something like that, and Tom Kraus has just gone, okay, I'll produce this back heel chip through ball, whatever it was. And Schick has obviously delivered a really tasty finish as well to make it that special goal. But yeah, 100%, it's right up there. I mean, it's something that he probably didn't plan to happen, which maybe takes something away from it. Perhaps if you're that kind of a FIFA goal fan, you might enjoy the Quaison goal a bit more, the lovely chipped goal over the Dortmund defence. But for me, that was far and away the goal of the tournament so far, just on pure class. I mean, it took my breath away as well as yours. So we didn't really know how to react to that one, because it was like, oh, what? That actually happened?
That was a bolt from the blue. I mean, Grumman had been on top the whole time. And now I am fascinated to know whether he actually intended that, or whether it really was just maybe a slip of the finger that held a trigger button down when he wasn't meant to, or whether he did actually intend to do it that way. I think either way, we take nothing away from the goal, which certainly was one of the most spectacular we have seen. And something tells me that will be popping up in the top 5 goals of Matchday 4 clips that will do the rounds on social media during the week after Matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But what it does do, a 3-2 win, and that late goal for Leipzig does set us up so well for this second leg. Justin Löwe up against Tom Kraus, a debutant. A 5-1 win for Justin Löwe against Leverkusen's Vendel was followed by a 1-1 draw with Pascal Kutka. A draw would be enough to secure the winner on aggregate. The problem for us here in this, Alex, is that we have no idea where Tom Kraus's skill level is at on FIFA. Is he the favourite coming into this one? Is a 1-goal lead not enough for Justin Löwe against Tom Kraus? Could we see, a resounding victory maybe? You have no idea. And so we are kept guessing. We're going to have to learn by doing here with Tom Kraus. But if his virtual ability in that goal scored by Alex Chappie is anything to go by, then I think we should expect big things, surely.
I think we should indeed. I mean, obviously, we know a little bit more about Justin Löwer, but even then, only a couple of games that he's played in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. I don't think we can read too much into his big win over Wendell, because I think it was clear that Wendell was a bit out of his depth in his game for Bayer Leverkusen. But the fact that he did get a draw against Pascal Kupke, considering Pascal Kupke's result earlier today, getting a big 4-1 win over Kevin Schlotterbeck, I mean, we can try and take something from that and tell you that Justin Löwer perhaps, is on the same sort of level as Kupke, and therefore it's going to be a difficult task for Tom Kraus. But as you said, we just don't know about the 18-year-old for Leipzig and what he's able to produce. The fact that he's 18 maybe plays a part in the fact that he's perhaps spent a lot of time in the recent weeks playing some FIFA.
Yeah, we've seen it bode well for the youngsters, haven't we, Alex?
We have indeed. Maybe he's going to be another one of those who represents the teenagers well. And one of these sort of youth guys, Louis Hiepen has been fantastic for Gladbach in that respect. Tom Kraus, obviously being only 18, he's spent time on the Bundesliga bench this season. He's been on the bench for Leipzig 6 times so far this season. And he's been a Germany international at every level, from under 15s to under 19s. And going back to August, after the pre-season of Leipzig, he represented the club in a couple of games and impressed. And head coach Julian Nagelsmann said that in his eyes, Tom Kraus did leave the best impression of any sort of young player in the proximity of the first team through the games and through the training, and therefore is relatively close himself to getting into the first team. And obviously having 6 appearances on the bench for Leipzig is a sign of things to come, and only being 18, there's plenty of time for him to make his first appearance in the Bundesliga. Perhaps we're going to see that this season, when and if the Bundesliga does return. Hopefully it does, and he'll be a name that now, through the Bundesliga Home Challenge, is on the wish list of some people. You've learned the name now. You might not have picked it up quite so easily from only seeing his name on the bench, but now you're going to be able to see his face in his player cam, hopefully, and see just how good he is at FIFA as well. So hopefully it's a good chance for him to represent his club at this level, show his fans what he's capable of, and then perhaps make his Bundesliga debut for Leipzig in the near future.
Several things I take away from that. If you've caught the eye of Julian Nagelsmann, you've done something right. Absolutely. And of course, we know Nagelsmann is a head coach that loves to promote youth. He has no problem putting his faith in younger players. And I guess the other thing I'd take from that is that he is a defensive midfielder by trade, Tom Kraus. And if you look at the current Leipzig squad, he actually doesn't have a lot of competition for places if he does want to make a breakthrough in that first team. We've lost Diego Demme recently for Leipzig. He went to Napoli. Konrad Laimer now, arguably the go-to guy when it comes to holding midfield. And now we've seen, as a result, Stefan Ilsanker, of course, left Leipzig and joined Frankfurt in the winter break. And that saw Marcel Sabitzer then kind of get dropped a little deeper, which we thought, or some people I think thought, may have detracted from his game and his impact on the Leipzig approach, given the fact that he was scoring goals for fun, he was setting up goals for fun, and if anything, we saw him have an even bigger influence from the middle of the park. But beyond those two, Alex, right now, and Tyler Adams, you could maybe say Tyler Adams as well, as a holding midfielder, Tom Kraus doesn't actually have a whole lot of competition ahead of him. So for an 18-year-old, you've got to think he's got to feel good. Maybe not making the breakthrough this season, maybe a little too early, but a view to the summer, an eye on the summer, and thinking, hold on a second, if they don't dip into the transfer market for midfielders, I've got a chance here.
Yeah, definitely. And he's a guy, he's born in Leipzig, he's raised in the city, he's been with the club for a long time. And obviously the fact that he's represented Germany at a high level through the youth setups means that he's a talented player. And that's something that Leipzig are obviously going to have already recognised. We saw them let go Diego Demme, and I questioned that as well, saying, what options do they really have? They don't have that many options. Kevin Campbell's been in and out of injury, Tyler Adams as well. Konrad Laimer's new, but he's been fantastic, to be fair to him, in recent months. So there's lots of questions to be asked, of the Leipzig holding midfield situation. We've seen Marcel Sabitzer have to drop into that position in recent months as well. And Emil Forsberg alongside him. There was even one game, I can't remember who it was against, but they did have a central midfield partnership of Marcel Sabitzer and Emil Forsberg. Both of those guys used to being the number 10, used to being real playmakers and attacking outlets going forward, but different roles for them. And so for sure, Tom Kraus can take he can have a good mindset going forward into the future, knowing that he's already been involved in first team training. He's in the setup. They know about him. Nagelsmann's obviously been impressed by him. And we'll have to wait and see if Leipzig go into the market this summer to maybe buy some reinforcements for that central defensive sort of position. But for them, as the sort of club that they are, promoting youth players and buying young players as well, they'll know that they can take Tom Krause as a good opportunity to bring in someone youthful from around the Leipzig area and give him an opportunity if they don't find someone in the market in the coming summer months. And of course, this is his chance, as I said, to make a name himself for the fans as well, who maybe have not got to know him on the pitch. And we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens for him in the next couple of months as well.
That's it, but Leipzig, a wonderful place to develop your game as a young player, especially now that Julian Nagelsmann has taken over as head coach. This is his debut season, but as we said, I mean, he comes with such an incredible reputation. I mean, he's been one of my favourite head coaches to watch his story unfold before us in the Bundesliga, you know, starting as the youngest head coach in the Bundesliga's history with Hoffenheim. I think he took over from Huub Stevens back then, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And everyone was wondering, okay, what do we really come to expect of this man who, I think he suffered 5 knee ligament injuries during his playing career. He was hoping to make it as a professional, and he quickly had to change his course of action, realizing that he just didn't have the attributes in a knee that he needed to survive at the top level. And so pivoted to coaching and has now developed into arguably one of the best coaches in the Bundesliga and has one of the best reputations. So this is a man, Alex, that turned down Real Madrid. You know, there were advances for him while he was still on the books at Hoffenheim, that Real Madrid came in for him when Zinedine Zidane was let go by the club. And he admitted that there were these advances, but he said that he felt it was too soon for him. And I think not only does that show that Julian Nagelsmann has a fantastic head on his shoulders, but I like the fact that he's really focusing on progressing in a productive way through the ranks. I think he has every ambition of taking charge of a team like Real Madrid or a club of that stature in the future. But he wanted to hone his skills a little bit more in the Bundesliga, and Leipzig's been a great place for him to do that.
And I think that's as you said, Leipzig being the place that it is now with him in charge, it's the perfect place. If you've got a coach with that mindset, as a young player, the likes of Tyler Adams or Tom Krause in this situation, they know that their coach has that mindset of wanting to develop himself. He's going to want to develop these young players as well. So fantastic to know as a young player that your coach has the exact same mindset that you have, wanting to develop. And that's what's so great about the Bundesliga, the fact that Leipzig, you know, they finished second in their first season. They're still very much in the title race this season, but are still being able to play so many young players and develop these guys and turn them into high-quality, world-class players while also competing for Bundesliga titles. It's an absolutely remarkable thing that they've been able to do. And I go back to one of my favourite interviews, I think, that I heard from the Leipzig sort of camp, which was actually with Deutsche Welle when they spoke to Ralf Rangnick a few years ago, and he went over the sort of the club's concept and talked about the Triple C motto that they have, which is concept, capital, and competency. So they have the capital to support how they want to play. You know, they've got the investment behind them. They've got the concept, which is to sign young, talented players and develop them into their way of playing, their system, and how that works all the way through the team. And then they also have the competency to, you know, not go out and want to sign someone for 50, 60 million pounds. Don't go for the big name players. And of course, also at the other end, let players take that next step in their career. We've seen the likes of Naby Keita make a move to Liverpool. He's gone on and had a successful time with them so far in the English Premier League. Diego Demme, another example, going on to want to live a sort of dream for him, having Italian roots in his family, wanting to play for Napoli. These guys,
he's named after Diego Maradona, for crying out loud. What a story that is.
There you go. So as much as they want to be successful, they want to be a big force in German football, their main goal is to develop these players and become a club that, you know, isn't going to go out and spend 50 million on the next best young player. They're going to develop smaller players, not smaller players, but lesser known talented players and build them up into big players. And hopefully for them, at some points in the next couple of years, that all brings together an incredible crop of players, which they do have now, they can go on and win a Bundesliga title. So yeah, props to them for having that CCC concept. It's one of my coolest things that I've learned about the club so far.
Yeah, that's it. I think a lot is made of Leipzig and the way they came into fruition as a club in the Bundesliga, which, let's be honest, Alex, we are both well-versed in the fact that there's such a great weight and importance put on tradition and history in the Bundesliga, and rightly so. But if you take out the context of how Leipzig came to fruition, and you look at really just what they're producing on the pitch and their concept as a club, I mean, it's a very healthy approach to life in the Bundesliga and the top tier, and their football on the pitch is a joy to behold at times. I've had the pleasure of some of my work with UEFA, following their Champions League journey, not just this season, where, of course, they have beaten Tottenham to book their place in the quarterfinals for the first time ever in the Champions League. Their first ever appearances in the knockout stage is that game against Tottenham, the second leg, of course, the last in Germany before the coronavirus pandemic gripped not just the nation, but the world as well, that was played in front of fans. I was actually there in the stadium for UEFA as part of my duties for them. And it was a historic night. And there were questions being asked even back then of whether this game should actually be going ahead with fans in the stadium. And of course, it was soon after that everything did come to a close. But if you can get past the lack of tradition, and I think that's easier to do for neutrals that maybe have only just started kind of taking notice of what's going on in the Bundesliga, then I think there's a lot to like about Leipzig as a club, no doubt about it. And you talked about their, desire not to splash the cash hugely on players. They do try to invest smartly in youth. But then you've got the lovely stories. Emil Forsberg joined the club when they were still in the third division, making their way through the ranks. He stuck with them, and now look at him. He's a big name. He's been linked with big clubs. He's a Swedish international. Was going to be going to the Euros with them as well, and probably playing a prominent part there. Yusuf Poulsen joined in the second tier as well, and okay, he's dropped down the pecking order a bit this season with the introduction of Patrick Schick coming in on loan from Roma. But these are the types of stories that I think you can delight in. You've seen Peter Galacci, he's another great example, actually. Never made the breakthrough at Liverpool. He got dropped by Brendan Rodgers while he was on the books at LFC. He went to Salzburg and then, of course, made the move from Salzburg to Leipzig, as a lot of players do, we should point out. And he is now, I think, arguably second best goalkeeper in the Bundesliga. And actually, 442 have named him in the top 10 goalkeepers in the world, ahead of Manuel Neuer, I've just noticed.
It's incredible, yeah. His journey is remarkable, and it's these sort of Cinderella stories that have helped them to, make a name for themselves with the sort of younger generation. These guys who have stuck with them since the third or fourth division, and then, as you mentioned, the likes of Peter Galacci, who had struggles in his earlier career, has now gone on to be, in some people's eyes, the best goalkeeper in the Bundesliga. For many, one of the very best in the Bundesliga, at least. There's so many of these stories, and so often they pick up these young guys that sort of get outcasted by their clubs. The likes of Christian Nkunku, who's come from PSG, was always going to struggle to get in there, and he's been mind-blowingly fantastic this season, leading their assist tally so far. The likes of Nordi Mukiele as well, and then Dayot Upamecano and Ibrahima Konate, the young French centre-backs who have just come and taken the league by absolute storm. Both are going to be world-class talents in the near future.
That's it. If those four names aren't in the French national team soon, then I'll be very surprised. I think you see the future of the French national team there in those four, and Nkunku especially has been an absolute revelation. I will say we are having a few technical issues with the invite system here between Tom Krause and Justin Nerva we're hearing, but James Thorogood and Alex Chapper, we are your hosts for this day 2 of Matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It is derby time in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and it's thrown up some fantastic results. You can recap all the results from Matchday 1, 2, 3, and 4 on virtual.bundesliga.com. A recap of all the results can be found there, and we have had some absolutely stunning ones. You'll see double-digit scorelines in there as well if you go and check it out. And of course, if you want to get in touch, at VBL_official is the Twitter channel that is hosting the Bundesliga Home Challenge. This is a virtual Bundesliga-inspired e-invitational that's been put on by the DFL to help us with this football free time. And we would love to hear from you guys, whichever social media platform of choice. You can use hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge to send us some of your thoughts. We want you in the chat rooms. We want you in the comment sections. We want to let we want you guys to let us know how you're enjoying it, where you're watching in the world. We've had people from all over, New Zealand, we've had Dubai, we've had Las Vegas, seen Hawaii as well today, and several, I have to say, a big shout out to the African nations who really seem to be tuning in quite religiously to the stream. So I have to say thank you very much for the support there, whether it's been from Tanzania, Nigeria, South Africa, Uganda, wherever it is. They are getting in touch, and we love to see it. So please let us know who you've been most impressed by, where you are watching from, and what maybe you've thought of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Alex and I, we've given you a lot of our thoughts about the trends and lessons that we have learned from the action in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And it is ironic, arguably, that we're in Matchday 4 and now we're having the first big technical problem of getting a game set up between Tom Krause and Justin Löber. But in fairness, we were always asking you guys to bear with us. This is being beamed all over Germany. I'm sure there's so many modems being used at once to bring you the signal. And so there were going to be a few technical hitches in there to be expected. I just wonder whether they've got Nordi Mukiele on speed dial in case Tom Krause can't get connected.
Maybe Tom Krause just doesn't know how to, accept Justin Löber's request to be a friend before they play the game. Nordi Mukiele obviously had been set up in that way in the last couple of weeks, being able to do that quite happily. But hopefully we're able to get things back underway normally. And it does give us a chance to just go over the format of the tournament for you guys as well as we come towards the last couple of games of the Bundesliga Home Challenge this weekend. In case you're joining us now for the last couple of games, we do have 30 teams. We've only got 4 left in this tournament. 60 players have been representing those 30 teams, 2 per team. Every team consisting of 1 professional football player and another player from the club. Sometimes it's been another professional football player. Sometimes it's been an eSports pro. Every club has had a different way of doing things. We've seen Union Berlin usually use 2 professional football players. Freiburg doing the same, and some guys have used eSports players and professional players combined. And for matchups, I played over those 2 matches, and the final result is the aggregate score of both those legs. Although no league table is going to be formatted, no champion will be crowned at the end of it. It's all in fun, and we're just taking each result as each match comes. And pride is the only thing on offer in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and especially this weekend with the Derby Central matches that we've seen. So many derbies across the weekend so far. And of course, another reminder that all these matches are in the 85 mode, which brings everyone onto a similar rating. It's a mode that I'm sure not a lot of people will have been acquainted with in terms of being a casual FIFA player. It's what we use in the virtual Bundesliga to make sure that everyone's on a very level playing field. It means that it's simple to really see that you get the best FIFA player out at the end of the result, at the end of the game. There's no advantages or disadvantages in terms of maybe what you would find on Ultimate Team of someone being able to have a better player than their opponent. And especially at this level of the virtual Bundesliga and the Home Challenge, we have so many matchups where it's a Bundesliga team against a Zweite Bundesliga team, like we do have now between Leipzig and Dynamo Dresden. Leipzig would, of course, have favourable advantages going into that game in the real world, but in the 85 mode, it's all on a level playing field, which means we have a much better chance of getting an open and nicer result, as we saw in that first leg between Dresden and Leipzig. Dresden coming out with the 3-2 win from Marcel Graumann. And now we're going to wait and see if Tom Krause and Justin Löber can
actually get connected.
Can get their act together and get this game going, because we're waiting for the second leg to get underway to get a decider on this penultimate tie.
We are on a tight schedule as well, because we do have 1 tie left between Paderborn and Bielefeld. So I'm sure they're doing everything they can to fix the problems as quickly as possible, no doubt about it. But the thing is, we're on tenterhooks because the first leg has set us up so nicely for the second leg. And we've seen some such wonderful fixtures today in terms of the results that have come in. And now we just want to see exactly who's going to take the bragging rights between Leipzig and Dresden. The battle of 2 sides from the former East Germany. Back in the olden days, Leipzig, the new boys on the block, so to say. Dresden, they've been here, there and everywhere. They've been through the wars in German football, no doubt about it. But enjoying a nice spell in the Zweite Bundesliga right now. Actually, their longest spell they've ever had as a club in the Zweite Bundesliga. Dynamo Dresden, now entering into their 4th straight season. So enjoying life in there, however, not enjoying the season so much. Currently 18th in the title Bundesliga, so bottom of the league, 4 points off of guaranteed safety. And I wonder whether they're one of the teams that will want to get back to action, or whether they would actually welcome maybe a new way of finishing the season given the current climate. You just never know. So many players and head coaches have talked about the fact that it's all up in the air right now and it's really out of everyone's control. And I think everyone's main priority is simply, if we are going to get the Bundesliga and title Bundesliga back up and running, to make sure we're doing it in the safest possible manner with all the guidelines being adhered to, and make sure that no risks are taken just to get football back on our screens. Because I think everyone has accepted the fact that football has really taken a back seat. Its importance has dwindled since the coronavirus pandemic came into effect. But there is an element where there are livelihoods on the line, it has to be said as well. But let's take a look at today's results, because we've had some absolute stormers. It was Freiburg, the favourites going into that game, the Wurttenberg Derby against Stuttgart, that got the ball rolling in such an exciting and impressive manner. Nico Schlotterbeck and Mark Flecken both picking up narrow wins to pick up an aggregate score. And then it was Hertha Berlin, Alex, blowing rivals Union out of the water in the Berlin Derby. The most convincing victory we have seen all day.
Yeah, that's it. And probably one of the ones we didn't expect, to be honest, coming into the game. We had a couple of, one new face for them, Aaron Priz Poyas, who's playing on the eSports side of things, going up against Julius Kader, who's been one of the more impressive Bundesliga professional players. And he dispatched him with a fantastic 3-0 win. And then Pascal Kupka added to that with a superb 4-1 win himself to make that 7-1 aggregate scoreline. And then Augsburg and Jan Regensburg, a low-scoring affair, but
the biggest upset of the day as well.
Arguably the biggest upset of the day as well, because Yannick coming into the game had not been defeated. He hadn't conceded a goal coming into the game. And then Tom Bach, who had struggled all tournament, as have Jan Regensburg, unable to get a win in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So he got himself a 1-1 draw, as you see in that first game. And then Marco Richter, the man who, coming into the tournament, didn't have many expectations for it, was telling himself and myself that he wasn't expecting much except from defeats, but he got himself a 2-0 win against Federico Palacios to earn his side a lead. And then we saw the Hamburg City derby between HSV and St. Pauli, and another tight affair between those two sides.
Yeah, comeback in that one, which has been a rare occurrence on Matchday 4, when it seemed to be happening in almost every game back on Matchday 2. We couldn't quite believe what was happening. No first leg lead was safe. But yeah, it was Luca Zander there turning things around for St. Pauli to grab them the victory over Hamburg. Quite impressive result for them, it has to be said. And as they take the bragging rights in, arguably one of the fiercest rivalries in German football. And we then moved on to the Franconian derby, Nuremberg against Greuther Fürth. Greuther Fürth, one of the favourites coming into the tournament and coming into the Bundesliga Home Challenge, simply based on the fact they finished second in the virtual Bundesliga behind Werder Bremen. And fortunately for Greuther Fürth, it was newcomer ex-Impact 10 picking up the mantle from Fabio 97, who had impressed throughout the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and picking up where he left off to maintain that impressive record for the Greuther Fürth eSports Pro with a 2-0 win over Felix Schimmel. And Tim Handwerker did manage to pull a goal back in the second leg, but a goal was not enough to overturn the tie. And that has led us into this game between Leipzig and Dresden. It is 3-2 to Dresden after Marcel Grauman's win over Alex Chappie in the first leg. But in case you are just joining us and wondering what on earth is going on, what the delay is for, we can tell you there's been some issues between Tom Kraus and Justin Lerver. Sorry, I just blanked on the name. It's Tom Kraus, Justin Lerver. Somewhere along the line, the invitations are not quite clicking when it comes to trying to get this game set up for the second leg. And so we are waiting with bated breath for the tie to be completed.
I think we can have a look as well at yesterday's results, just to make sure that everyone is fully recapped as well in what's gone on in Matchday 4 of the weekend so far. In case you did miss the action yesterday and weren't able to check out the scorelines, we had some pretty memorable ones, it's fair to say, across the entire weekend.
Well, I was going to say, if you were recommending anyone going back to tomorrow's stream to recap the action, maybe see something they missed, where do they start, Alex?
I think you have to start with the standout game there, which is Borussia Dortmund against Schalke. 0-0 in the first game. It was such a tight affair between Eldin Todorovac, who had a couple of chances right at the end to beat Tim Latka. But in the end, it finished 0-0, and then Nassim Boujellab took Achraf Hakimi apart. An 8-0 drubbing, 4 of the goals coming with his own player in that game. You have to start with that game if you want the full entertainment. But I have to say, I think for me, one of the more entertaining games was between Werder Bremen and Holstein Kiel. We saw Dr. Ahano beat Neil Samstag-Moore 3-2 in a really fun game. And then Davy Selke got himself a 2-1 win over Dominic Schmidt.
The first for a professional Werder Bremen player making the crossover.
Making amends for their production levels so far in the tournament. Obviously, the likes of Maximilian Eggestein and Milot Velkovic had struggled so far. Davy Selke as well had suffered defeat previously, but got himself that win. And continuing with the derby theme, we saw Gladbach and Cologne go up against each other. Another tight affair between Jeffrey and a stranger ended 0-0. And then Louis Hiepen, who's been fantastic since he came into the Bundesliga Home Challenge, picked up a big 4-0 win over Noah Katterbach. And then we saw what we were expecting to be one of the most one-sided affairs in the Bundesliga Home Challenge history between Hoffenheim and the referees actually turned into one of the more memorable ones in terms of competitiveness.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the 6-2 and 4-2 defeats there maybe look more convincing than they were, but I think it's fair to say referees Martin Peterson and Daniel Schlager both created very tense affairs against Marcel Plattluck-Schwarz and Munas de Boer. And then it really was late on in the game that they seemed to collapse a little bit and the quality started to show for Schwarz and de Boer, where they really were trying to make sure, hold on a second, these referees are giving us a good run for our money. We weren't quite expecting it. And we were just delighted in the fact that both Schlager and Pedersen managed to score twice. So they are the highest scoring, or joint highest scoring referees in the tournament because, of course, it was Dennis Eiterkien, who unfortunately we lost on this match day. He is the only referee that actually has managed to pick up a victory in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Match day 2 against Jonas Hoffmann of Borussia Mönchengladbach. That was one of the highlight moments for both Alex and I of this entire Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, no doubt. But the fact they managed to score twice apiece against Hoffenheim, and the fact that they only lost on aggregate by 6 goals, I still count as a massive success for the referees, because we expected them to lose by at least 5 goals each, if not more. We were thinking even double digits would be hit again. Nico Schlotterbeck, still the only player to do it in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Don Chap got close against Jean-Claire Todibo of Schalke last weekend in the 9-2 win, excuse me. But no, in fairness, the referees gave a really good account of themselves. And as we've said throughout this tournament, when they got involved in the mix, we were just delighted to see that they were willing to get involved in the mix and kind of, do something a little bit different outside of their comfort zones. They do play FIFA in their spare time, I'm sure, but they will not have been as well versed as some of these players they came up against. And yet still they've managed to draw the fun element out of it and make a name for themselves, I think, as well. Dennis Eiterkien in particular, I mean, FIFA Fußball got. He was a cult hero before he got involved in the Bundesliga Home Challenge and only underlined his status. And then, of course, we had a tight win for Bochum, despite the fact that it was a 2-2 draw in the first leg. It was Adrian Stanilovic making his return since match day 1, losing to Ulrich Bappo, and then boo to the only goalless draw of the entire Bundesliga Home Challenge over the course of 2 legs, Wolfsburg against Hanover. It wasn't as bad as it looks. They were not uninteresting 0-0 draws to commentate, Alex. We actually found and took a lot of entertainment value out of them.
100%, yeah.
But that's not what we want to see, is it?
No, we want to see goals. And as much as we, as the optimistic guys that we are able to take fun out of those sorts of games, we want to see goals. And we've been able to see some goals today so far as well. And obviously we're wanting to make sure that we can see some more later on, with Leipzig and Dresden looking to bring an end to their tie, and then Paderborn and Bielefeld still ready and raring to go in their game. And I think we don't want to see another 0-0 because it would be a sad way to end match day 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So just wanting to make sure that we find goals from every possible outlet. And I think what we're going to try and do is get ourselves going with Kraus and Löwe. Unless something can happen, we'll have to move on to the Paderborn and Bielefeld game.
Yeah, that's it. We're hearing that they're going to make another attempt at around about 35 past 8 our time. So that is in just over 5 minutes' time, wherever you are in the world. And if that doesn't happen, we may move on to the final game between Paderborn and Bielefeld. But what it does give us a chance is to look at some of the stars from the Bundesliga Home Challenge that have popped up. And this is what I wanted to ask you as well. I mean, we've had some fantastic names. We have had star power with the likes of Achraf Hakimi, but we've also had some unknown names that have really made a name for themselves. But is there a player in particular, Alex, that maybe over the 4 weeks has really caught your eye the most? I mean, we've had Boujellab, we've had De Boer, we've had Schlotterbeck. Maybe outside of those top 3, is there someone else that's maybe grabbed your attention?
I think the man who came in for Gladbach in the last couple of weeks, Louis Hiepen, has really impressed me. Just from not knowing anything about his FIFA playing abilities, for him to come in, as a guy who's not made his breakthrough into the Gladbach first team so far, he got himself a huge win yesterday against Noah Katterbach in the derby against Cologne, and on Matchday 3 as well, he was on the winning side in the opening game of the day, in the opening tie against Niels Stendera. He got himself a 6-2 win. So he was clearly one of the most talented guys. It was obviously maybe a mistake from Gladbach to have brought Jonas Hoffmann forward for that game against Dynamo, where he sort of let the side down and suffered defeat against the referees. But for me, Hiepen has been, short and sweet. His career has been in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. He has still impressed massively with 2 wins of the highest order, 6-2 and 4-0. So he's been fantastic.
Yeah, if I'm picking pro players, I'll throw Marco Richter out there because I think we've had a lot of fun with him on the stream as well. And I love the fact that we do have a direct line through you to him, and that has made it a little bit of a different experience with him. But as I said, for me, he also seemed, even if we weren't in touch with him, even if you hadn't been sharing texts and Instagram messages with him, I think the way we've seen him take part in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, I think he's the player that really has embodied the spirit of what the Bundesliga Home Challenge is all about. This was a bit of carefree fun. We didn't want to make it competitive. We didn't want to put a knockout format in there or a league format where we were working out who had the most points by the end of it. That was all just a bit too complicated. We didn't want to add that competitive edge to it. We wanted this to be a fun, carefree event, and that is ultimately what has transpired. I'm sure there have been a few hurt feelings along the way with some of the big defeats, but ultimately everything could be taken with a pinch of salt given the format of this. And I think everyone involved has really been up for it. And we've seen people dip in for one match day. We've seen some stay throughout the whole 4. And I think the players and the eSports pros that have done all 4, I mean, my respects to them. Hats off to you. We've been delighted to have that consistency almost. And, we are talking about the likes of Marco Richter, Yannick Bedeker, who have been there from the start. Nassim Boujellab's been in there as well. Luca Zander hasn't left either. Marcel Donchap on the eSports side of thing as well. He's been a consistent figure for Hannover 96. And so we really have had this plethora of different skill levels, abilities. We've seen some embarrassing results. We've seen some last-minute drama. But every single player, I think personally, has played their part in making the Bundesliga Home Challenge a success and very memorable.
100%. And I'm going to take all of their names to heart and say that they will stay with me forever as these participants of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Obviously, with my position, I get to meet some of these guys. It's one of my favourite things about working for the Bundesliga is being able to meet some of the players, the likes of Marco Richter, during the summer when we do our media days. And from now on, I will definitely be recognising a lot of these names and a lot of these faces and talking to them about the Bundesliga Home Challenge and letting them know that I was involved in the commentary for them. There's so many names involved in the tournament and even more, of course. Had so many players involved, 60 players for the 30 teams. And obviously, for a lot of teams, they've brought in new players in different weeks. And obviously, we've seen even the referees change names. We saw Dennis Eitekin in the first week and Martin Peterson played this week and impressed, even though he suffered that defeat against Marcel Schwarz of Hoffenheim as well. But I think in terms of the pair that have impressed the most, for me, it has to be Mark Flecken and Nico Schlotterbeck of Freiburg, just because both being Bundesliga professional players, both have been so good in all of the games that they played. Obviously, Flecken had a bit of trouble against Elias of Hertha Berlin. That was the only time he's really been frustrated, you have to say. But the way that Schlotterbeck responded in his comeback win with that 11-1 win over Maximilian Mittelstadt will go down in Bundesliga Home Challenge history books.
Oh, it will. It will. I think it'll go down in Bundesliga history books personally, but we'll see whether the next revision does include that. But no, I mean, those two, you're right. They're a perfect example of what this crossover event was all about. The collision of worlds where we didn't really know what to expect from some of these pro players when it came to their FIFA ability. And yet we've managed to learn on the go with them. And actually every match day has given us new lessons to learn and new intricacies to be fascinated by from these players. And yeah, we've had some absolutely brilliant ones. And Schlotterbeck and Flecken are wonderful examples of that. Mudas de Boer is another one, given the fact that he's now actually created his own esports company on the back of his success in the Bundesliga Home Challenge and his success in the esports world during this football-free period we are currently enduring. And then we had someone like Atta Karazor, who has delighted us with his on-screen antics as well, just like Achraf Hakimi did. And then, yes, these unknown players, the Lino Castens of this world, the Ulrich Bappos, who have had tough times off the pitch, injuries, but now they've been given this chance to, revel in a bit of off-the-field success and enjoyment. And really, we cannot say that. I think we can say the Bundesliga Home Challenge has been a resounding success from start to finish, and we've enjoyed every second of it. But we do have some bad news. On match day 4, in our penultimate fixture, we have the first game that is not going to take place. We need to put P's in the results card. It's been postponed for now. It's what we're used to seeing with the coronavirus pandemic that has gripped the world. But what that does mean is that because we are not able to play the second game between Leipzig and Dresden, it's Dresden who take the bragging rights in the Sachsen Derby. After a first leg win, Marcel Graman got the job done. But we are now going to move on to Paderborn against Bielefeld, our final tie of Sunday's action on match day 4. And it is a shame that we've lost a tie, Alex. But I think the fact that we've gone this deep into the Bundesliga Home Challenge without that happening actually has impressed me. I thought it was going to happen earlier.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. It's been a off the cuff sort of event that we've put together. So credit to the production team and everyone involved for making sure that the only real hiccup in the game came right at the end. But no matter, because we move on to our final tie of the weekend, and it will be between Paderborn and Bielefeld, as you said. Lucas Fiedler, who's come into this tournament. He's not a pro eSports player. He's Paderborn's first ever FIFA champion. He was crowned in December 2019. And although he's lost 2 of his 3 games, he really has impressed so far. Being only 17 years old, he came up against Elias, who's one of the best players around for Hertha Berlin, suffered that 4-1 defeat. He then beat Bremo 4-0 last weekend and did lose 3-1 to Nico Schlotterbeck last time out against Freiburg. But still, he's been impressive in his games that he's played, and now he's going to be coming up against Keanu Stauder, who is not an esports player. We have to reiterate, he is a academy player at Bielefeld, 23 years old, the left midfielder. He's made 5 appearances so far this season, and he came into the tournament, the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and beat Tom Bach 5-1. And we have to say that was an impressive win, considering how well Tom Bach played against Yannick of Augsburg earlier. So very interested to see how this game goes. It's going to be a big test for Stauder coming up against Fiedler. Let's see if he's able to produce something special to give his teammate, Amos Pieper, something to work with in the second leg.
Oh, this is it. Lucas Fiedler, a new man on the scene in the esports world, and Paderborn, not one of the teams that were competing in the virtual Bundesliga this season. And again, we've talked about the way the Bundesliga Home Challenge has played out, whether it may lead to teams like Paderborn being tempted to dip more into the esports market. They found Lucas Fiedler, their first ever esports FIFA champion in Paderborn. And if they can build a little team around him, in fairness, they actually only need one more player if they can guarantee that he could be available every weekend for the virtual Bundesliga to then take part next season. And given his success in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, I've got to think that Paderborn will be tempted.
I think so too, of course. I think there's going to be one of many teams who've going to be looking at this Bundesliga Home Challenge and taking a big step from it and saying, this has been really fantastic for us, and why not get involved? Why not make that step? They might be a smaller club. They're obviously in the Bundesliga at the bottom of the table at the moment, 7 points adrift of safety. So it could be that they get relegated back down to the second division. But why not step into the virtual Bundesliga? We've seen how successful it can be for some second division teams. And as you can see, some good news for everyone. No connectivity problems here between Paderborn and Bielefeld. Both these guys setting up their teams. We are ready and raring to go back into some FIFA action. The final tie of the day, the Ostwestfalen Derby, as it is known as in Germany. Paderborn against Bielefeld. Both teams in Westfalen, the district of Germany. 47 kilometers between the two cities. There is a funny sort of joke around Germany that Bielefeld, the city, doesn't actually exist.
Yeah.
But of course, the club of Arminia Bielefeld, there was no doubt that it exists, and of course for them as well in the Bundesliga this season, in the Zweite Bundesliga, I should say, they'll be one of the teams that's been more disappointed that the football has come to a stop. They are top of the second division right now with a 6-point lead over second place VfB Stuttgart. They are unbeaten in their last 7 games before the stoppage in play. They've got the best records in the second division with 50 goals scored this season, only 24 conceded, and they are on their way to promotion. If all goes well, it would be their first time being back in the top flight, back in the big time since 2008, 2009. So a huge incentive for them to get things back underway as quickly as possible. And they've been a highly competitive team in this Bundesliga home challenge so far, and one of the highest scoring teams so far as well. They suffered an 8-4 defeat against Kiel in the first game, but since then have won both their games, scoring 8 goals apiece. 8-7 was the win against Frankfurt and 8-3 last weekend against Jan Regensburg. So one thing is for sure, that Bielefeld provide goals, as do Paderborn as well. So we're expecting big things. These teams have not come up against each other recently in the virtual Bundesliga or in the Bundesliga, of course, with Paderborn back in the top flight this season. But here we are, the meeting between the two sides in the Bundesliga home challenge. And that's why we're doing it, to see these meetings come up against each other. These teams provide a meeting that we're not used to seeing.
That's it. We're going to be denied it next season, potentially, if they're going to swap places between the top 2 tiers of German football. Paderborn in the relegation mix. Bielefeld, as Alex points out, on course for a historic promotion for them. Really will come out of left field a little bit as they look to make their return to the Bundesliga for the first time since 2009. Bielefeld. In case you are just joining us and you maybe didn't catch wind and you're wondering what's going on and why we've moved on to this game before the second game between Leipzig and Dresden, we are sorry to report that there have been some connectivity issues between Tom Kraus and Justin Löwer. They haven't been able to match up online. We are still trying to fix it, so that may still take place, but no guarantees. What we are going to move on to now is Bielefeld against Paderborn. Stauder against Fiedler. Can Stauder build on that impressive win last time out against an eSports pro in Lucas Fiedler? Or will the favourite be able to see out a first leg victory here against the man from the Bielefeld Academy? Stauder starting confidently. That's a lovely ball through to himself as well. The cutback was on to the edge of the area, but it was well cut out in the end by Fiedler. And Stauder again, just like last week, with one of the more relaxed setups we've seen. I'm not sure whether the angle of the TV screen is in his favour or not. Sat on the floor there in his, what I would assume is his living room, Alex.
Yeah, I'm not one for sitting on the floor in the living room. That's not my way of playing. I have to be sat up either in a chair or, right on the edge of my sofa. I have to have a high angle looking at my TV rather than looking up to it. And as you see, it's not the angle that's working well for Stauder and Fiedler.
He's off.
He's off.
He's off.
He's wagging that finger away to whoever is next to him watching along as Sven Michel scores the opening goal of the game and gives Fiedler a 1-0 lead early on. Lovely through ball and a lovely first-time finish.
That's how quickly things can change here in the Bundesliga home challenge, especially when you're pitting an eSports pro up against a professional footballer who, whether they're good or not at FIFA, they may not be as comfortable on the joysticks as their counterparts. And Fiedler has been so impressive throughout the Bundesliga home challenge. It's really no surprise, unfortunately, that he has got the opening goal here. And an early goal is exactly arguably what Stauder would have been wanting to avoid, and he's going to have to avoid falling further behind it. But he's done well there. Amos Pieper doing the defensive work for him, the man who will be in action in the second leg for Paderborn. Or for Bielefeld, excuse me.
What a ball that is.
Stauder is in behind here. So much space to work with. Cut back, and it's well blocked. Fiedler had a man in the right place at the right time.
Fantastic long ball from Stauder to find the man out on the left wing. But as you said, Fiedler defended that well, getting players in the right spots there. It's a difficult one for Stauder to coordinate around the edge of the Paderborn box.
Oh, but he's looking bright in these early exchanges. He might have fallen behind, but Stauder is creating chances against Lucas Fiedler. He just needs to take one now.
He does indeed. I have to say, he's probably been the better of the two players so far, even if he's 1-0 behind. Fiedler's only had one chance, but as we know so often with these eSports guys, clinical in front of goal, whereas Stauder's not been able to create that perfect scoring opportunity in front of goal so far. But if he keeps playing the way he is, that will surely come in the near future.
Oh, lovely ball in behind. If he's onside here, Quillos. Oh, has he got a penalty? He has! Stauder with a chance to level the scores. And it's no less than his pressure has deserved. How will he fare from the spot? What can Fiedler produce? It is close to take. And a simple finish from the spot. Keeper went the wrong way. And we're all square again, Alex.
And all came from yet another fantastic through ball from Stauder. He's played a few of those down that left wing. Clearly a danger point for him. Clearly something he's targeting because he's enjoying it down that left side. And a wonderful through ball again that just got in behind the Paderborn defence. Fiedler not expecting it. And in the end earns that penalty. Now he has some defending to do on the other side. But a deserved goal for Stauder. Well played for him. Credit to him for getting back in this game nice and early.
Yeah, you were right to say he was enjoying the better of the play from the first whistle. Maybe a little surprised to be behind. I was going to make the point that that is the difference between esports pros and professional footballers. Esports pros really need one attack to score, whereas someone like Stauder may need 4 or 5 before he gets the goal that he deserves, and chances aren't always that forthcoming against some of these esports pros. But Stauder, I think he's already changed the script a little bit from what we thought may happen. He's really got in the mix here, and he's taking this game to Fiedler, which is exactly the type of no fear that we want to see from these professional footballers, taking on the guys that play FIFA day in, day out. They make it their living. And Fiedler does have ambitions of becoming an esports pro on a more permanent basis, and Paderborn could be the platform for him to do that. Paderborn were talking about entering the esports market at the start of the season, and they were mooting a potential entry into the virtual Bundesliga in 2020. And as we said, I think what's transpired in the Bundesliga Home Challenge will only influence them more. As a chance here for Stauder. He just couldn't take it. The chance on the follow-up blocked. But my goodness, he's on the front foot here, and Fiedler struggling to find an answer to everything that Stauder is throwing at him. And he's giving him so many different looks. He's trying crosses, he's trying through balls through the middle. He's doing a bit of everything, and he's keeping Fiedler guessing.
He's been fantastic in these opening stages. As you said, provided so many different avenues through in an attacking sense, and at the other end as well, he's defending superbly and making sure Fiedler has no real pressure or no real chances of getting a second goal here. He keeps looking for those through balls in behind though, and that is one thing we have to mention, that Lucas Fiedler is, he's not going to be unaware of that. He's going to see that and respond to it, and he's responding to it well here.
Oh, Stauder made a mistake. He brought a man out, and he has recovered at the last. He's got to be careful there, because he brought a centre-back herring out from the back. Oh, what a clearance that is from the keeper. Go for the lob, Stauder. Yes! He's got it as well. Unbelievable scenes from Stauder as Bielefeld take the lead for the first time in the game, overturning an early deficit. And that might be the goal of the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far.
2 unbelievable goals in our last 2 games here. That incredible goal from Tom Kraus. And now we've seen an absolute stunner, an amazing goal. The kick from the goalkeeper. I don't know how he saw that man going forward. He must have checked his map to see the Bielefeld striker on the halfway line running into the Paderborn defence. But what a finish that was. It's so difficult to get those judged right, because you have to judge the distance, the power you want to provide on it, getting it over the goalkeeper as well, all in such a short space of time. Fantastic work from Stauder. What a first half he has had here.
Yeah, what a response to falling behind. And I just love the fact we were both calling for it. Go over the log, but he actually went for it. He found the angle, he worked it out. And I have to say, you just watch Stauder's face cam, and it's just a wonderful thing. He is reacting to everything. He is taking part in every challenge. He's trying to win every header. He is literally living and breathing this virtual experience in his own living room.
It's the footballer inside of him coming out, I think. Missing that in real life, perhaps, and taking full advantage of the opportunity he has to get some excitement and entertainment from this. He's looking for another special goal. Oh, what a ball that was into the middle. I think it's offside.
Oh, it was offside. I saw the referee in bonus whistle. I was just wondering as the player went over the keeper.
Wouldn't have been our first penalty of the day. If you are joining us, Stauder scoring the first of his game from the spot, and then a stunning lob to go ahead. Fiedler has work to do. He's only had one chance on goal, really. He did find the net, but Stauder has been fantastic so far.
Yeah, the agony etched on the face of Fiedler here. He's like, what is going on here? Is this guy a professional footballer or an eSports pro? What is happening? But I have to say, after that extended hiatus we had, after waiting for Tom Krause and Justin Lerber to try and connect their games in the second leg of Dresden against Leipzig, well, this has got us right back into the mix. The hype train is real in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and right now, Keanu Stauder, he's entered the matrix, Alex. He's entered the matrix. He's taken is it the blue pill or the red pill? I can't remember now off the top of my head. That's you know what? I shouldn't have even gone for the cultural reference. If I wasn't confident, what was I doing? It doesn't matter. Keanu Stauder's entered the matrix. He's come from behind. What a first half that was. It sets us up so well for the second half, and poor old Fiedler looks distraught.
It's clear that Stauder's result last week against Tom Bach was no fluke. He's clearly a guy who spends plenty of time playing his FIFA. Would have definitely done so in the last couple of weeks as well. But you're right, Fiedler does not look like he knows what's hit him here. I'm expecting some changes to come from him in his setup in this second half. He's been one of our most impressive players, I have to say. As I said in the build-up, although he suffered defeat in 2 of his 3 games, as we see there, some half-time changes have come from the man from Paderborn. Let's see if he can get a quick response. He brings the ball forward immediately. Stauder's going to have his work cut out in the second half, you feel?
He is. I feel like Fiedler's going to try and ratchet up the pressure here, and then the question is, can Stauder still play the game that he's been executing so well in the first half? Update, I can tell you, it's the red pill that leads to an uncertain future in the Matrix. So right now, Stauder has taken the red pill. We are in an uncertain future right now. A future where maybe we can see another upset on the cards as a professional football player upsetting an eSports pro. And he's got a chance here. He's on the ball himself, Stauder. Men in the middle. Oh! It's a tap-in the end. Fiedler has no response.
He has no idea how to handle these long balls. Once again, that long ball down the left flank causing absolute havoc in the Paderborn defence. I don't think Fiedler understands quite how he's getting that space down the left flank, Stauder. But a fantastic ball again, and he did well to get to the byline, and as we've said so often, once you do that, it's so easy to score in front of goal if you get that pass to the right man who's in space, and he did that to Fabian Klos. And it is funny that you mentioned the Matrix and Stauder. His first name is Keanu, so...
Oh, that was the reference, yeah.
Maybe I missed that.
No, that was exactly the reason I was making the reference I did, but don't worry, Alex. That maybe doesn't bode well. Maybe there are other people
Stauder's giving me an uncertain future as well.
He's definitely in an uncertain future right now.
He's giving Fiedler one as well, because he does not know how to handle this onslaught.
Oh, he's got another as well. It's 4-1 to Stauder. What is going on here?
Fiedler has to laugh, or else he's going to start bursting into tears, because this is unbelievable. He has no idea what is going on. I'm not sure either, but Stauder looks like the most relaxed person around.
100%. I have, given the fact that Fiedler took the lead with his first chance on goal, I really was thinking that this game was going to go a very different way. And I have to ask, where was Stauder on Matchday 1 and 2, Alex?
Unbelievable.
How has he not been in the mix from the start of this thing?
We saw very mixed results for Marcel Hartel and Andres Vogelsammer. And Keanu Stauder has come into this tournament and taken it by storm. 5-1 against Tom Bach. He's now 4-1 up after 60 minutes against Lucas Fiedler, an eSports pro. What on earth are we witnessing here? This has been one of the most impressive performances from any Bundesliga professional so far. All of his goals have been fantastic as well.
Well worked, well played, right decisions, right time. He's doing everything right now, Stauder. Apart from the fact that he conceded that early goal, but he's defended so well since then. He's stayed touch tight. He's given Fiedler no space to work with. And right now, Fiedler, he is facing a conundrum right now that I don't think he knows how to solve. He is trying to do a 100-piece puzzle with 5 pieces, and he's going to fall further behind potentially. Heavy touch there from Stauder's player. But we've had upsets. We've seen Tom Bach draw with Yannick today already as a professional player against an eSports pro. We've seen Bassinho lose in the Bundesliga Home Challenge to Julius Kader. But a 4-1 win for a pro player against an eSports pro, that is something we have not seen. And right now, Fiedler, he's getting exasperated. And that is not the greatest mindset to be in when you're playing FIFA 20, even if you are going up against someone that may be not as well versed in the world as FIFA as you are. But it is one of those frustrating moments where I feel like he feels a lot has gone against him. The 50-50s aren't going his way. The loose balls are popping to Bielefeld players. And Stauder, when it comes to his attacking moves, the passes are coming together, whereas for Fiedler, they're not. He's getting more and more... It's just not the way to go about it.
Yeah, but all these little individual things seem to be going against him. And of course, for him, when you're 4-1 down, that just all adds up so quickly. We see there Stauder has signalled for a pause, trying to make some last-minute changes. He knows that things can change very quickly. If Fiedler was to score early, maybe he can get a chance. But again, the frustrations are building up for him. Every time he gets around the Bielefeld box, he just can't seem to get through. Until now, perhaps, another last-ditch shackle. And Fiedler has no idea how Stauder's been able to pull off this defensive work.
Yeah, he's winning almost every important challenge, the ones where it's decisive as the move is really starting to build up. And I have to say, I'm surprised that it's actually Stauder that's got the pause in, and the fact that Fiedler hasn't made changes until now surprises me as an eSports pro, because they're the ones we're expecting to be more adaptable to a situation, and they're the ones that tend to pull the trigger on changes. And the fact is, we've seen Stauder cause problems with these long ball forwards to the wing, and at no point have we seen Fiedler go, you know what, I need to tell my wing backs to stay back, because if I do that, then I'm going to nullify the threat. And I'm surprised by that.
I'm very surprised by it as well. Maybe it's just a sign of that inexperience. Poor Fiedler.
Look at him. We're ruining his evening right now. Stauder is absolutely ruining his day.
We made him wait for this game.
Yeah.
And it's not been worth waiting for Fiedler. I feel so sorry for him. Young guy, 17. And he wanted to obviously prove and get a win in this next Bundesliga Home Challenge game for himself. But it's going to be disappointment by the looks of things unless he can change it very quickly.
Well, I think his priority now is maybe to give his partner, Marlon Ritter, a newcomer to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, something to work with. Oh, so, someone just turned the light on in Stauder's living room.
Yeah.
What happened there? Oh, change of scene as Fiedler. He's got to go back. He's made it 4-2.
Stunning finish, but he's shaking his head saying it's probably too little too late, which it might be. Stauder's going to want to make sure he just keeps the ball now. He's going for that corner, trying to make sure he just keeps the ball.
I don't believe it. I think Stauder's going for another goal. He wants to restore the comfortable lead, and he creates yet another golden opportunity in front of goal. And a big save on that occasion.
Oh, no.
Oh, and now Fiedler down the other end. It's Zielinski through on goal. He's got fresh legs. 1-on-1 with the keeper. Oh, it's off the woodwork. But the rebound is in. It's game on in this one. 7-goal thriller.
Now, are we going to see something absolutely incredible in these last 2 minutes?
Not if Stauder's got the ball. This is where I agree with you. Now I think he will play off the clock. He's not going to go for goal again. Or is he? Alex Stauder, he wants a fifth. Chance still alive for him as well.
Time definitely not on Fiedler's side, and there he goes. What a game that was, James.
Barnstorming. That's the best game of the day, comfortably, in terms of entertainment value and back and forth. We've had some really entertaining fixtures, some upsets already. But in the grand scheme of things, take a bow, Keanu Stauder. He took the red pill. It led to an uncertain future, but he reaped the rewards in the end, Alex.
A future we thoroughly enjoyed. I think everyone except for Paderborn fans and Lucas Fiedler as well. disappointing for him, of course, to find 2 goals at the end there to make it 4-3. A really disappointing way for him to suffer defeat. But having gone 1-0 down, Keanu Stauder turning that into a 4-1 lead into the last few minutes. Absolutely remarkable. He dominated the wings with his long balls, as you said, getting in behind the Paderborn wing-backs. And all of his finishes, all of his goals were calculated, well-worked moves. Stunning scoring. And now we're going to go straight into our second game. And just like that, from going from a 4-1 deficit that Paderborn had to look to overturn, it's 4-3. Marlon Ritter has a far easier job on his hands if he wants to produce a special comeback to give Paderborn a win. And for Amos Pieper, he's got a much tighter lead to defend.
Yeah, that's it. I think, if anything, Keanu Stauder, what undid him there a little bit was his desire to still keep scoring.
Yes.
Right? He didn't shut up shop. He went, you know what? No, I've got 4. I'm 4-1 up. I still want a 5th. And that allowed Fiedler in those late exchanges to find moments of vulnerability in the back line and then punish them as well. And even though the goalkeeper and the woodwork both did their best to try and keep the 4-1 advantage, it wasn't possible in the end. And 2 late goals do change the complexion of this tie, but it sets us up so nicely. And we are now on course for arguably our biggest or highest scoring game of the day already. We had 8 goals in the ties between Stuttgart and Freiburg, 8 goals between Union and Hertha in the Berlin Derby, and we already have 7 here between Paderborn and Bielefeld. And this is exactly what we were saying pre-match, weren't we? When we were going through the fixture list, we said on paper, if you were looking at this from the normal Bundesliga, Zweite Bundesliga perspective, you'd go, oh, Paderborn, Bielefeld, really? Really? To close out the show? And we told you. We said goals were guaranteed in that tie. We said it was going to be a great way to end the show today. And I stand by that statement, given what we've seen in that first leg. And I'm expecting more fireworks in this second now, Alex, as well.
There you go, as well. And I think, what was it, 17 goals we needed from the last 2 ties to get into triple figures again?
It was.
We've had 5 from Leipzig and Dresden in their first game. We've had 7 in this game. So just 5 more from this final game even. It could be possible, regardless of whether we see Tom Krause and Justin Löwe go up against each other. We could reach triple figures in this game. 5 goals are needed between Paderborn and Bielefeld, between Marlon Ritter and Amos Pieper. Can they produce the goods to get us to triple figures once again in the Bundesliga Home Challenge?
I would take that as a victory today, even if we have lost 1 game in Tom Krause and Justin Löwe. And in case you're wondering what we're referencing there, in the penultimate tie of today, Leipzig were taking on Dynamo Dresden. And for the first time in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, we have had connectivity issues. The invite system seemingly not working between Tom Krause and Justin Löwe. We've been reliably informed that the problems are on the side of the Leipzig player, who is a newcomer in the Bundesliga Home Challenge this weekend. And I just wonder whether they might get on the bell to Nordi Mukiele and go, any chance you fancy just playing one more time? We've had some issues with Tom Krause. Can you invite Justin Löwe to a game and see if it plays out the way we want it to? So we may still have that game in store. We are waiting to find out whether they are going to be able to solve the technical issues that have caused problems. For now, though, we wait. And we now witness what could be our final game of the day. And as we said, 5 goals to break double digits in the goal scoring tally today. It has been a low scoring match day 4 by all accounts, but really, considering the fact that we are potentially still going to break triple digits, can we really complain? No, I don't think so, because the entertainment value has not diminished 1 second. And if anything, the entertainment value after a hiatus while we waited for Krause and Löwe got ratcheted up again by that game, that 4-3 7-goal thriller. And it has set up so nicely for this second leg now between Paderborn and Bielefeld. Amos Pieper, a 3-2 winner last week against Federico Palacios, taking on the newcomer Marlon Ritter. A fun fact about Marlon Ritter, Alex, especially as a professional footballer, he actually has an allergy to grass. Not the ideal thing. He said it hits him hard during the summer months. He was actually diagnosed back in 2012 when he was still on the books at Borussia Mönchengladbach. As a result, he now trains in full-length kit. So he has long-sleeve shirts, he has long pants while he trains because he generally gets a little bit itchy when he comes into contact with grass. He says when he plays in the first team in a competitive match, of course, he's in shorts and a t-shirt like everyone else. But he does have to take that into account when it comes to his training ground routines. So a fun fact there, not one you hear too often from footballers. Joining the club with Mario Balotelli, I believe, who also, based on the famous Manchester City chant, also has an allergy to grass. He's also very good at darts, apparently. But that's another story. So yeah, fun fact there about Marlon Ritter as we get underway. There's a chance there for Pieper early on. I should tell you, Marlon Ritter representing Paderborn there in the blue kits. Pieper representing Bielefeld there in the red kits. So a change of colours for us in this game. But it allows us to differentiate between the two teams a little bit easier when it's red and blue, admittedly. And Marlon Ritter also, there was a nice story. He was actually part of a team put together by Paderborn who helped deliver 15,000 face masks to local frontline services on behalf of Paderborn. Pieper trying to fashion a chance, but he said about that delivery of 15,000 masks, he has so much respect for the frontline workers, and so he was very glad to help with those types of initiatives. And to be honest, I've been glad to be able to shed some light on some of those initiatives. We, of course, had Martin Pedersen, the referee. Yesterday we talked about the shopping service that him and his wife are providing. We've heard great stories from Marco Reus, Robert Lewandowski making big donations to coronavirus causes. A lot of the clubs have got involved as well, but on an individual level, we've seen them get involved with Marlon Ritter helping to pass out face masks. So many good initiatives as his first chance of the game is pumped clear. And now we maybe should get into the game, Alex, because it's been an exciting opening so far. Back and forth, chances at either end, and goals look like they're going to be forthcoming in this game.
Definitely. Both these guys are attacking almost our first goal, and there it is. It comes for the away side in this game. And Bielefeld extend their lead in this tie. It's now 5-3 on aggregate. Pieper, at the second time of asking, finds the back of the net with Fabian Klos.
That's disappointing. After all of Keanu Stauder's goals were so magnificent, that Pieper's first goal is a bundling tap-in on the rebound.
It might be a telltale sign of what to expect from Pieper in front of goal. Maybe he's that kind of sweaty goal guy who gets the rebounds in, whereas Stauder is the ludicrous goal kind of guy. He scores the spectacular, but they all count in the end. But another point on your story about Marlon Ritter, it's so fantastic. As you said, being able to shine a light on the smaller clubs around the Bundesliga that might not get the publicity that others do. And those individual stories, as you mentioned, a lot of these Bundesliga professionals making impacts in their local communities that might not get spoken about on the international stage quite as much. So that's our duty as well. We want to be able to shine a light on those guys and what they've been able to do in these difficult times for their local communities, and just another sign of the Bundesliga being as football as it's meant to be.
Mikel on the edge of the box, chance for Paderborn. Oh, what a strike that is! A long-range banger from Marlon Ritter to get himself back into the game and keep the aggregate score to just a one-goal deficit. And that was exactly the type of response he needed after falling behind early.
Stunning goal from Sven Michel. We see it very rarely, obviously, in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. A bit of space on the edge of the box like that just opened up nicely for him. And he thought, why not? Curled it towards the far top corner. No chance for the goalkeeper to parry that away. Stunning response for him. And as we mentioned, goals are going to be expected in this game. And this tie, far from over. Half an hour gone, we have a goal for each side.
Yeah, and now officially with 9 goals, our highest scoring tie of the day. And there are still goals in this as Pieper immediately restores his lead.
Another thunderous effort. And that brings Bielefeld ahead. 32 minutes gone and Yabo responds superbly, just dribbling around the edge of the box there. Ritter unable to sort of get that tackle in and get the pressure he needed to halt that shot from getting away. But what a thunderous hit that was into the top corner. A Pieper. What a way to respond to losing your lead. Take it right back. Go ahead again. He's done it before the break as well. And keeps Bielefeld's lead now at 2 goals again. Fantastic response.
So one of these typical pro footballer versus pro footballer head-to-heads we've had in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, where it really is a case of forget the defensive work. We don't worry. It's all about attacking. We're going to score as many times as possible. And now the pressure is on Ritter again to produce something in the final third. Here he is with Gazula. Lovely heel click from the midfielder. He couldn't pick out the man at the back post. It's still dangerous. Strelly Mamba onto the loose ball. Chance to equalise. And Mamba finds the back of the net. Mambo number 5, Strelly, strikes again.
What a game this has been so far. Incredible tie between Paderborn and Bielefeld. The goals just keep on coming. Do not expect them to stop. 7 minutes after Bielefeld go ahead, Ritter replies once again. And that was it, just persistence. Just staying with the attack, not letting it die. He went for the rebound with Michel and his header didn't quite come off and snuck the ball away with Mamba off the Bielefeld defender's foot. And a stunning finish again across the goalkeeper. These guys provided some fantastic strikes into the top corners. 4 goals in the first half. We only need one more to reach triple figures for the entire weekend. Come on, lads. We're on 99. One more goal to reach the magic 100.
Oh, it's coming. It's definitely coming. Maybe in the second half, Alex, but it's coming. I believe in it. And right now, Ritter and Pieper making sure that we don't even need Kraus and Lerber to get on the joysticks to break that triple-digit mark in terms of our goal-scoring feats. And we may not be breaking the record, but considering the fact that we've had over 100 goals on Matchday 2, Matchday 3, and hopefully Matchday 4, I think that's an impressive return in the Bundesliga Home Challenge that should not be shirked at all. But what an entertaining fixture we've got here. If the first half between Keanu Stauder and Fiedler was anything to go by, this has taken it up a notch again as Pieper. Well, it's an adventurous effort there on the volley. And it's a 2-2 draw at half-time, but so many chances, so many goals. And now we are on tenterhooks as to how this game will unfold in the second half, because it is Bielefeld still with that narrow 1-goal advantage on aggregate. It is 5-6 in the tie. 2-2 right now between Amos Pieper and the debutant in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, Marlon Ritter, looking to close out the show. Marlon Ritter, who talked about making his Bundesliga debut for Paderborn. He said it was incredible to feature in the Bundesliga, but there were some results when he was making regular first-team appearances where he said, we would rather play poorly but win, considering the fact that they were playing well but losing.
I think that's a very logical way of doing it, because they were playing really well but not getting the results that their performances deserved, and now that's what they need. They need points. They don't need good performances. They just need the points to get themselves out of a difficult situation. And looking for that to happen in the last 9 games of the Bundesliga season when it does get underway.
Oh, Michael, burst through! And it's now all level on aggregate. Game on, Pieper. We're waiting to see what his response will be, but Ritter, despite falling behind twice, has now clawed his way back to take the lead for the first time, Alex.
He's taken the game to Bielefeld here. Lovely driving run from Michel just to get onto that through ball and push it past the defender superbly. Earned the space for a shot on his favoured left foot there, Michel. And a simple finish in front of goal. And now it goes over to Pieper. What can you do to respond, Mr. Pieper from Bielefeld? He's looking for a response there as well. He gets to the byline well. Just couldn't get his cut back into the right position. Pieper as well, another guy who's, on what you said about Marlon Ritter, great mindset for a young guy. Marlon Ritter, 25 years old. Pieper as well, just 21. He said, there are much more important things than football right now, even if I extremely miss it. He spoke about the problems of the coronavirus and said that, when you look at the countries like Italy and Spain or the USA or even, the third world countries, then we have nothing to complain about here in Germany. And of course, Germany has been one of the best countries in responding to the coronavirus pandemic. And so a fantastic mindset for a young guy to have. Obviously, as a footballer, he's missing being able to do what he does for a living. But at the moment, far more important things for us to worry about. But himself, he has got something to worry about at the moment, and that's suffering defeat and letting his lead slip here for Bielefeld. Needs to make sure that Paderborn don't get another goal. Needs to make sure his defending is on point for those set pieces.
Yeah, robustly advances on that occasion. But yes, if he does suffer defeat here, he may be missing real football even more, Alex. You have to think. And the pressure still on from Marlon Ritter, who I have to say, as a debutant, is really impressing. We didn't know, again, what to make of his FIFA ability. We have to work it out on the fly. But we've seen so much about his game, not just his goal scoring, that tells us that he certainly has something about his FIFA 20 ability. Plenty of confidence being shown by him. But of course, this tie on aggregate is still level. Are we going to be able to produce a winner in the final 25 minutes here between Paderborn and Bielefeld? Jarbo, one of the goal scorers already. So too is Klaus for Pieper. Not quite able to produce the magic, much like the Keanu Stauder was able to do in the first leg here. Now a chance for Ritter to come out from the back once again. Long ball forward, direct type of play. Oh, it's worked out from here. Antwi Ajay has picked up the ball. Mamba, he went for the fake shot to try and beat the two defenders. Couldn't quite squeeze himself through the gap there. And now a chance for Pieper to break with Keanu Stauder. Space to work with up against Collins. Retained possession to find Preetel. Heavy first touch. Jarbo gets the shot off. It's a good save by Zingerle.
Fantastic turn in a tight space there from Jarbo. Did well to get the shot away. Pieper looking for an equaliser now to bring this tie back in his favour, but it's looking difficult. Ritter is maintaining a bit more control of this game. As I say that, he just passes the ball away, but quickly wins it back. 15 minutes to go. He'll be looking for another goal just to make sure.
Oh, Ritter. That was looking dangerous once again. And I have to say, I love the fact that Ritter is obviously aware of the aggregate score. He's not happy to settle for a 3-2 win here, Alex. He wants that fourth goal. He wants the bragging rights in the Ostwestfalen derby here between Paderborn and Bielefeld. Just over 10 minutes remaining. How many twists and turns have we got left in this game? We've had a fair few already. It was Pieper who twice took the lead, but it's now Ritter who leads. Pieper with the chance! Clawed away by Zingerle behind for a corner.
Great effort towards the near post. One thing Pieper's clearly good at is those little turns from when he's got his back to goal to shooting there. Can he produce that again to maybe get himself an equaliser here and a go-ahead goal in the tie? But it is great to see, as you mentioned, James, these two guys know what the score is standing at in terms of the aggregate tie. They want to make sure that they get a win in this game. 9 minutes to go. Who can do it?
Yeah, Amos Pieper, who performed Eminem Lose Yourself as his initiation song, and right now he needs to lose himself in this moment if he is going to get back into it. But right now, Ritter looking for a fourth. Oh, that was almost it. Good save by the keeper. Chance still alive. It isn't cleared, but it doesn't fall kindly to Ritter. Are we potentially going to see another draw in the Bundesliga Home Challenge over the course of a tie?
Last chance saloon for either of these sides to make sure. Who can get this win? We can't rule out a late goal in this game considering how it's gone. But with time running out, chances are definitely going to be few and far between in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, the pressure on Pieper after he was set up so nicely for that win by Keanu Stauder. But then again, it's those two late goals that Lucas Fiedler scored that we may look back on and go, that was the decisive moment in this tie. It gave Ritter something to work with. He's used it to his advantage, but here's Pieper with a late chance. Oh, it just didn't come off. Agonising for Bielefeld and Amos Pieper. And now a chance maybe for Ritter. Last chance of the game, but he's got to get it forward quickly. Just under a minute of injury time remaining. Is there time for one last chance and a potential winner? He's got to go the other direction here, Marlon Ritter. Oh, he's won the foul. If he pumps this into the box, we will have one final chance, Alex.
This could be it. What a way this would be to win the tie if he can get it into the box.
It's all or nothing from the free kick. Oh, well, that's, I think, fair to say, nothing, Alex. Oh, dear, what an end to that. A bit of a comical situation to close out the show. But what a tie, because that went back and forth. The first leg was brilliant. Fiedler against Keanu Stauder, the highest scoring tie of the game, and the 3-2 win for Marlon Ritter on his debut. What a way to introduce yourself to the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Absolutely fantastic. 6-all across those two games. We knew there would be goals 12 across the two ties. We've been asking for more goals today from our games that we've seen, and Paderborn and Bielefeld duly responded there. Fantastic games. Both of them absolutely fantastic right until the end. And as you said, James, those two late goals from Lucas Fiedler proving the key cog in that tie, ending up on level terms. If he hadn't have been able to find the net right at the end of those two goals, it would have been Bielefeld's tie. But in the end, Marlon Ritter does his job, gets his side the win 3-2 in that second game. And it's a 6-6 draw. What is due to be the final game of Matchday 4. And what a way it would be to end it. We've had a fantastic day so far.
Yeah, we've broken the 100-goal mark. 5 goals in that last game. That was exactly what we needed to reach the 100-goal mark. And so we cannot be dissatisfied with today's action at all.
Would that be the highlight of the entire weekend?
Oh, you know what? The thing is, in terms of its competitive value, the fact that both of those games were tight and they went back and forth, I'm tempted to say yes. But my first thought there is Nassim Boujellab.
That's it. Yeah.
But that's exactly where my mind went when you asked that question was, do I think an 8-0 win, a hammering, where he put on a masterclass against his Moroccan compatriot, Achraf Hakimi, is an 8-0 win that's so one-sided better than what we just saw? I'm not convinced, but I'll be honest, that's where my mind went first.
And it's where my mind went as well. But for me, I'm going to side with the entertainment factor. I know it was an 8-0 win, which is entertaining in itself, but a 6-6 draw across the two ties, that was more fun for me than watching Nassim Boujellab beat Achraf Hakimi 8-0, which was fun in itself, seeing the performance that you put on. But those two performances, those two games we just witnessed were absolutely fantastic. And a credit to the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Do not expect anything. Expect the unexpected, sorry, is my famous catchphrase.
I was going to say, you got to get it right, Alex. Come on, it's your motto.
It's my motto, Alex. Come on, we got to get it right.
No, that's it. I tell you, no, you're right. There's so much to appreciate in that, and I'm thinking about this weekend. When is the moments where I feel like we've been having the most fun commentating? And I do agree with you. I think those last two games, we were really enjoying ourselves almost as much as we did yesterday with Hoffenheim and the referees. The problem with that game is that Hoffenheim ultimately came out as winners.
Yeah.
And it kind of went to our pre-match expectations, even though the script was changed a little bit halfway through. But we did have so much fun commentating those goals from Schlager and Peterson that I'd put those up there as well, the highlights of the weekend. I think we've named the 3, right? You've got the Revier Derby. That was a great mother-of-all derby, something for the history books because it was the virtual world that took precedence there over what is one of the fiercest and biggest derbies in German football between Schalke and Dortmund. We then had this incredibly thrilling tie between Paderborn and Bielefeld, where I really do think if Fiedler doesn't score those last 2 goals, that is not the result we see. And I'm not sure Marlon Ritter gets himself back into that game quite the way he did. And then when it comes to the referees, they are a highlight every single time. And we do have good news now. We had bad news earlier, but we've got good news because Tom Krause has sorted out his invitations. He's sorted out his connection. And we are going to be able to complete the show. I was actually disappointed if we were going to have one game that didn't take place out of, 90 plus 26, 116 that we've had over the course of these 4 match days. And if we were going to have one that missed out, that would have been such a disappointment. But I can say we are going to close out the show by returning to the Leipzig versus Dresden tie. It is 3-2, in case you need a reminder. After the first leg, Marcel Graman picked up a 3-2 win against Alex Chappie. Alex Chappie scoring one of the goals of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, not just on Matchday 4, but of the whole entire thing. And now we're so wonderfully poised for this second leg. Can Tom Krause, the man with the connectivity issues, turn things around and redeem himself and turn this tie around, Alex? And I hope if they were in that timeout while they were waiting to see whether they could fix the technical problems, I hope they were watching Paderborn against Bielefeld. I hope they realise exactly what we're expecting here, and I hope they follow suit.
They've got a lot to live up to after that Paderborn and Bielefeld tie. If they can produce anything like what we just saw from the games between those two sides, this is going to be something very special. And as you said, this is finally poised 3-2 for Dresden. We've got Tom Krause, who's new to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, of course, coming up against Justin Löwe. What is he going to be able to produce in this game? He's got a lot to do. He's got a lead to overturn. Can he make it change from a 3-2 deficit to a win?
we've also got to give a shout out to Tom Krause, because this is commitment levels that we are hearing about here. He had the connectivity issues, but apparently he's actually moved to another location just to make sure that he can play this game. So Tom Krause, we weren't very happy with you a few moments ago, but my hat's off to you for your commitment levels to the Bundesliga Home Challenge. I wonder whether he's around Nordi Mukiella's place right now.
Maybe he is.
However, that does mean we're not going to have a face cam for Tom Krause, unfortunately, due to the network issues. But what we do have is the final game of Matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It's 3-2 to Dresden after the first leg. Can Leipzig and Tom Krause turn this around? Or will Justin Löwe maintain his impressive form of late and pick up another important positive result?
Pushing the ball forward here early. Looking to make an early statement here against Krause. Obviously, it would be fantastic for them to get an early goal to go ahead, but...
Oh, he's won the ball in midfield with Upamecano and a driving run forward with the French defender. He quickly realised what he was doing there, I think, Tom Krause, and went, hold on, I'll slow my roll a little bit in midfield. Here he is with Lookman, who actually, interestingly, starting from the off here. He's been an impact substitute for Leipzig throughout the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Now with Poulsen, chance here for Krause! Oh, it's off the inside of the post. It flashes across goal, and Timo Werner can only find the side netting.
What an effort that was from Poulsen. Lovely turn in the box. Opened up his body to curl it towards that near post, and as you said, just couldn't quite find the perfect angle as it bounced across the face of goal and towards Timo Werner. Very difficult angle for him to score from the way that he positioned himself. Left-footed volley into the side netting. What a chance that was for Tom Krause to open the scoring, but now a chance for Löwe to do the same at the other end. Whisked wide, high and wide of the post.
And not at all handsome, to quote an old FIFA phrase that used to do the rounds on a regular basis. Yeah, he didn't get his angles right there, Justin Löwe. We've seen some interesting moments today. We've had the attempt for a goal from kickoff late on in one of the games when the tie was admittedly already wrapped up. Right now, Tom Krause. Again, as a debutant, we're learning by watching when it comes to his FIFA ability. But very tidy play from him so far, recycling the ball well on the edge of the area. Here he is on the ball with himself, turning with Timo Werner, and again! And if anything, I don't think he needed the second turn, Alex.
I don't think he needed it. It was a fantastic move to cut back. He at least got past the centre-back, but that turn didn't help him in beating the goalkeeper. It actually made it easier for the goalkeeper from the position he had got himself into to save that shot. Might have been better off, as you said, going with his left foot after that first turn in the box. But in the end, Dresden keep the scores level. Justin Löwe, who seemingly keeps looking for this counter-attack down the wings. Make a good early start, as has Tom Krause. Really highly competitive game so far. Good cut back into the box, but Krause is defending well in his own box as well.
Yeah, we've talked about the 85 mode bringing on players that we're not quite used to seeing. Actually, Leipzig are one of the teams that I think it's been most prevalent with. We've got Krause playing now. We've had the likes of Marcel Hartmann in the mix. Poulsen on the ball here, though. Stopped in his tracks at the vital moment. And you have to say, yes, this is a very engaging, entertaining start to this game. Very evenly matched between these two, but those sometimes produce the best performances and the best games, the most entertainment. And right now, I think it's fair to say we haven't had a goal yet, but they are picking up on the momentum that was generated by Paderborn and Bielefeld.
It's end-to-end stuff here. Both guys all out attack. No settling on their laurels or settling on the lead that the tie has for Dresden, at least. Justin Löwe is definitely going forward as soon as he gets the ball. Measured approaches from both sides. And another opportunity, as we said, for Tom Krause. He can score with himself on this game, which I'm sure has not been often possible for him when he's usually playing with Leipzig. I'm not sure he'd usually put himself in the starting lineup unless he's playing in the 85 mode, of course. It's a good chance for him to find the back of the net.
Oh, lovely ball across! Löwe, ice cold with his first real chance of the game. But you could see it building, and there is really nothing that Tom Krause could do about that one.
Not at all. The way he worked, that was absolutely outstanding. Very nice cross here from the right flank, from the right side of the box, the pass across goal. Just matching Königsdorfer's run. into the middle of the 6-yard box, beating the Leipzig defender to the ball. Kraus won't be happy about that, but it's a blind finish as well to match, and a superb way to open the scoring and extend Dresden's lead in this tie.
Well, it was one of the things I commented on in the first leg, how flat-footed the Leipzig backline looked at times. And you could maybe make that criticism of Upamecano there, because he just let Königsdorfer get wrong side of him. Nothing Kraus could do about it, and in the end, a simple tap-in for Löwe. And he has now added another goal to that cushion from the first leg. The fact is, Tom Kraus has posed a real attacking threat time and time again in the opening 35 minutes here. And you'd back him to continue doing that until the 90th minute, so I'm not sure he's out of this game just yet, even though we are a little unsure of exactly how good he is at the game. And the fact is, he's carving out chances, he's keeping Löwe guessing. 1-2s here between Werner and Paulsen. The return pass wasn't on that time, he's gone out wide with Lookman instead. Having to be patient now with Leimer. Didn't fancy the shot from range. Werner trying to drag the ball back through 3 Dresden players. Now with Leimer again, edge of the area, twisting, turning. Just can't wriggle free of his man, and that's good defending in the end by Löwe. Saw off the threat well, and now he's looking to break with Donio, trying to get beyond Upamecano, but the Frenchman there using every ounce of his impressive physique to shrug him off the ball, and now it's end-to-end stuff. Werner on the ball. Oh, why is he going for another drag back, Alex?
That's it. These drag backs can be so useful if used correctly. They have to make sure that they use them in the right time. And that was not the right time from Tom Kraus. He looked like he'd actually got past the Dresden defence with Timo Werner, but went for that extra drag back. And in the end, made him get tackled. And now Dresden at the other end, looking for another goal before the break.
Oh, that was well worked by Löwe. Upamecano this time not flat-footed though. And there to cut out the cut back from Löwe. But it is he who goes in at the break with a 1-goal lead. 4-2 now on aggregate. What a name that is. Ransford Yeboah Königsdorfer.
One of the best I've seen in the Bundesliga.
Almost as good as Chantuna.
Almost as good.
There's a lot more letters in his name, I'll be honest. There's no doubt about it. Can you even guess what nationality he is with a name like that? Maybe we shouldn't. I'd go with Königsdorfer as probably a suggestion. He's some German heritage in there as well. But a fantastic name, no doubt about it. And there we see a change made by Kraus at half-time as he brings off Paulsen for Hartmann. It's Löwe there looking for the early chance in the second half with the drill delivery into the danger area. Doesn't manage to pick out a teammate, but the chance still alive. Not with passes like that though, given away sloppily at the back. Now Angelino bringing the ball forward for Leipzig. The interesting thing here is he seems to have a head of hair, Alex, in FIFA 20.
Indeed, it's a bit different from what we expect to see in the real world, as we know. Skinhead it is, usually. But it's a different look for him in FIFA 20.
Didn't quite get the same updates that Claudio Pizarro got for his blonde locks that we noticed earlier this weekend. Oh dear! Kraus has got to be careful! And he survives by the skin of his teeth there, almost gifting Löwe a second goal that may have put the tie beyond reach.
We do fear a second goal for Dresden now would put that tie beyond reach. Kraus, as long as he can make sure he doesn't concede another goal, will always have this hope that he can get level in the game, and then needs one more, of course. Remember, to get level on the tie, he's currently 2 goals behind across the aggregate scoreline.
That's it, I have to say, with Kraus, I don't know whether you're feeling the same way. I'm actually genuinely a little bit frustrated because he is the player, for me, that has shown a lot of promise with producing no end product.
Yeah.
And you can see what he's got about his game. He's getting into these dangerous positions and then he's making the wrong decisions at the wrong times. And that is leading to a lack of end product. It is genuinely frustrating me a little bit watching on here.
Yeah, it's not going down to his gameplay itself, the technical skills. It's just more about his mental side of things and making those decisions in the right moment at the right time. And at the other end, Justin Löwe is making all the right decisions. And he gets 2 goals up on the hour mark. A pause is scheduled from Tom Kraus, and he needs it because Dresden are 2 goals up in this game. 3 goals up on the score, and you can see Löwe celebrating nicely there. He's very happy with how things are going here. And Dresden are on their way to a big derby win.
Yeah, Tom Kraus trying to make changes now, and rightly so. He's got half an hour left to work with. And even if it's maybe not enough for him to rescue the tie, Alex, we have said this on plenty of occasions in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He still has a chance to rescue a measure of pride in his individual solo game.
That's it. And, being new to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, only 18, not having represented the Leipzig first team so far, he'll be wanting to at least get a goal for himself, having made so much effort to make sure this game went ahead, of course, changing locations. As we mentioned in the build-up, if you missed it, we had some technical issues earlier. Tom Kraus has gone to a different location to make sure that he could play this game. I'm sure he's made sure he's keeping the social distancing up, of course, in Leipzig as well.
I was going to say, we don't want to encourage people to be changing location right now.
No, but of course, credit where it is due to him for making sure that he got this game in. Sadly, it's not going his way. 2-0 down. Plenty of time for him to mount a comeback, but he needs to make some changes now and get something else working, because at the moment Löwe is answering all of his questions going forward.
I don't know now whether to be frustrated with Kraus or impressed with Löwe's defending, because he is also playing a part in the fact that Kraus has no end product in the final third. But he keeps getting into these promising positions and somehow just not being able to work it for a shot. Oh, he's turned well there, but the shot needs to come quicker.
Yeah, the first turn was perfect and the shot needed to come right there and then. But as you saw, he went for that extra touch. And in the end, it took the chance away from him because Justin Löwe is right on top of things. He's given him those chances if he can take them with the first touch, but Tom Kraus isn't clever enough or quick enough to do it. At the other end, Justin Löwe is getting plenty of space and time around the edge of the Leipzig box.
But lovely ball to Schmidt. Schmidt for a third! And that should be game, set and match in the Sachsen Derby.
Absolutely outstanding from Löwe. As I was saying, he's being afforded so much time and space around the edge of the box. It might not look like it in the actual game, but in terms of FIFA, it's more than he needs to find the right pass as he did there. And an outstanding finish again at the near post. He's taken all 3 of his goals really, really well. Credit to him for sticking to his guns and making sure he does his job going forward. And he's on his way to securing Dresden a really, really big win in this Sachsen Derby against Leipzig.
Yeah, and anyone wondering if you've just tuned in, what's happening? Löwe is not playing against the computer. He is not playing against AI. He is playing against Tom Kraus, the 18-year-old academy product at Leipzig. And he now has a 3-0 lead that makes it 6-2 to Dresden on aggregate. And you have to say now the game likely beyond reach for Tom Kraus, both in the concept of the tie and in this individual solo match. Hasn't been a great day at the office for Tom Kraus in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He couldn't get the invitation to work. He's had to change location. And now he's 3-0 down against Justin Löwe, who has patiently waited for his chance to score goals. And as you say, Alex, has really been clinical in the final third. Something that we cannot say of Tom Kraus.
I was just going to say, they've been very evenly matched in the actual game itself, but the scoreline tells its story. Löwe has been clinical in front of goal, whereas Kraus has not been able to make the most of the time he's spent around the Dresden box and make the most of the chances he's threatened to produce. And in the end, that's what's cost him here. 3 goals down. He looks unlikely to be able to find the net unless he can change something about his approach going forward. Trying to get some early shots away if he can, bringing the ball forward now. 10 minutes to play.
Oh dear, and then he plays a pass. 5-yard pass, Alex. Straight to the feet of an opponent.
My frustration continues to build, and Löwe plays an outstanding ball out to the right wing. He's got a member of the Dresden forward pack in the box. Well defended in the end, though, from Kraus.
Last gasp defending there from Tom Kraus. He saw the chance brewing at the back post, and he was quick to close it down. And now he's going to look to build a move of his own to maybe grab a consolation effort. I'm sure he'd take that in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, making his debut. Timo Werner, not a lot of space to work with. He went for the extra pass when Timo Werner had broken through the challenge. And right now, there's no onus on Löwe to push the ball quickly. He's in a very comfortable position.
He is indeed. Kraus will be disappointed with how this game has gone, but Löwe can hold his head high. He's been fantastic in front of goal, as we said, and as much as Kraus has made his mistakes going forward, Löwe has been there to make sure of those mistakes, but he has a chance now, perhaps.
With Bias! Oh, he's dragged it wide! Flashing the effort across goal. Best chance of the game for Kraus, though.
Best chance of the game by a mile, and he had Timo Werner, I think it was, across the face of goal, ready for a tap-in. He went for goal himself, though, and dragged it miles wide. Again, the story of the day for Tom Kraus. Not taking those chances that he's been threatening to produce. Not clinical in front of goal. And it's come back to haunt him here.
Werner on the ball now. That's a nice pass to Hartmann. He's got space to work with and a few extra bars in the stamina bar. He's found Bias once again. Angle against him. Can he find the cutback? The answer is no. The chance still alive, though. He needs to get it in the mix. Lima. Kraus. Can he score with himself? Oh, that would have been at least something he could have taken home. He has to settle for the corner. This will be the last chance of the game. Will it fall to a Leipzig player? No, it will not. No consolation goal for Tom Kraus. A convincing win for Justin Löwe. And it is Dynamo Dresden who take the bragging rights in the Sachsen Derby. We had to wait for the second leg, Alex. But from Justin Löwe's perspective, it was worth the wait.
From Justin Löwe's perspective, indeed, it was worth the wait. Tom Kraus doing the hard yards to make sure the game went ahead, but in the end, not worth the effort, sadly for him. Just not clinical in front of goal. Justin Löwe, on the other hand, superb in that sense. 3 well-taken goals to make it 6-0 for Dresden against Leipzig. Final game of the day, matching up with Paderborn's 6-6 draw with Arminia Bielefeld. A fantastic way for us to end Matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge and what has been another fantastic weekend of action all across the board.
103 goals scored in total in the end,
Woof.
which we will not turn our noses up at all. And in fairness, it didn't quite have the high drama of the game and the tie between Paderborn and Bielefeld, but that had high drama of another order as Justin Löwe made relatively light work of Tom Kraus there, the debutant who has not had the best day at the office in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But we have had a great day at the office. No doubt about it. The highlights have continued to roll hot off the press, and we have had plenty of twists and turns to get our teeth stuck into on Matchday 4. We'd like to say a quick thank you to all the producers, all the players, GG to all the players that got involved. Thank you to all the producers that have helped put this together. My name is James Surrogate, and joining me, I've been alongside Alex Chaffer this whole entire time, and I cannot express how much of a pleasure that has been over the course of these last 4 weekends. It has given, we've had so much fun doing this.
It's been a very fun month indeed, James. So looking forward to whatever the future holds for us in terms of the Bundesliga Home Challenge and the Bundesliga itself. We're looking forward to getting football back to normal as soon as possible, when it's safe to do so, of course. But we hope you have enjoyed Matchday 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well, just as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you.
Okay, so give me final, Matchday 4. Who was the man of the match? Individual player, man of the match from the whole entire Matchday 4, and who was the man or the team of the match day, in your opinion?
I think it has to go to Nassim Boujellab, man of the match. 8-0 is a scoreline you can't ignore at all. Absolutely incredible performance against Borussia Dortmund. And team of the match day is a difficult question. I might actually hand it to Hertha Berlin, just because I didn't expect them to get that win over Union Berlin and then to do it in the manner that they did, 7-1. Absolutely outstanding performance. So memorable stuff from both days of play for me.
Yeah, the joint biggest winning margin there in the Berlin derby today. And this is it. We were so excited when we saw the fixture list. We saw it was Derby Central on Matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Challenge. And it may not have had that same derby feel we're used to in real life. You didn't have the full-blooded challengers. We did see a couple of red cards. We saw some penalties in the mix as well. We saw late drama and high-scoring affairs. This was derbies of a different style. And in fairness, I think the entertainment value did not diminish at all, despite all of that. And I think we could be very pleased with what we did manage to see And as I say, the highlights just kept on rolling, hot off the press on match day 4. So once again, Alex and I have had it's been a real delight for us to bring you this action. If you've been with us from the start of the stream to the end, congratulations. My hats are off to you. But after a delay, after a bit of a mix-up with Tom Kraus, we will now say goodbye. Match day 4 has been another one for the books in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. As we said, highlights are plenty, goals are plenty, individual performances that have left our jaws on the floor, team performances that have kept us on the edge of our seats. It couldn't have gone any better. So from myself, James Surrogate, and Alex Chaffer, enjoy your week, stay safe and healthy.
Take care, everyone.